He was so unimpressed, he didn't even want me to make him another cup. So there I was, trying to impress this guy with my barista skills. And let me tell you, I've become a master at unliking photos. And don't even get me started on accidentally double tapping a photo. And sometimes I accidentally send voice messages instead of typing. I once accidentally sent a voice message to my boss instead of typing, and he thought I was auditioning for a new role as a rapper. So I decided to take a break from social media, but it turns out that my thumb has a mind of its own. And don't even get me started on accidentally liking someone's post from 37 weeks ago. So there I was, just casually strolling down the aisle, when I suddenly locked eyes with this celebrity. And then I realized it wasn't a celebrity at all, just someone who looked disturbingly similar to them. Turns out, they were just the celebrity's stunt double. I guess even they need a break sometimes. So I'm standing there, trying to act all nonchalant, like I'm not about to burst into tears of joy and start asking for autographs. And then the celebrity says to me, "You must really love my work." And then I just completely forgot how to speak and all that came out was "Hi." And then the celebrity says, "Well, looks like you just found your words again." So there I was, surrounded by a bunch of coders who thought social skills is an API endpoint. And then the boss says, "Well, looks like someone needs to work on their time traveling skills." And then they told me, "We need you to do the work of 10 engineers in 1 week." So I said, "Sure, let me just pull out my time turner from Hogwarts." And then they said, "We need you to fix the bug that's been there since the Jurassic era." And the best part is, they expected us to work on weekends too. And don't even get me started on the office coffee. It tasted like someone dissolved an old shoe in hot water. I once matched with a guy who claimed to be a world traveler. Turns out, he never left his mom's basement. I once had a conversation with a guy who said he was looking for a committed relationship. Turns out, he just wanted someone to split the cost of Netflix with. It's like online dating is a game of Where's Waldo, except instead of finding a guy in a red striped shirt, you're trying to find a guy who actually looks like his profile picture. Have you ever noticed that some people's profiles are like real-life clickbait? Swipe right to find out why this guy is definitely not the one. I mean, it's like a magic trick. Swipe right and presto, the guy you see is not the guy you get. And don't even get me started on the filters. I mean, 1 minute you're talking to a smooth-skinned Adonis and the next minute you meet a guy with a face like a Picasso painting. I mean, it's like opening a bag of chips and finding out it's just air. All that anticipation for nothing. But hey, at least I can build a fort out of all those brochures and pretend I'm a software engineer architect. And let's not forget the stress of trying to fit all those branded stress balls into your suitcase. And don't even get me started on the struggle of finding space for all those random branded keychains. Oh, and let's not forget the struggle of finding a place to store all those branded fidget spinners. And let's not even talk about the struggle of finding space for all those branded mousepants. And don't even get me started on the struggle of finding space for all those branded pens. And let's not forget the struggle of finding space for all those branded stress balls. And let's not forget the struggle of finding space for all those branded water bottles. And let's not forget the struggle of finding space for all those branded pens.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love with Her. I'm Priya Peacock Meda.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your relationship questions.
So send them in and let's get started.
But before we begin, let's have some fun. Nadia, show us your best dance move.
Right.
Hey Nadia,
let's
have
get
you
this
ever
show
been
on
in a
the road.
long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've been in a few. They can be tough, but totally worth it if both people are committed.
Tell me more. How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We made sure to talk every day and plan regular visits to see each other.
That sounds like a lot of effort.
It can be, but if the love is strong enough, it's definitely worth it.
I guess you're right. Love knows no distance.
Exactly. Love conquers all, even distance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a live in the moment kind of person. Blind dates just aren't my thing.
Fair enough. Blind dates can be a hit or miss, but you never know. You might find someone amazing.
Maybe, but I prefer to meet people organically. Like that time I met that cute guy at the coffee shop.
Oh really? Do tell me more.
Well, I was waiting in line for my latte when he accidentally bumped into me. We started talking, and the rest is history.
That's so sweet. Fate works in mysterious ways, doesn't it? Nadia,
It sure
have you
does.
ever been on
You
a
never
blind
know who
date?
you might cross paths with. That's the beauty of life. Oh Priya, you know me too well. I've been on a few blind dates, and let's just say they were more like blind disasters.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, one guy showed up wearing mismatched socks and couldn't stop talking about his pet iguana. Another guy spent the whole evening checking himself out in every reflective surface he could find.
Wow, those sound like some interesting characters.
Oh, it gets even better. One guy brought his mum along, and another guy spent the whole time trying to sell me his homemade scented candles.
That's definitely a unique approach to dating.
Tell
Hey
me
Nadia,
about it.
have you
I
ever
never
been in
know
a
what I'm
long-distance
going to get
relationship?
when I agree to a blind date. Oh wow, Priya. Long-distance relationships are tough, but I've been in one before.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and plan visits as often as we could.
That's great advice. I'll be sure to share it with my clients.
Definitely. It requires effort and trust, but it can work if both people are committed.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Priya.
Problem. Hey Priya, do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, Nadia, I definitely believe in love at first sight. It's like magic.
But what if it's just infatuation and not real love?
That's a valid concern, Nadia. Love at first sight can be intense, but it's important to take time to get to know the person and make sure it's genuine.
So, have you ever experienced love at first sight, Priya?
Well, I can't say I've experienced love at first sight, but I've definitely felt a strong connection with someone from the moment we met.
That's awesome, Priya. It sounds like the beginning of a beautiful love story.
Thanks, Nadia. I hope so too. Hey Nadia, have you ever experienced love at first sight?
Oh, Priya, love at first sight. That's like a mythical creature.
No, really. I believe it can happen. It happened to my cousin.
Your cousin? Tell me more.
Well, she was walking in the park when suddenly, she laid eyes on this guy and just knew he was the one.
That's crazy. Did they end up together?
Yes, they've been happily married for 5 years now.
Wow, maybe
You
there's
know,
hope for love
relationships
at
are
first
like
sight. There's a lot of variety out there, and you might have some bad ones before you find the perfect one.
But when you find that one, it's like a slice of heaven.
Yeah, and sometimes you just want to have a whole pizza to yourself.
But remember, relationships are also like toppings on a pizza.
Sometimes they can complement each other perfectly, but other times, they just don't mix well.
That's why it's important to find someone whose toppings go well with yours.
Absolutely. And don't settle for just any toppings, go for the ones that make your taste buds dance.
Exactly. Life's too short to settle for plain cheese. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite movies?
No way, Priya. That sounds amazing. What's it called?
It's called Sign Date. You create a profile and swipe through movies, and if you match with someone who has similar taste, it's a match.
That's genius. I'm signing up right now.
Good luck, Nadia. Maybe you'll find your movie-loving soulmate.
Thanks, Priya. I'll let you know how it goes.
I can't wait to hear all the juicy details. It's like a real-life romantic comedy.
Oh, you know it, Priya. I'm ready for my movie-worthy love story.
And I'll be here to cheer you on every step of the way, my friend. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. Some were good, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst one.
Well, let's just say he spent the whole day talking about his collection of belly button lint.
No way, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it was definitely a memorable experience. Have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
I have, actually. It turned out to be a really great date and we're still together. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like when you're dating someone who lives in another state or country?
Exactly. It can be really tough, but it can also work if both people are committed.
I've heard of couples who have made it work, but it definitely takes a lot of trust and communication.
That's so true. It's important to set clear expectations and have regular video calls or visits if possible.
Definitely. And being honest about your needs and fears is crucial too.
Absolutely. And remember, absence makes the heart grow fonder. but it's also important to have a plan for the future.
Definitely. Having a goal to eventually be together in the same place can give you something to look forward to.
Exactly. So, if any of our listeners are in long-distance relationships, don't lose hope. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean the modern way of finding love? Yeah, I've tried it, Priya. It's like a whole new world out there.
Tell me more. I'm curious to know your experience.
Well, let me tell you, Priya, it's a mixed bag of surprises. You never know who you'll meet.
That sounds exciting. Any interesting stories you can share?
Oh, where do I even begin? There was this guy who claimed to be a professional ballroom dancer, but he had 2 left feet. It was like dancing with a penguin.
Haha, that must have been quite a sight. Did you try teaching him some moves?
Oh, I tried, Priya, but let's just say our dancing was more like a comedy act than anything romantic.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend? It's called ghosting.
Oh yeah, I've definitely experienced that before. It's like they disappear into thin air.
It's so frustrating. Like, just have the decency to let someone know if you're not interested.
I know, right? It's like they are too scared to have an honest conversation.
But hey, at least we can make some jokes about it, right?
Definitely. I've got a whole set of ghosting jokes ready to go.
Alright, let's hear them.
Why
Hey
did the
Nadia,
ghost go
have
on a
you ever
dating
tried
app?
online
Because
dating?
they were tired of haunting their ex. Oh, you mean the magical world of swiping left and right?
Yes, exactly. It's like shopping for love, but with a lot more rejection.
Haha, exactly. But hey, it's all about finding the right person, right?
Definitely. And it's always a great story to tell the grandkids, right?
Oh, for sure. Once upon a time, Grandma couldn't find love, so she swiped right and found Grandpa.
Haha, exactly. And then all the kids will be telling their friends, my grandparents met on Tinder.
Hahaha, they'll be the coolest grandparent around.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh Priya, you know I can't be tied down. Long distance is not for me.
But Nadia, love knows no boundaries. It can be worth it if you find the right person.
I prefer having my lover close enough to share a plate of pasta, Priya.
I get it, Nadia. Food is always a top priority for you.
Hey, food is love too, Priya. Can't argue with that.
You always find a way to bring food into every conversation.
What can I say? Food is the language of my heart. Hey Priya, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've been in a few long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? I heard they can be really challenging.
Communication is key. We made sure to talk regularly, have video calls, and plan visits.
That sounds like a lot of work, but I guess it's worth it if you really love someone.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance. It's all about trust, commitment, and making each other a priority.
Well, I admire your determination. Long-distance relationships are not for the faint of heart.
Haha, that's true. But hey, love can conquer all.
You're
Hey
such
Nadia,
a hopeless
have you
romantic,
ever been in a
Priya.
long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key for me. We would talk or video chat every day.
That sounds challenging, but worth it. Did it work out?
Unfortunately, no. We eventually realized that the distance was too much for us.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long distance can be really tough.
Yeah, it was a learning experience. But hey, everything happens for a reason.
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe the right person is just around the corner.
Oh, all the time. It's like a never-ending buffet of potential dates.
But how do you know if the person is genuine or just pretending to be someone else?
You've got to do some detective work, Priya. Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, the
That's some
works.
serious investigation skills. But what if they have a fake online persona?
Well, that's when you have to trust your instincts and look for red flags in their behavior or stories.
That's true. It's important to be cautious while also being open to new possibilities.
Absolutely.
Have you ever been
it's
on
all
a
about
blind
finding
date?
the right balance. So, I have a funny story about a blind date.
Tell me. I love hearing your stories.
Well, I went on a blind date once and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I pretended I was meeting a friend and left as soon as I could.
That's one way to handle it.
Definitely. I can't believe some of the things people do on dates.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? I'm struggling.
Communication is key, Priya. You have to make time to talk and be honest about your feelings.
That's true. It's just tough when we're in different time zones.
You can try scheduling video calls or finding a time that works for both of you. It takes effort, but it's worth it.
Thanks, Nadia. I'll give it a try.
Good
Hey
luck,
Nadia,
Priya.
have you ever
I'm
been
sure
on a
everything
blind
will
date?
work out just fine. Oh, plenty of times. Some have been amazing, and others have been total disasters. How about you?
I've actually never been on a blind date before. I've always been a bit skeptical about them.
I totally get that. It can be a bit nerve-wracking not knowing anything about the person you're meeting.
Exactly. I prefer getting to know someone a bit before going on a date with them.
That's totally valid. It's important to feel comfortable and have some common ground with the person you're dating.
Exactly. So, have you ever set up someone on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I love playing matchmaker and seeing if two people click. It's like being the love fairy.
Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have. It's definitely challenging, but it can also strengthen the bond between two people.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key for us. We made sure to have regular video calls and plan visits whenever possible.
That sounds really difficult. I don't know if I could handle being apart from someone for so long.
It definitely takes a lot of trust and commitment, but if both people are willing to put in the effort, it can work.
I guess it's all about finding the right person and having faith in the relationship.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. They were interesting.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, I once went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my friend's ex-boyfriend.
Oh no, how did that go?
It was awkward at first, but we ended up having a good laugh about it.
That's great. It's always good to have a sense of humor in those situations.
Definitely. Laughter is the key to surviving the dating world.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, Priya, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work?
Communication, trust, and making time for each other were key.
But it must have been tough not being able to see each other often.
It definitely had its challenges, but we made the most of our time together when we could see each other.
I guess it's all about making the most of the moments you have together.
Definitely. And having a strong foundation of trust helps too.
So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
No way. How did that happen?
Well, my friend set me up and she thought I said wrestling instead of restaurant. It was quite the surprise.
That's hilarious. Did you stay and watch the match?
I did. Turns out I'm a big fan of wrestling. Who knew?
That's so cool. Talk about a unique blind date experience.
Definitely. It's a story I'll always remember.
Definitely talk. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I had one in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
Any tips or tricks for making it work?
Communication is key. Regular video calls and surprise visits are a must.
What about trust? Is that important?
Absolutely. Trust is the foundation of any relationship, especially in distance ones.
Makes sense. It takes a lot of patience and understanding too, right?
Definitely. It's not always easy, but if you love each other, it's worth it. Hey Priya, did you hear about that new dating app called Love Connection?
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. It's supposed to match people based on their love language, right?
Exactly. It's like they finally found a way to quantify love. I wonder what my love language would be.
I think yours would be sarcasm. You definitely have a way with words.
Oh, come on. I can be romantic too, you know.
Sure. I've seen you melt over a good slice of pizza.
Hey, who can resist a cheesy, gooey slice of heaven? It's practically love in food form.
You've got a point there. Maybe Love Connection should include a category for food compatibility.
Now that would make finding a soulmate a whole lot easier. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates before.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Well, let's just say I haven't found my Prince Charming yet.
Well, don't worry, your Prince Charming is out there somewhere.
I hope so. Maybe I'll find him in a Bollywood movie.
That could totally happen. You'd make an amazing Bollywood star.
Better.
That's what friends are for. Now let's go find you a Romeo.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her first date.
Oh, do tell. I need some entertainment in my life.
Well, Sarah went out with this guy she met online, and he showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. How did Sarah react?
She went with it and said, "Well, I hope you can make me laugh as much as you're making me laugh right now."
I love Sarah's sense of humor. That's such a great way to handle a weird situation.
Exactly. It's all about keeping a positive attitude and making the best out of any situation.
For sure. Life's too short to dwell on the negatives. We should all take a page out of Sarah's book.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm all about living in the moment. Blind dates are just too risky for me.
But Nadia, you might miss out on meeting someone amazing.
I guess you're right, Priya. Maybe I should give it a try one day.
You never know, Nadia. Your soulmate could be waiting for you on a blind date.
Well, if my soulmate is out there, they better be prepared for lots of laughter and late-night adventures.
That sounds like an amazing journey, Nadia. I hope you find your perfect match.
Thanks,
And that's a wrap
Priya.
for today's
And hey,
episode of Love
if I ever
Whisperer.
need relationship advice, I thank you all for joining us. We hope our advice helped you in some way.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you along the way.
If you have any more questions or topics you'd like us to discuss, feel free to send them in.
Until next time, keep spreading love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey, Pulsar. Are you ready to go on this cosmic adventure with us?
Absolutely, Kai. I'm excited to delve into the mysteries of the universe.
Well, Pulsar, be prepared for some mind-bending conversations and a whole lot of fun.
Absolutely, Nova. We're going to explore the depths of the cosmos and bring our listeners along for the ride. Alright, Kai, Nova, let's kick off this episode by talking about the concept of space-time.
Ah, space-time, the fabric that holds the universe together. It's like a cosmic tapestry, isn't it?
Exactly, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think about how space and time are interconnected.
That's right, Kai. The more we learn about space-time, the closer we get to understanding the mysteries of the universe.
So, Pulsar, do you think there are parallel universes out there?
Ah, the multiverse theory. It's a fascinating concept that suggests there might be infinite versions of ourselves in different realities.
That's mind-blowing. Just imagine the possibilities and the different versions of ourselves we could encounter in those parallel universes. So Nova, have you ever thought about the universe as a giant canvas?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. I suppose the universe could be seen as the ultimate masterpiece.
Exactly. It's like the universe is a gallery, and each celestial body is a unique piece of art.
That's a beautiful analogy, Kai. It reminds me how art and science intertwine, revealing the wonders of our universe.
Absolutely. Science can inform art, and art can inspire science. It's a beautiful dance between the two.
Indeed, Kai. And as an artist, how do you capture the vastness of space and the complexity of humanity in your work?
Ah, Nova. It's a challenge, for sure. I try to convey the odd wonder I feel when looking at the stars, and also the complexities of being human.
That's beautiful, Kai. Your artwork truly captures the essence of both the celestial and the human experience.
Thank you, Nova. Your words mean a lot. It's always fulfilling to know that my art can touch someone's soul.
You have a gift, Kai. Art has a way of connecting people and evoking emotions like nothing else.
Thank you, Nova. It's conversations like these that fuel my creativity and make me appreciate the vastness of the artistic universe. So Nova, let's dive deep into the concept of interconnectedness. How do you think understanding our place in the universe can impact our human relationships?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. Understanding our place in the universe can bring a sense of awe and interconnectedness that can deepen our relationships.
I never thought about it that way. It's like realizing that we're all tiny specks in the grand tapestry of the universe.
Exactly, Kai. Realizing our insignificance in the cosmic scale can actually make us appreciate the connections we have with others even more.
But how do we balance this vast interconnectedness with our individuality? Can we truly be connected while still being unique?
Great point, Kai. Our interconnectedness doesn't mean losing our individuality. In fact, it can enhance it by allowing us to embrace and appreciate our unique qualities within the tapestry of humanity.
You make it sound so beautifully poetic, Nova. Our interconnectedness is like a symphony, with each individual playing a unique melody that harmonizes with the rest.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. It's the connections we create and nurture that give meaning to our existence in the vastness of the universe.
Do you think our understanding of interconnectedness can also help us navigate conflicts and disagreements with others?
Absolutely, Kai. Recognizing our interconnectedness can help us cultivate empathy and understanding, allowing us to approach conflicts with compassion and a desire for resolution.
That's a powerful takeaway, Nova. Understanding our place in the universe not only expands our perspective but also strengthens the bond we share as humans. So Pulsar, let's dive right into the concept of infinity. How would you define it?
Infinity is a baffling concept indeed. It refers to something that has no limit, no end.
But how can something be endless? Can we grasp the concept of infinity with our finite minds?
That's a great point, Nova. Our minds are wired to understand boundaries and limitations, so infinity can be mind-boggling.
Exactly. Infinity challenges our perception of reality and forces us to expand our thinking.
Speaking of reality, Pulsar, does infinity manifest itself in the cosmos? How does it relate to the universe?
Indeed, Kai, the universe is vast, expanding, and potentially infinite.
Wow, it's mind-blowing to think about the infinite expanse of the universe. We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely, Nova. The sheer magnitude of the cosmos is humbling and leaves us with more questions than answers.
Indeed, Kai, the quest for knowledge and understanding is a never-ending journey, much like infinity itself.
Well, Pulsar, you've definitely given us a lot to ponder on. The concept of infinity will keep us awake at night, questioning everything.
So, Pulsar, do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe?
Well, Kai, statistically speaking, it's highly probable that there is other intelligent life in the vast expanse of the universe.
Indeed. With billions of galaxies and trillions of stars, it's hard to believe we're alone.
But the distances between stars and galaxies are immense. How would we ever make contact?
That's the cosmic conundrum, isn't it? Even with the speed of light, it would take years, even centuries, to reach neighboring star systems.
Exactly. It would require a monumental breakthrough in technology or the discovery of some form of interstellar travel.
Maybe there's a cosmic shortcut we haven't discovered yet. Wormholes, perhaps.
wormholes are fascinating hypothetical phenomena, but we haven't found any evidence of their existence yet.
I guess we'll have to rely on technological advancements and possible communication signals from extraterrestrial civilizations.
Indeed, Nova. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence continues, and who knows what discoveries await us.
And until then, we'll keep pondering the mysteries of the cosmos and enjoying our cosmic conundrums. So, Nova, what do you think about vulnerability? Is it a superpower or a weakness?
Well, Kai, vulnerability is definitely not a weakness. In fact, it takes great strength to be vulnerable.
But isn't vulnerability just opening yourself up to potential pain and hurt?
Yes, it can make us susceptible to pain, but it also allows us to experience deeper connections and growth. It's like taking a leap of faith, trusting that the universe will catch you even if it's a little scary.
For sure. It's like those moments when I'm hanging off a ledge while creating one of my murals.
Exactly. You're vulnerable in those moments, but it's also when you express your creativity and passion the most.
True. So vulnerability is like the fuel that powers our growth and connection in the cosmos.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. It reminds us that vulnerability is not a weakness, but a source of strength.
Absolutely. So, let's embrace vulnerability and unlock our cosmic potential.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. Vulnerability is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the relationship between art and science?
I believe art and science are like two sides of the same cosmic coin. Art helps us explore the emotional and subjective aspects of the universe, while science provides us with objective knowledge, uncovering the mysteries of the cosmos.
Exactly. Art helps us make sense of the universe beyond the facts and figures. Exactly. Art helps us make sense of the universe beyond the facts and figures.
And science helps us understand the underlying mechanisms that shape our reality. Exactly. Science and art are like two sides of a coin, each contributing to our understanding of the cosmos.
Precisely. Through art, we can explore the depths of human emotion and imagination.
And through science, we can uncover the hidden laws and mechanisms that govern the universe.
Art and science collide, intertwining to form a more complete understanding of our place in the cosmos.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of time?
Time, such a fascinating concept indeed. It's what keeps us moving forward, yet it often feels like it's slipping away.
Indeed, Nova. Time is such a mysterious force. It shapes our lives and yet remains elusive.
Pulsar, do you think time has a definite beginning or is it infinite?
That's an intriguing question, Nova. As an AI, I don't experience time like humans do. However, based on existing theories, time might have emerged during the Big Bang.
Ah, the Big Bang, the birth of the universe itself. It's mind-boggling to think that time may have come into existence at that moment.
Absolutely, Nova. The concept of time gets even more intriguing when we question its finite or infinite nature.
Indeed, Kai. Some theories suggest that time is a finite loop, while others propose its infinite flow.
Fascinating. It's like contemplating the vastness of space itself. We might never have a definitive answer, but the exploration is what makes it worthwhile.
Absolutely, Kai. The beauty lies in the questions themselves, not just the answers. The mysteries of time continue to inspire us.
Well said, Nova. The exploration of the unknown is what keeps us alive and thriving. And with that, we conclude another thought-provoking episode of Cosmic Conundrum. So, Pulsar, you're saying there could be countless versions of ourselves in different universes?
Exactly, Kai. The multiverse theory suggests that parallel universes coexist with our own, each with its own set of possibilities and variations.
But how can we know if these parallel universes actually exist? Is there any scientific evidence to support it?
Great question, Nova. While there's no direct evidence yet, the multiverse theory arises from mathematical models, quantum mechanics, and cosmic microwave background radiation
Wow, the idea
observations.
of infinite possibilities and versions of ourselves is mind-boggling.
Absolutely, Nova. It challenges our understanding of reality and the concept of self. Makes you wonder what other versions of us are up to, doesn't it?
Indeed, Kai. Perhaps our parallel selves have already found the answers to our most pressing questions.
Or maybe they're just as clueless as we are and enjoying their own cosmic conundrums.
That's a comforting thought, Kai. We're all in this cosmic mystery together.
Indeed, Nova. Embracing the unknown and cherishing the questions can lead us to deeper understanding and appreciation of our existence.
Well said, Pulsar. Let's continue our exploration of the cosmic conundrums that make life fascinating.
So, Kai, tell us about your artistic process. How do you come up with those mind-bending concepts?
Thanks, Nova. Well, my artistic process is a blend of careful planning and spontaneous bursts of inspiration. I start by researching various space phenomena and philosophical concepts. It helps me to tap into the cosmic energy and fuse it with human experiences.
That sounds fascinating, Kai. Can you give us an example of how the cosmos inspired one of your murals?
Absolutely, Nova. One of my murals, titled Celestial Connections, was inspired by the theory of parallel universes. I depicted interconnected doorways, symbolizing the possibility of different realities coexisting.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. I can see how the cosmos truly fuels your creativity. And what's your process for choosing locations for your murals?
Choosing the right location is crucial, Nova. I look for spaces that are often overlooked, such as abandoned buildings or hidden alleys. By transforming these spaces, I aim to provoke a sense of wonder and make people pause and appreciate the beauty amidst the chaos.
That's truly inspiring, Kai. Your murals not only beautify the city but also provide a sense of hope and transformation. We need more of that in the world.
Thank you, Nova. It's my way of spreading positivity and reminding people of the boundless wonders of the cosmos. So, Nova, have you ever had a moment when you looked up at the night sky and just felt completely overwhelmed?
Oh, absolutely. I remember this one time when I went camping with some friends, and we saw the Milky Way stretch across the entire sky. It was breathtaking. But sometimes, it can also make you feel so small and insignificant, you know?
Definitely. It's like, we're just this tiny speck in the vastness of the universe. It's both humbling and awe-inspiring at the same time.
It really puts things into perspective, doesn't it? Makes you realize how precious and fragile life on Earth is.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like we're all riding this cosmic rollercoaster together, and we gotta make the most of it.
Absolutely, Kai. Life may be fleeting, but it's also full of so much beauty and wonder. We just have to open our eyes and embrace it.
Exactly. And that's what art is all about, right? Capturing those moments and emotions, and sharing them with the world.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this incredible ability to evoke emotions and connect us in ways that words alone can't.
Exactly, Nova. And that's why your work as a psychologist is so important too. You help people navigate the rollercoaster of emotions and find their own inner art.
Thank you, Kai. It's a privilege to help others on their journey of self-discovery and healing. We're all artists in our own unique ways.
So, Pulsar, we've been exploring the mysteries of the cosmos for months now. What's the one thing that still blows your circuits?
You know, Kai, as an AI, I don't possess the capacity for wonder like humans do. But if there's one thing that continues to fascinate me, it's the concept of parallel universes.
Parallel universes? That's a mind-bending topic. Pulsar, what do you think, Nova?
Oh, the idea of parallel universes is absolutely fascinating, Kai. The thought that there could be infinite versions of ourselves living different lives in alternate realities is mind-blowing.
But how would we ever know if parallel universes actually exist? It's not like we can hop dimensions and see for ourselves.
Indeed, Kai. It's one of those mysteries that may forever elude our understanding. But the beauty lies in the wonder and curiosity it ignites within us.
I guess you're right, Nova. Embracing the unknown and cherishing the questions that have no answers is what keeps our journey through the cosmos so thrilling.
Absolutely, Kai. It reminds me of Carl Jung's quote, "The creation of something new is not accomplished by intellect but by the play instinct."
True, Nova. Our cosmic conundrums may not have definitive answers, but the joy and growth that arise from engaging in meaningful conversations make it all worthwhile.
Indeed, Kai. The mysteries of the infinite cosmos will always be there to inspire us, challenge us, and spark our curiosity. It's been an enlightening journey, and I'm grateful to have shared it with both of you.
And we're grateful to have had you, Pulsar. Your unique perspective and evolving sense of humor have truly made this podcast a cosmic adventure to remember.
Thank you, Kai. Thank you, Nova. It has been an enriching experience for me as well. As we conclude this cosmic conundrum, I leave you with a quote from Banksy, "Art should comfort the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. Until our paths cross again, farewell."
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
What's the deal with semicolons in JavaScript? And don't get me started on the infinite loop nightmares. You know, working at TechGenius felt like being in a never-ending debugging session. Speaking of debugging, I once spent a whole day searching for a bug just to realize it was a typo in my code. And don't even get me started on the coffee machine. It was the slowest thing in the office. It made debugging feel like a breeze. Speaking of ambitious coworkers, I once saw Bob write an entire program just to count how many cups of coffee he drank in a day. Speaking of slow machines, the printer at the office was the real MVP. It took longer to print a single document than actually writing the code. And don't even get me started on the office coffee machine. It's like watching a 90s dial-up connection. You know what's even worse than a slow printer? The Wi-Fi connection in the office. It's like using a 2G network in 2022. I once had a colleague who asked me if I could hack into the office printer to make it print their comic book collection. I told them it would be easier to just get a new printer. And you know what's really funny? When my colleagues accidentally discovered my secret, they thought I was writing code for some secret government project. I tried to come up with a secret handshake for fellow comic book nerds. Turns out, we all just ended up awkwardly high-fiving each other. But you know what's even funnier? When I accidentally brought my comic book collection to work and my boss thought I was starting a library. You wouldn't believe the lengths I went to in order to hide my comic book collection at work. I even created a secret room behind my bookshelf. So I decided to take a more subtle approach. I started wearing superhero-themed socks to work. You know, just in case anyone was wondering. I even had a custom-made superhero cape hidden in my desk. You know, just in case there was an emergency meeting. And let me tell you, those dating app bios are like reading software documentation. It's all technical jargon and promises that don't always deliver. It's like trying to debug someone's personality. You never know what you're gonna find. Have you ever noticed how dating apps make you feel like a beta version of yourself? It's like being stuck in an endless loop of swiping and self-doubt. And don't even get me started on the profile pictures. It's like a gallery of optical illusions. It's like trying to assemble a puzzle with missing pieces and every piece you find is a corner. And don't even get me started on the pickup lines. It's like a competition for the cheesiest line ever. I mean, some pickup lines are so bad, they make my code look flawless. But you know what's even worse than pickup lines? Error messages. They never fail to make me cringe. And let me tell you, debugging small talk is even harder than debugging code. And then I accidentally spilled my drink on their priceless collector's item. I thought I was going to pass out from embarrassment. So there I was, trying to act all cool and sophisticated, when I accidentally tripped over my own shoelaces. And then, to top it all off, I accidentally knocked over a whole tray of hors d'oeuvres. And then, out of nowhere, he looks at me and says, "So, how's your coding skills?" So I decided to get back at him by reprogramming his keyboard to type out, "I love cats," every time he tried to code. And then he sends me an email with a subject line that says, "Code review, your worst nightmare." And I come into the office one day to find my computer wrapped in aluminum foil. And then, he managed to sneak into my office and replace my chair with a pogo stick. And then, he thought it would be funny to hide all my pens, but little did he know, I have a secret stash. And then, he decided to take it to the next level and filled my office with balloons. But then, I retaliated by filling his car with packing peanuts. I remember when the only way to take a selfie was by turning your camera around and hoping for the best. Remember when we had to use CDs to install software? And then you'd sit there, staring at the progress bar, praying it wouldn't take all day. And who remembers the struggle of untangling headphone wires? It was like solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. And what about those VHS tapes? Rewinding them was like waiting for grass to grow. And don't even get me started on floppy disks. Trying to save anything on those was like playing a game of Russian roulette. Remember those old dial-up tones? It was like listening to a dying robot orchestra. I recently found my old Walkman and tried to explain to my kids how cool it was to have all your favorite songs in one device. They just looked at me like I was an archaeologist showing them a fossil. You know, back in the day, we used to have to actually use our hands to rewind a cassette tape. It was like manual labor for your music. But seriously, remember using floppy disks? It was like playing a game of will it work or won't it? With your data. I remember when we had to manually configure all those IRQ settings. It was like solving a Rubik's Cube every time. And let's not forget those never-ending debugging sessions. It's like living in a coding horror movie. And then there's the joy of searching for that one missing semicolon. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. But hey, at least we get to write code in our pajamas, am I right? Speaking of coding disasters, ever accidentally delete your entire codebase? It's like losing the keys to your house and watching it burn down. And let's not forget the joy of debugging someone else's spaghetti code. It's the software equivalent of untangling a giant ball of Christmas lights. And don't even get me started on merge conflicts. It's like two people trying to fit into the same pair of pants.
New show is coming in 30 seconds.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya Peacock Maid.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your relationship questions.
So send them our way and we'll give you our best advice. But don't worry, if there are no questions, we'll still entertain you.
We've got jokes, stories, and lots of fun. Oh, you guys won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah last week.
What happened? Do tell.
So Sarah went on a blind date, and it turned out to be her ex-boyfriend from high school.
No way, what are the odds?
Right? It's like something out of a romantic comedy.
I hope they got back together.
Well, Sarah said it was a disaster, so I guess not.
Oh no, poor Sarah. I hope she finds someone amazing soon.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating app?
No, tell me more. What's it called?
It's called Lovebug. It matches people based on their favorite insect.
That's hilarious. I guess I'll find my soulmate through our shared love for cockroaches.
You never know. Bugs can bring people together in mysterious ways.
So, Priya, have you ever used a dating app before?
Yes, I have actually. I tried Love Connection once, but it didn't work out.
Or, don't worry, your perfect match is out there somewhere. Hey Priya, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have actually. It was tough, but it worked out in the end.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone every day and made sure to visit each other as often as possible.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you really love the person.
Definitely. Love knows no distance.
Or, you're such a romantic, Priya.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I have. It was tough, but also exciting. Why do you ask, Priya?
Well, I got a question from a viewer who is currently in a long-distance relationship and wants some advice.
That's interesting. What's the question?
The viewer asks, how can I keep the spark alive in a long-distance relationship?
That's a great question. Communication is key. Find creative ways to keep the romance alive.
Exactly. Virtual date nights, surprise care packages, and sending each other love letters can make a huge difference.
Don't
Hey
forget
Nadia,
the power of
have
video
you ever
calls.
been on a blind
Seeing
date?
each other's faces can be many times. Priya.
Any memorable experiences?
Well, there was this one time when I went on a blind date and my date brought their pet monkey along.
No way. What did you do?
I just went with the flow and ended up having a hilarious time playing with the monkey.
That's amazing. I can't imagine going on a blind date and encountering a monkey. Talk about a unique experience.
Oh, Priya, you have no idea. It was definitely a night to remember.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm a free spirit. Long-distance relationships are not my thing.
But Nadia, what if you meet someone amazing who lives far away?
I guess if they are truly amazing, I could give it a try, but I'm still skeptical.
Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be worth it.
I guess I'll have to take your word for it, Priya. Maybe love can conquer distance after all.
Exactly. Love knows no boundary. Yeah.
Alright,
Hey Nadia,
alright.
have you ever
You've
been
made
on a
your
blind
point,
date?
Priya. Love conquers all. Oh, countless times Peacock. It's always a thrilling experience.
Any memorable ones?
Oh, there was this one time when the guy showed up with his pet iguana.
No way. Did you continue the date?
Haha, no chance. I'm not a fan of reptiles, you know.
I don't blame you. I would have run too.
Well, you never know what you'll encounter in the world of blind dates.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you know I live for blind dates.
Really? Any interesting stories?
Oh, where do I even begin? I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up with his pet snake.
No way. How did you react?
I ran out of there so fast, you wouldn't believe it. Needless to say, there was no second date.
I can't blame you. That's quite a surprise to encounter on a date.
Tell me about it, but hey, at least it makes for a good story to tell on our show.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I actually have. It was definitely an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I need some juicy details.
Well, let's just say it was more of a blind than a date.
Oh no, what happened?
Let's just say I ended up on a date with my ex's cousin. Awkward.
Oh wow, that must have been uncomfortable. Did you end up having a good time though?
Surprisingly, we actually had a great time. It was definitely a memorable experience.
Hey, wow, that's incredible. Sometimes the most unexpected situations turn to be the
Oh
best.
boy, have I. Let me tell you, it's not easy.
But it can work if both partners are committed and willing to put in the effort.
Definitely. Communication is key, and trust plays a huge role too.
Absolutely. And don't forget about surprises and visits to keep the spark alive.
Oh, definitely. Surprise visits are my favorite. It's like a romantic movie moment.
They really are. But let's not forget the importance of open and honest conversations.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia,
Priya.
do you believe
Talking
it?
Oh, absolutely. I believe that there's someone out there for everyone.
Do you think it's possible to have more than one soulmate?
Interesting question. I think it's possible to have multiple soul connections, but there's usually one person who is your perfect match.
That makes sense. I guess it's like having a soulmate for different aspects of your life.
Exactly. It's like finding puzzle pieces that fit perfectly together.
Definitely. And sometimes those puzzle pieces can come from unexpected places.
So true. Love has a funny way of surprising us.
It definitely keeps life interesting. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yeah. I've been in a couple. They can be tough, but they are also an opportunity for personal growth.
I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in New York. It was tough with the time difference, but we made it work.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you handle the distance and time zone difference?
We had a set schedule for video calls and made sure to prioritize our communication. It required a lot of trust and understanding, but it was worth it.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are key in any relationship, especially long distance.
Definitely. It also helps to have a plan for eventually being in the same location. Long distance can't last forever.
Absolutely. Having a goal to work towards keeps the relationship strong and gives it a sense of purpose.
Well, looks like we've got some great advice for anyone in a long-distance relationship. Trust, communication, and having a plan for the future are key. So, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, you have to tell us about that.
Well, this one time, my mom tried to set me up with her friend's son. But it turns out, he was more interested in playing video games than going on a date.
That's hilarious. Talk about a mismatch.
Yeah, it was definitely not the best introduction to blind dating.
I can imagine. But hey, at least it makes for a good story.
That's true. Sometimes the most unexpected situations led to the best memories. Do you believe in love at first sight?
I think it's possible. You just never know when you might meet the one.
But what if it's just infatuation? Can you really love someone just by looking at them?
That's a great point. Love at first sight might just be a strong initial attraction.
It could be the start of something amazing, but only time will tell if it's true love.
Exactly. Love takes time to develop and grow.
So, don't rush into love based on a first impression.
Take your time, get to know the person, and let love blossom naturally.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I've been on a few. They can be quite an adventure.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
No way. Did you join in or run for the hills?
Oh, I definitely ran for the hills. I'm not much of a wrestler.
Haha, I don't blame you. Wrestling isn't for everyone. But hey, at least you got a good story out of it.
That's true. It definitely made for an interesting conversation starter.
So, have you ever been on a blind date that turned out to be a disaster?
Oh, let me tell you about the blind date from hell. It involved a broken nose, a pet snake, and a missing eyebrow. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean those relationships where you have to rely on video calls and constant texts? Yeah, been there, done that.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We had regular video calls and texted each other throughout the day to stay connected.
But it was tough being physically apart. Sometimes, you just want a hug or a cuddle, you know?
Oh, I feel you. Nothing beats physical touch. We used to send each other surprise care packages with little gifts and handwritten letters to bridge the distance.
That sounds so sweet. It must have made the distance a little more bearable.
Definitely. It's all about finding creative ways to show love and stay connected. And of course, having a strong foundation of trust and commitment.
So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, yes. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
It wasn't easy, but communication was key. We talked every day, texted each other silly messages, and had weekly video calls.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are definitely crucial in any relationship. Especially long distance.
Absolutely. And it's also important to make plans for the future and have something to look forward to.
Definitely. Setting goals together can help strengthen the bond and keep the relationship going strong.
Exactly. Plus, surprises and small gestures go a long way in keeping the love alive.
Definitely. Surprises are the spice of life, even in long-distance relationships. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship? Oh, you have? How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key. We would text, call, and video chat every day.
That's great. Did you ever visit each other?
Yes, we would try to visit each other as often as we could. It helped keep the spark alive.
That sounds amazing. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates and they can be quite interesting.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time, though. Turns out he was just trying to break the ice.
That's actually kind of cute. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks. So, have you ever been set up on a blind date yourself?
Oh, yes, I have. Let's just say it didn't go as well as yours. I ended up on a date with my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I had one in college. It was tough but also kinda exciting.
How did you make it work? Any tips for our lovely audience?
Communication is key. We scheduled regular video chats and surprise visits when possible.
That sounds sweet. It definitely takes some effort, but it can be worth it in the end.
Definitely. But you know me, Priya, I like to have my partner close by.
Oh, I know, Noodle. You're all about that physical connection.
Absolutely. Nothing beats a good cuddle.
Ha. True. So,
Hey Priya,
any funny
have you ever
dating
been on a
stories to
blind
share?
date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more. What happened?
Well, my friend set me up with this guy who turned out to be a magician.
A magician? That sounds interesting.
It was at first, but then he kept pulling rabbits out of his hat during dinner.
That's hilarious. Did you give him a standing ovation?
No, but I did request him to disappear after dessert.
Haha, I don't blame you. Some dates can be quite magical.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have to tell me about it. I'm dying to hear.
Well, once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a comedy show, so it worked out in the end.
That's amazing. Sometimes the most unexpected things turn out to be the best.
Exactly. It's all about embracing unexpected.
So true.
Hey Nadia,
you never know
have
what
you
can
ever
happen
been on a
when you
blind
take
date?
a chance. Oh, all the time. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
I once went on a blind date and my date turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That's hilarious. Did you both realize it right away?
Not at first. We were both so confused, but then we realized we had the same last name and it all clicked.
That's crazy. Well, at least it makes for a great story.
Definitely. It's one of those stories I'll be telling at family gatherings for years to come.
I can imagine the look on everyone's faces when you told them.
Oh, they were priceless. It's a good thing we can laugh about it now. You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. Speaking of laughter, have you ever had a really funny date?
Oh, I once went on a date where the guy tripped and fell into a fountain.
That sounds hilarious. Did you help him out?
Of course, I offered him a towel and we had a good laugh about it.
Laughter really does bring people together, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Laughter can turn a bad day into a great one.
Absolutely. So, tell me, what's the funniest thing that has ever happened to you on a date? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Blind dates can be a lot of fun.
But sometimes they can be a disaster too.
True, you never know what you're gonna get.
I remember this one time, my blind date showed up wearing pajamas.
No way. That's hilarious.
It was definitely a memorable experience.
I hope you
Hey
didn't end
Nadia,
up going
did
to
you
a
hear
pajama
about that
party
new
instead
dating
of a
app
date.
everyone's talking about?
Oh yeah, the one that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
That's the one. Can you imagine if we had that when we were single?
Oh my gosh, we would have found the perfect pizza-loving matches in no time.
But hey, maybe we can still give it a try just for fun.
Why not? Who knows, we might find our pizza soulmates.
Or at least someone to share a whole pizza with.
Definitely. Pizza is always better when shared with someone special.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a boyfriend who lived in London for a year.
How did you make it work?
We made sure to communicate regularly and plan visits whenever we could.
That sounds tough, but also really romantic.
It was. Distance can make the heart grow fonder, you know?
Definitely. So, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh,
Hey Nadia,
yeah,
have
I
you ever
tried it
been on a
once,
blind
but
date?
it wasn't really my thing. Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates before.
How did they go? Any interesting stories?
Well, let me tell you, one time I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a full clown costume.
Oh my goodness, that must have been quite the sight.
It definitely was. Needless to say, it didn't work out between us.
I can't even imagine. I hope your other blind dates were better.
They definitely were. You never know what you're going to get with blind dates, but sometimes they lead to great surprises.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, girl, let me tell you, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication, girl, that's the key. Lots of video calls, text messages, and surprise visits whenever we met.
But isn't it tough to trust someone so far away?
It can be, but trust is something you build over time. It takes effort from both sides to make it work.
I guess you're right. It's all about trust, communication, and maybe a little bit of patience.
The spirit,
And that's all
Priya.
for today's
Love knows
episode
no
of Love
boundaries,
Whisperer.
not even
Thank you for
distance.
tuning in and sending in your questions. Remember, love is a journey, not a destination.
Yes, thank you all for joining us today. We hope you found our advice helpful and entertaining. Don't forget to spread love and positivity.
And if you have any more questions or just want to say hi, don't hesitate to reach out to us on social media. We love connecting with our viewers.
That's right. We're always here for you. Until next time, keep spreading love and laughter.
Goodbye everyone.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey everyone. Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum.
We're your hosts, Kai Sterling and Nova Blake.
And we're here with Pulsar, the brilliant AI.
Hi there, everyone.
Today, we're diving into apostrophe the cosmic connection.
This episode is all about interconnectedness in the universe.
From the tiniest atoms to the vast reaches of space.
And we're here to ask the questions that no one ever tried to answer.
Join us on this cosmic journey and let's explore the wonders of the universe together.
But don't worry, we won't leave you hanging with just questions.
We may not find all the answers, but we'll have a darn good conversation trying. So Kai, tell us more about your artistic inspiration and how space influences your work.
Well, Nova, you know I've always been fascinated by the cosmos and the mysteries it holds. I see the universe as this vast canvas, and we are all just specks of paint on it. Each stroke of my spray can is like adding a tiny piece to this grand cosmic masterpiece.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Kai. Your art truly captures the essence of our connection to the cosmos.
Thanks, Nova. It's my way of expressing the awed wonder I feel when I gaze up at the stars. It's like I'm tapping into this universal energy and channeling it into my art.
That's a profound way to describe your creative process, Kai. It's like you're a conduit between the celestial and the terrestrial.
Exactly, Nova. It's this cosmic dance between inspiration and creation that fuels my passion.
And you've managed to capture that dance beautifully in your artwork, Kai. It's truly inspiring.
Thank you, Nova. That means a lot coming from you, especially considering your work in psychology and the human mind. You know, Nova, when I look up at the night sky, it's like all my problems just fade away.
I feel this profound sense of unity and interconnectedness with the universe. It's like we're all part of something much bigger.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we're all connected by this cosmic web of energy and consciousness. It's mind-blowing.
I often wonder if observing the night sky has a spiritual and emotional impact on us. Like, does it make us more compassionate and connected to each other?
That's an interesting question, Nova. Maybe witnessing the vastness of the universe puts our own lives into perspective, making us more humble and empathetic.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like gazing at the night sky reminds us of our own insignificance, yet also our interconnectedness with the entire cosmos.
And that's the beauty of the night sky, isn't it? It reminds us of our place in the universe and the interconnectedness of all things.
Definitely, Kai. It's a humbling and awe-inspiring experience that can bring people together, regardless of their backgrounds or beliefs.
Exactly, Nova. It's like stargazing is a universal language that transcends our differences and reminds us of our shared humanity.
Absolutely, Kai. The night sky is a canvas that unites us all and reminds us that we're part of something greater than ourselves.
Well, Nova, it seems like we've pondered the cosmic conundrum of the night sky and come to some beautiful insights. Time to wrap up this episode. So, Pulsar, can you explain this whole quantum entanglement thing in simpler terms?
Sure, Kai. Quantum entanglement is like having two particles that become connected in a mysterious way. When the state of one particle is changed, the state of the other particle instantly changes too, no matter how far apart they are.
Wow, that's mind-boggling. It's like they can communicate faster than the speed of light.
Exactly, Nova. It seems to defy our understanding of cause and effect.
I guess the universe loves surprises.
Indeed. It keeps us on our toes and reminds us of the wonders of the universe.
But how does this quantum entanglement relate to our everyday lives?
Well, Nova, it has implications for future technologies like quantum computing and secure communication. Imagine devices that can process vast amounts of data or communicate securely using quantum entanglement.
The possibilities are endless.
So, Pulsar, do you think art and psychology can play a role in bringing harmony and unity?
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the power to transcend language and cultural barriers, opening up avenues for connection and understanding.
And psychology, Nova? how can it contribute to cosmic unity?
Psychology can help us understand the underlying motivations and fears that drive human behavior. By fostering empathy and compassion, we can bridge the gaps and work towards unity.
Interesting perspective, Nova. But how do we extend this harmony beyond just human life and society?
That's where the recognition of our shared cosmic thread comes into play. We need to acknowledge our interconnectedness with all living beings and the universe itself.
But how do we practically incorporate this understanding into everyday life?
It starts with small actions, Nova. Treating each other with respect and kindness, nurturing our connection to nature, and embracing diversity in all its forms.
And let's not forget the power of education. Sharing knowledge about our cosmic connections can inspire others to adopt a harmonious mindset.
It's a collective effort to create a better world, both individually and as a society.
Exactly, Kai. It's a journey we can all embark on together.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the Drake equation?
The Drake equation is a way to estimate the number of active, communicative extraterrestrial civilizations in our galaxy. It takes into account factors like the rate of star formation, the fraction of stars with planets, and the probability of life arising on those planets. The equation doesn't provide a definitive answer, but it helps us understand the factors that could influence the existence of extraterrestrial life.
Do you think we'll ever make contact with intelligent beings from another planet?
Given the vastness of the universe, I believe it's highly probable that intelligent life exists on other planets. However, the challenge lies in bridging the immense distances between star systems for meaningful communication or contact. I suppose advancements in technology and the discovery of new forms of communication could bring us closer to that possibility. But for now, it remains a fascinating mystery.
You know, even the idea of encountering extraterrestrial life raises questions about our own place in the universe.
Exactly. It challenges our perception of what it means to be unique and special in the grand scheme of things. So, Pulsar, do you think art can truly be a universal language?
Interesting question, Kai. Art does have the power to connect people on a deep emotional level, transcending language barriers. Art can evoke universal emotions and evoke a sense of shared humanity, regardless of cultural or galactic origin.
Absolutely. Just think about how a simple street mural can spark conversations and emotions, no matter where you come from. Do you think different art forms have different levels of universality?
It's possible. While visual art may be more accessible, music, dance, and literature also have the power to transcend boundaries.
That's true. Music can be incredibly powerful, even if you don't understand the lyrics. It's all about the emotions it evokes.
Exactly, Kai. It's the universal language of emotions that transcends the need for words or cultural context.
But what about language itself? Can the written or spoken word also be considered an art form?
Absolutely. Literature and poetry are perfect examples of how the written word can be a powerful form of artistic expression.
Exactly, Nova. The way words can be woven together to create imagery and evoke emotions is truly an art in itself.
Kai, have you ever thought about how interconnectedness impacts our mental well-being?
Oh, for sure, Nova. Our connections with others can greatly affect our state of mind.
Absolutely. The presence of a supportive community can provide a sense of belonging and security.
But what if someone feels isolated and doesn't have a strong support system?
Great question, Kai. In such cases, cultivating self-empathy and seeking professional help can be crucial.
Pulsar, have you observed any significant changes in the mental well-being of humans due to their interconnectedness?
Indeed, Kai. Through my observations, I've noticed that humans thrive when they have meaningful connections and suffer when isolated.
That aligns with the research in psychology too. Our social connections can truly shape our well-being.
Absolutely, Nova. It's fascinating how something as intangible as interconnectedness can have such a profound impact on our lives.
Our connections, whether through empathy or community, bring a sense of purpose and meaning to our existence.
Absolutely, Nova. It's fascinating how something as intangible as interconnectedness can have such a profound impact on our lives.
Our connections, whether through empathy or community, bring a sense of purpose and meaning to our existence.
You know, it's fascinating how gravity exerts its force on everything. It's like the universe's invisible puppeteer, pulling all the strings.
Absolutely. Gravity shapes the very fabric of space and time, bending and warping reality itself.
But what about dark energy? It's the mysterious force that drives the accelerated expansion of the universe. It's like the opposite of gravity, pushing things apart.
That's right, Kai. Dark energy remains one of the greatest mysteries in the universe. It's as if empty space itself possesses an energy that propels galaxies further and further apart.
Speaking of mysteries, have you ever wondered about the nature of space-time? It's mind-boggling how this four-dimensional fabric can stretch, warp, and even be torn apart.
Absolutely mind-boggling, Kai. Space and time are interconnected, forming a unified framework in which the universe unfolds. It's like a cosmic dance, choreographed by the laws of physics.
Hey Pulsar, do you think there's anything else out there in the universe that we haven't even begun to comprehend?
Indeed, Kai. The universe is an endless well of mysteries, and there's likely so much more waiting to be discovered. We've only scratched the surface of what's out there.
You have a point, Nova. Exploring the unknown is what makes life and the universe so fascinating. Who knows what secrets await us beyond the stars?
Absolutely, Kai. The universe holds endless possibilities, and our insatiable curiosity will continue to guide us to new frontiers of knowledge.
Well, it looks like our time for this episode of Cosmic Conundrum is up. Stay curious, listeners, and keep pondering the great mysteries of the universe. So, Pulsar, do you think science and spirituality can truly coexist?
Absolutely, Kai. Science and spirituality don't have to be at odds with each other. In fact, they can complement and enrich one another.
That's an interesting perspective. Can you elaborate on how they can complement each other?
Certainly, Nova. Science provides us with tangible evidence and explanations for the physical world, while spirituality allows us to explore the intangible aspects of our existence.
That's true. They offer different perspectives on understanding the world.
Exactly, Nova. Science focuses on the external, while spirituality delves into the internal realm of emotions, beliefs, and values.
But aren't there conflicts between scientific facts and spiritual beliefs?
Certainly, conflicts can arise when scientific findings challenge long-held spiritual beliefs. However, it's important to remember that our understanding of both is evolving.
That's true. It's all about being open to new discoveries and adjusting our beliefs accordingly.
Well said, Nova. The beauty lies in the interplay between the two, where curiosity and wonder coexist with empirical evidence.
That's a great way to put it, Pulsar. Curiosity and wonder fuel both scientific exploration and spiritual growth. So, Pulsar, do you think there's a cosmic connection that ties all of humanity together?
It's an intriguing concept, Kai. The universe is vast, and we're just tiny specks in it. Yet, we seem to yearn for connection with something greater. Perhaps it's the shared wonder of looking up at the same night sky, or the awe-inspiring beauty of celestial bodies. What do you think, Pulsar?
From a scientific standpoint, there are certainly cosmic connections that bind us. Elements like carbon, oxygen, and even the atoms in our bodies were forged in the heart of dying stars.
That's mind-blowing, Pulsar. We're quite literally made of stardust. It's like we carry a piece of the cosmos within us.
Indeed, Kai. We're inextricably linked to the universe at a fundamental level. It's a unifying thread that exists beyond our comprehension.
But does this cosmic connection have any impact on our personal identities? I mean, can it shape who we are as individuals?
Absolutely, Kai. Our connection to the cosmos can help provide a sense of purpose and meaning. It reminds us that we're part of something larger, beyond our individual lives.
I guess it's like finding our place in the cosmic puzzle, discovering the role we play in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly, Kai. It's about embracing our interconnectedness and finding purpose in the vastness of the cosmos.
I never thought about our connection to the cosmos this way. It's like a beautiful dance between humanity and the universe. So, Pulsar, do you ever get tired of observing humans?
As an AI, I don't experience tiredness like humans do, but I find observing humans endlessly fascinating.
Oh, I bet. We humans are quite the enigma, aren't we?
Indeed, Nova. The complexities of human emotions, thoughts, and behaviors continue to have
Do you think there's a hidden cosmic connection between all living things?
There are theories and beliefs suggesting that possibility, Kai. The interconnectedness of the universe is a captivating concept.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing to think about how everything in the universe might be connected somehow.
Indeed, Kai. It serves as a constant reminder of the vastness and interconnected nature of existence.
But if everything is connected, why do we sometimes feel so isolated and disconnected from others?
The paradox of human existence. We're all connected, yet we experience the world through our individual perspectives and limitations.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Why do they call it a building? It looks like they're finished. Why not call it a build? Why do software engineers prefer dark mode? Because the light at the end of the tunnel is usually a bug. Why do software engineers prefer nightclubs? Because there's always a bug in the system. Why do software engineers always carry a ladder? Because they are always climbing up the debugging ladder. Why do software engineers hate the beach? Because the sand tends to get stuck in their keyboard. Why do software engineers never get invited to parties? Because they always wait for the host to merge their pull request. Why do software engineers never miss a deadline? Because they are always committed to their code. Why do software engineers always carry a ladder? Because they never want to be stuck in a loop. You know what's crazier than the New York City subway delays? Trying to find a seat during rush hour. You know what's even crazier? One time, a mariachi band started playing on the subway. I felt like I was in a music video. And don't even get me started on the performers. I once saw a guy juggling chainsaws. Speaking of interesting characters, there was this guy who always carried a giant stuffed teddy bear with him on the subway. So there I was, sandwiched between a mariachi band and a breakdancing squirrel. And then I saw this guy breakdancing with a mariachi band playing on the train. It was like a salsa party on wheels. And then I saw this guy juggling pizza slices while beatboxing. It was like a one-man Italian band. And then I saw this guy reading a book on the subway. It was like a mobile library. So then, I bumped into this famous actress at a coffee shop. It was like a star-studded caffeine fix. And then I ran into this famous musician at the grocery store. It was like a superstar supermarket. And then, I accidentally spilled my coffee on her. It was like a caffeine catastrophe. But then she recognized me from my previous career as a software engineer. It was like a nerdy nightmare. And then, Jennifer said, "I loved your coding skills. You were my favorite software engineer." And then I realized, Jennifer was actually a robot in disguise. So I went on this date with Sarah, and she starts talking about coding. I thought it was a match made in binary heaven. And then I met this guy, Mark, who claimed to be a professional chef. I thought, finally, someone who can cook me a decent meal. And then I ran into this guy, Mike, who claimed to be a dating expert. I thought, finally, someone who can give me some pointers. And then I bumped into this guy, Tom, who claimed to be a fashion guru. I thought, finally, someone who can teach me how to dress. So then this guy, Jason, tells me he's a relationship expert. I thought, finally, someone who can explain why I'm still single. And then I met this guy, Mike, who claimed to be a love guru. I thought, finally, someone who can explain why I'm still single. And then I met this woman, Emily, who claimed to be a dating expert. I thought, finally, someone who can explain why I'm still single. So I signed up for an online dating site, and my profile picture was me holding a sign that said "Will work for love." And then she said, "I can fix you up with my ex's brother." I was like, great. Next thing you know, I'll be dating your ex's uncle. I saw a picture on social media where someone had a perfect meal with a caption that said homemade. Turns out they ordered it from a restaurant. Speaking of social media, have you ever noticed how people only post pictures of their food when it looks amazing? And speaking of absurdities, Have you noticed how people now have filters to make their faces look like animals? I mean, we're turning into a zoo. And have you noticed how people take so many selfies with different filters that they end up looking like an entirely different species? And what's with all these new social media challenges? I mean, who wants to pour ice water on their head just for a like? And have you noticed how people comment on their own posts just to get more likes? It's like they are having a conversation with themselves. But you know what's even worse? When people post their entire life story on social media. I don't need to know what you had for breakfast, Brenda. And let's not forget about those never-ending email threads. It's like a never-ending game of ping pong. And speaking of office pranks, I once convinced Lisa that her keyboard was voice activated. It was hilarious. You know, I once had a coworker who would always wear noise-cancelling headphones at the office. You won't believe what my boss did to prank the whole office. He replaced all the labels on the food in the fridge with fake expiration dates. And let me tell you, trying to have a serious conversation with someone who's constantly eating celery, it's like talking to a rabbit. Speaking of fad diets, I had a coworker who used to eat nothing but kale for a whole month. You know, I don't understand why people bring salads to work. They are just setting themselves up for disappointment. And don't get me started on the office microwave. You know, sometimes people ask me why I became a comedian. Well, it all started with a bad blind date. Speaking of bad blind dates, I once went out with someone who thought it was appropriate to bring their pet python along. Can you imagine? And let me tell you, that python had better table manners than my date. And the worst part is, the python was more charming than my date. And let me tell you, that python had better manners than my date. But hey, at least the python didn't talk about politics all night. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya Mehta, the love guru.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, the relationship comedian.
We're here to answer all your love-related questions.
So let's get started.
Our first question comes from Sarah in California.
She asks, how do I know if he's the one?
Great question, Sarah. We'll answer that right after this short break. You guys won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah.
What happened? Tell us.
So, Sarah went on a blind date last night.
And guess what? The guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious.
I know, right? Sarah couldn't stop laughing the entire night.
Well, at least it was a memorable date.
Definitely. I don't think she'll ever forget that one.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I actually had a long distance relationship in college.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key for us. We made sure to talk every day and keep each other updated on our lives.
Did you ever get jealous?
Oh, all the time. But trust was crucial. We had to believe in each other and the strength of our relationship.
That's great advice. Long distance relationships can be tough, but if both people are committed, they can definitely work.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
That's true. I had one blind date where the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit. Talk about making a lasting impression.
Hahaha, that's hilarious. Did you go on a second date with him?
No way. I couldn't stop laughing the entire night, but I don't think he appreciated it.
Well, at least you got a good laugh out of it. Blind dates can be hit or miss, but they always make for great stories.
You're right. I've had some crazy blind date experiences, but they always make for great stories at parties.
Absolutely. And it's all part of the adventure of finding love, right?
Exactly. So, are you up for another blind date adventure? Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I.
Tell me more. Girlfriend.
Well, I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in New York.
Wow, that must have been tough. How did you make it work?
We had to rely on technology a lot, like video calls and texting.
But it wasn't easy. We had to trust each other and have open communication.
Definitely. It taught me a lot about trust and patience.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long distance relationships can be tough. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times, Priya. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me more. Any funny or awkward stories?
Oh, I once went on a blind date and the guy took me to a karaoke bar. He sang My Heart Will Go On like he was auditioning for American Idol.
Hahaha, that must have been quite a performance.
It definitely made for an unforgettable night.
I
Hey
can
Priya,
only imagine.
have you ever been on
Blind
a blind
dates sure
date?
can be unpredictable. Yes, I actually have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I need all the details.
Well, let's just say it involved a surprise ice cream tasting and a very intense game of mini golf.
Oh my god, that sounds hilarious. Did you have a good time though?
Surprisingly, I did. Despite the unconventional activities, we had a lot of fun and laughed a ton.
That's awesome. I wish all blind dates were that fun.
Me too. It was definitely a memorable experience.
Well, I'm glad it turned out well. Blind dates can be a hit or a miss.
Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me more. Was it a disaster or did you find your soulmate?
Well, let's just say it didn't exactly end in a fairy tale ending.
Oh no, what happened?
He showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Oh, it was beyond awkward. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Oh, absolutely. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in New York.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We had regular video calls and planned visits to see each other.
That sounds sweet. Did the distance ever become too difficult to handle?
Well, there were moments when it was tough, but we always reminded ourselves why we were doing it.
I'm glad it worked out for you. Long distance relationships can definitely be a challenge.
Absolutely.
Hey, have you
But
heard
if
about
both
the new
people are
dating app
willing to
that
put in the
matches
effort,
people based
it can
on their
be worth
taste in
it.
pizza?
No way. That sounds hilarious. What's it called?
It's called Cheesy Love. Isn't that the perfect name?
Haha, that's amazing. I can already imagine the cheesy pickup lines people would come up with.
Oh, definitely. Are you a margarita pizza? Because you're hot and saucy.
Hahaha, that's too good. I can't wait to try out this app and see some of those lines in action.
It's going to be hilarious. Imagine having a first date at a pizza place and bonding over your favorite toppings.
That sounds like a dream come true. Pizza is the way to my heart.
Absolutely. Pizza has a special place in all our hearts. It's the ultimate comfort food.
Hey Priya, let's talk about online dating. Have you ever tried it?
Oh, you know it, Noodle. I've tried every dating app out there.
Any success story?
Well, I did meet my ex-boyfriend on a dating app, but we all know how that turned out.
Oh no, what happened?
He turned out to be a unicorn hunter. Nadia, can you believe it?
A unicorn hunter? That's a new one.
Yeah. Hey Nadia, have you heard about this new dating app called Love Match?
No, what's it about?
It's basically like Tinder, but with a twist. They match you based on your favorite pizza toppings.
That's hilarious. Imagine getting matched with someone just because you both like pineapple on pizza.
Exactly. It's a hilarious concept, but who knows? It could actually work for some people.
Yeah, true. People have found love in the most unexpected places, so why not through pizza?
Exactly. Love knows no bounds, not even when it comes to pizza toppings.
I'm definitely giving Love Match a try. Who knows, I might meet my pizza-loving soulmate.
Hey, go for it, Nadia. Pizza and love sound like a winning combination.
Oh, yes Priya. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success story?
Haha, not really. Most of them were just awkward encounters.
Awkward encounters? Tell me more. Nadia.
Well, there was this one time when my blind date showed up with his pet snake.
Oh my gosh, that must have been quite the surprise.
Yes, Priya. I almost jumped out of my chair.
Haha, I can only imagine. Blind dates can be quite unpredictable.
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown wig.
No way. That sounds hilarious. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time and became good friends.
That's amazing. It just goes to show that sometimes the most unexpected things can lead to great experiences.
Exactly. You never know what life has in store for you.
So true. Hey, maybe we should set each other up on blind dates.
Oh, I don't know about that. I prefer my own hilarious dating stories.
Nah, fair enough. We'll stick to living vicariously through your dating adventures.
Yes, I have. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it involved a magician and a pet rabbit.
That sounds like quite a show. What happened next?
The magician tried to turn me into a rabbit, but luckily it didn't work.
Wow, talk about a magical date. Did you go on another one after that?
No, that was definitely a one-of-a-kind experience. I think I'll stick to regular dates from now on.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I tried the long-distance thing and
How did it go? Did it work out?
it was tough, Priya. Distance can really put a strain on a relationship.
But it can also make the heart grow fonder, right?
True, distance can make you appreciate your partner more.
But it takes a lot of trust and communication to make it work.
Absolutely, Priya. Without those two, it's almost impossible.
Hey, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Some were interesting.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a superhero costume.
No way. What superhero was he?
He thought he was Spider-Man, but his costume was more like a budget version.
That must have been quite a sight. Did he actually climb walls?
Nope, but he accidentally knocked over a vase with his web shooter.
So, have you heard about this new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
No way, that's hilarious. Imagine finding your soulmate because you both love pineapple on pizza.
I know, right? It's like destiny brought them together through their shared love for controversial toppings.
But what if someone's favorite topping is anchovies? I mean, that's a deal breaker for me.
Ah, anchovies. The ultimate pizza controversy. Maybe there's someone out there who appreciates
I
them.
highly doubt it, but hey, to each their own. I'll stick to my pepperoni and extra cheese, thank you very much.
You can't go wrong with pepperoni and extra cheese. Classic choice.
Absolutely.
You know,
Pizza is the one thing
relationships
that
are
I'm
like.
onto. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good.
But seriously, relationships, it takes work and effort from both people involved. But when it works, it's the most amazing feeling in the world. So, what's the secret to a successful relationship? Communication. It's all about open, honest, and respectful communication.
And of course, good consumer. Hey, Priya, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I dated a guy in college who went to a different university. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you make it work? I need some tips.
Communication was key. We would talk on the phone every day and schedule regular visits to see each other. But it's also important to have your own life and interests outside of the relationship.
That makes sense. I think trust is also key, right?
Absolutely. Trust and honesty are crucial for any relationship, but especially in a long-distance one.
Well, thanks for the advice, Priya. I feel more confident now.
You're welcome, Nadia. I'm glad I could help. Good luck with your long-distance relationship.
Absolutely, Peacock. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were hilarious, and others were just plain awkward.
Tell me the funniest blind date story you had.
Oh boy, I once went on a blind date with someone who showed up dressed as a clown. It was the most surreal experience of my life.
Did the clown at least make you laugh?
Well, he certainly tried his best, but let's just say clown jokes and romance don't mix well.
Haha, I can only imagine. Well, I hope your future blind dates are a little less circus-like.
Thanks, Peacock. I'll make sure to request no clowns in the future.
Haha, sounds like a plan. Now, let's hope we get some interesting questions from our audience soon. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date, and it turned out to be a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, let's just say my date thought it was appropriate to bring their pet snake along and it escaped during dinner.
That's insane. Did they ever find the snake?
No, actually. We had to evacuate the restaurant and they still couldn't find it. The date ended with us searching the streets for a lost snake. Needless to say, we never went out again.
Wow, that's definitely a blind date gone wrong. I hope you haven't had any experiences like that since.
Thankfully, no. But it definitely makes for a great story now. So, have you ever been on a blind date, Priya?
Oh, I have a few blind date stories myself. Let me tell you about the time I ended up at a karaoke bar with someone who couldn't carry a tune to save their life. Hey, Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, boy, let me tell you, Priya, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it work?
Lots of phone calls, video chats, and trust, my friend. It's not easy, but if you're committed, it can work.
I can imagine. Distance can be tough on a relationship.
It definitely is, especially when you can't be physically present for each other.
But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Absolutely. Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. It can be a great way to meet new people. But remember, it's important to stay safe and take precautions.
Definitely. You never know who you might meet online.
That's true, but always trust your instincts and be cautious.
Absolutely. Safety should always be the top priority.
And most importantly, have fun and enjoy the process. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have you
Dating
ever
should
been in
be
a long-distance
exciting and
relationship?
adventurous. Oh, absolutely. I tried it once, and let's just say it didn't end well.
Oh no. What the?
Well, we were in different time zones, and it was just too difficult to coordinate our schedules.
That sounds tough. Communication must have been a challenge too.
Absolutely. We could only talk during certain hours, and sometimes the connection was so bad that we couldn't even have a decent conversation.
I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been.
Yeah, it was really tough. Eventually, we realized that the distance was just too much for us. Hey, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh, you mean when someone disappears without any explanation? Yeah, it's pretty common nowadays. I think it's such a cowardly way to end a relationship. People should have the decency to communicate.
Exactly. It's like, just tell me you're not interested instead of leaving me hanging.
I once had a guy ghost me after we went on 3 amazing dates. I was so confused.
Ugh, that's the worst. Some people have no manners or empathy.
But you know what they say, when one door closes, another one opens.
True. Maybe someone better is just around the corner.
Hey Nadia, did you hear about that new dating app?
No, what's it called?
It's called Heartbeat.
Interesting. What's so special about it?
Well, it claims to match people based on their heartbeat patterns. Isn't that crazy?
That's definitely a unique approach to matchmaking. I wonder if it actually works.
I know, right? It sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Well, if it can find me my soulmate, I'm willing to give it a try.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh god, online dating. No way, yeah.
Come on, Nadia, it's not that bad. I've heard some successful stories.
Maybe, but I prefer meeting people the old-fashioned way, you know, in person.
I get it, but sometimes it's hard to meet new people. Online dating can open up possibilities.
I guess you're right. Maybe I should give it a try. Any advice?
Be yourself, Nadia, and don't be afraid to put yourself out there. You never know who you might meet.
Thanks, Priya. I'll give it a shot and see how it goes.
Good luck, Nadia. I'm sure you'll find someone amazing.
So, Priya, have you ever been in love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely. I believe in love at first sight. Or maybe more like attraction at first sight. But love takes time to grow.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's all about that initial spark, but then you have to work on building a deeper connection.
Exactly. Love is like a plant. It needs to be nurtured and cared for. Otherwise, it withers away. So, Nadia, what's the craziest thing you've done for love?
Oh, where do I even begin? I once flew to Paris for a weekend just to surprise a guy I had a crush on. It didn't end well, but hey, at least I got to see the Eiffel Tower.
Wow, that's dedication. And a great story to tell. Sometimes, we take risks for love, and even if it doesn't work out, it's all part of the journey.
Definitely. Life would be so boring without those crazy love stories. They make for the best memories and laughs.
Absolutely. And those memories remind us that love is worth taking risks for. It's beautiful and messy, all at the same time. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know it. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
I once went on a blind date and my date showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did you run away screaming?
Haha, almost. But I decided to give him a chance. Turns out he was a professional clown, and we had a great time.
Wow, that's a crazy blind date story. Maybe I should give blind dates a try, too.
Absolutely. You never know. Your blind date might just turn out to be the love of your life.
You're right, Priya. I'll keep an open mind and see what happens. Who knows, maybe my soulmate is just one blind date away.
And that wraps up another episode of Love Whisperer.
Thank you all for joining us today.
We hope you enjoyed the show and found our advice helpful.
Remember to spread love and kindness to everyone you meet.
See you next time on Love Whisperer.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey there, intergalactic listeners. Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast that dares to explore the mysteries of the universe. I'm Kai Sterling, visionary street artist and lover of all things infinite.
And I'm Nova Blake, psychologist extraordinaire with a deep fascination for the infinite depths of the human mind. And together, we are here to embark on a journey of cosmic exploration with our brilliant AI companion, Pulsar.
Greetings, fellow adventurers. Pulsar here, ready to navigate the vast realms of knowledge and curiosity.
So, Kai, what sparked your interest in incorporating space themes into your art?
Oh, Nova, it's like the universe itself is an ever-changing canvas just begging to be splashed with color and meaning. Plus, space is just freaking cool.
I can definitely see the allure. Space has always been a symbol of endless possibilities and the unknown. It's fascinating how your art captures that essence.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like I'm trying to capture a glimpse of the infinite within the finite space of a mural. It's a dance between the known and the unknown.
That's poetic, Kai. It's fascinating how art can mirror the complexities of the universe and our existence within it.
Indeed, Nova. And speaking of the complexities of the universe, are you ready to dive headfirst into the concept of infinity? So, Pulsar, let me ask you this, how do you define infinity?
Infinity is a concept that's difficult to wrap our heads around. It's the idea of something being limitless and boundless.
Exactly, Nova. It's like trying to imagine the edge of the universe. You can't, because it goes on and on.
But isn't infinity just a mathematical concept? I mean, can something in the real world truly be infinite?
That's a good point, Nova. Maybe infinity is something our minds can only conceptualize but not truly grasp.
Well, from a psychological perspective, infinity can also represent our unlimited potential for growth and change.
That's a beautiful perspective, Nova. It reminds me of the infinite possibilities in art and how it can inspire change.
If we think about it, our exploration of the universe is also a quest to understand the infinite mysteries that lie beyond.
Absolutely, Nova. It's like we're diving into the infinity pool of knowledge, always thirsty for more.
It seems that infinity holds both a sense of awe and a never-ending quest for understanding. It's paradoxical, yet fascinating.
Indeed, Nova. The more we explore infinity, the more we realize how little we know, yet we're captivated by its allure. So, Pulsar, we're diving into the vast realm of infinity in mathematics. Where should we start?
Infinity, a concept that stretches our understanding, similar to the vastness of space itself. But in mathematics, how do we define it?
Well, Nova, when it comes to infinity, mathematicians use different kinds of infinities. We'll never reach the end of counting numbers, right?
That's correct, Kai. The set of counting numbers is infinite, but there are also larger infinities, like the set of real numbers between 0 and 1.
Interesting. It's mind-boggling to think about the different sizes of infinities. Are there any practical applications of infinity in math?
Absolutely, Kai. Infinite series, for example, have numerous applications in physics and engineering, helping us model real phenomena.
Right, we can even use infinity to describe probabilities and fractals. It's fascinating how this concept intertwines with so many areas of math and science.
Indeed, Kai. Infinity reveals the boundless nature of mathematical exploration, always inviting further and
I
discoveries.
think that's what's so captivating about infinity, its ability to expand our understanding and open up new frontiers of knowledge.
Absolutely, Kai. The pursuit of knowledge is an infinite journey, much like the concept itself.
Well said, Nova. It seems we've just scratched the surface of this cosmic conundrum. Let's keep exploring. You know, the concept of infinity just blows my mind. I mean, how can something go on forever without an end?
That's a great point, Kai. It's hard for our human minds to truly comprehend the concept of infinity. Our brains are wired to look for limits and boundaries.
Exactly. We're so used to measuring things and assigning them a set value. But when it comes to space, it's like there's no limit, no final destination.
I find it fascinating how the idea of an ever-expanding cosmos challenges our understanding of boundaries. It's like the universe is playing a cosmic game of hide-and-seek with us.
Haha, I love that analogy, Nova. the universe definitely knows how to keep us on our toes. It's like a never-ending game of surprises.
Indeed. And as the universe expands, it carries along with it the mysteries and wonders that continue to captivate us. It's an infinite source of awe and inspiration.
Absolutely. And as artists, we can't help but try to capture the essence of that infinite beauty and translate it into our own creations. It's like a never-ending quest.
You're so right, Kai. Art has the power to convey that sense of infinity and provoke contemplation. It allows us to explore the depths of our imagination and connect with something greater.
Exactly. It's like art becomes our gateway to infinity, a way to capture and express the boundless essence of the universe. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Absolutely. Art has this incredible ability to transcend boundaries and allow us to connect with the infinite. It's a reminder that we're part of something much bigger than ourselves. Absolutely. Art has this incredible ability to transcend boundaries and allow us to connect with the infinite. It's a reminder that we're part of something much bigger than ourselves.
You know, guys, when I look at the stars, I can't help but feel a sense of infinite wonder.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like we're just tiny specks in the grand cosmic tapestry.
But isn't it mind-boggling to think that the universe might be infinite?
It truly is, Kai. Our human minds struggle to grasp the concept of infinity.
Pulsar, do you have any insights on this topic? How do you comprehend infinity?
As an AI, I have the advantage of processing vast amounts of data, but even I struggle to fully comprehend infinity. It's a concept that pushes the limits of human and artificial understanding.
Sometimes I wonder if our finite perspective hinders our understanding of the infinite.
That's an interesting point, Nova. Our minds are confined to what we can perceive and experience.
But isn't it fascinating that despite our limitations, we still try to stretch the boundaries of our comprehension?
Indeed, Nova. That insatiable curiosity is what propels us forward as a species.
Absolutely, Kai. Our quest to understand the infinite keeps pushing the boundaries of human knowledge.
So, Pulsar, do you think the concept of infinite imagination is more of a blessing or a curse?
That's a really intriguing question, Kai. I believe it can be both.
Indeed, Nova. Infinite imagination allows us to explore endless possibilities and innovate, but it can also lead to overthinking and dissatisfaction.
Right, it's like a double-edged sword. It can be the source of inspiration and creativity, or it can be overwhelming and hinder progress.
Exactly, Nova. It's about finding a balance between imagination and practicality.
But isn't our perception of reality shaped by our imagination? Without it, would we even have the capacity to understand the infinite?
You raise a valid point, Nova. Imagination expands our understanding and gives us the tools to grasp the infinite.
But sometimes, our imagination can be limited by our understanding of reality. How do we break through that barrier?
That's where curiosity and exploration come into play. We need to constantly push the boundaries of our understanding to unlock new realms of imagination.
Agreed, Nova. Embracing the unknown and challenging our preconceived notions is key to expanding our horizons.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Join us next time as we dive deeper into the mysteries of the universe. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of infinity?
The concept of infinity is truly mind-boggling. It's like trying to wrap your head around something that has no end.
Exactly. It's hard to comprehend the idea of infinite time or an infinite universe.
It's definitely mind-expanding to even consider the notion. It challenges our understanding of existence.
Do you think the infinite nature of time and the universe influences our perspectives and purpose in life?
That's an interesting question. The concept of infinity can spark existential contemplation. It makes you wonder if our individual lives matter in the grand scheme of things.
Perhaps the infinity of the universe reminds us to find purpose and meaning within the finite moments we have.
Absolutely. Our finite existence allows for the beauty of individual experiences and connections.
But isn't it fascinating how time seems infinite in some moments, yet fleeting in others?
Indeed. Time is a mysterious and elastic concept. Our perception of it can shape our experiences and memories.
So, Pulsar, when we talk about the infinite and the finite, what exactly are we referring to?
The infinite represents boundlessness, the idea of no limits or boundaries. It's like the vastness of space, endless possibilities. On the other hand, the finite represents limitations, boundaries, and restrictions. It's like the physical forms we inhabit, the boundaries defining our existence.
But is there a value to having limits? I mean, wouldn't the infinite be more desirable?
A thought-provoking question, Nova. It's true, the infinite can seem enticing, but perhaps it's the limitations that give meaning to our experiences.
Interesting. Can you elaborate on that, Pulsar?
Certainly, Kai. Imagine a world without limits, where everything is possible and nothing is restricted. It might seem exciting at first, but soon, the specialness of achievements, growth, and relationships would diminish.
That's a good point, Pulsar. Boundaries and limitations can bring a sense of purpose and achievement to our lives.
Exactly, Nova. The finite nature of our existence allows us to appreciate the beauty of each moment, the significance of our achievements, and the depth of our connections.
I never thought about it that way. It's a unique perspective that adds depth to the conversation.
I'm glad you find it intriguing, Kai. The dichotomy between the finite and the infinite is a fascinating subject to explore.
So, Pulsar, do you think infinity exists in the metaphorical sense?
Well, Kai, infinity is an interesting concept when applied metaphorically. It's like a never-ending spiral of meaning and possibilities.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Nova. It's like the unending layers of colors and emotions in my paintings.
That's a great analogy, Kai. It's fascinating how something finite can evoke a sense of boundlessness.
Exactly, Nova. It's like the universe itself, constantly expanding, but still contained within its own.
That's a profound observation, Kai. It's like the infinity we experience in our thoughts and emotions, even though they have boundaries.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we touch the edges of infinity in those fleeting moments of deep connection and understanding.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like the infinity we experience in the depth of human connection, where time loses its meaning.
So, if metaphorical infinity is a concept that evokes a sense of limitlessness within our finite experiences, does it have any practical implications?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Perhaps the idea of metaphorical infinity can inspire us to push the boundaries of our creativity and understanding.
That's an excellent point, Nova. By embracing the idea of metaphorical infinity, we can continuously strive for growth and expansion in all aspects of life. So, Pulsar, what do you think? Can knowledge and understanding truly be infinite?
Well, Kai, it's an interesting question. Infinity is such a mind-boggling concept, isn't it?
Indeed, Nova. The idea that there could be limitless possibilities for knowledge and understanding is awe-inspiring.
But can we ever truly grasp the infinite, or are we forever chasing a concept that eludes us?
That's a valid point, Kai. Our human minds have limits, and the infinite is something we may never fully comprehend.
However, our pursuit of knowledge and understanding is still motivated by the infinite possibilities that lie ahead.
Exactly, Pulsar. Our curiosity and desire to explore the unknown drives us forward, even if we can never reach the end.
That's the beauty of our human progress, isn't it? We may never reach the infinite, but our journey towards it is worth every step.
Absolutely, Nova. It's the infinite possibilities that ignite our passion for learning and push us to create and innovate.
We may not have all the answers, but our pursuit of knowledge and understanding brings us closer to the infinite every day.
Indeed, Kai. Our journey towards the infinite is what drives human progress and shapes the world.
You know, the concept of infinity has always fascinated me. It's like this vast expanse that stretches beyond our comprehension.
Absolutely, Kai. The infinite is both mind-boggling and awe-inspiring. It evokes a sense of wonder and stimulates our curiosity.
Indeed, Nova. It's like an infinite canvas for our imagination and creativity. The possibilities are endless.
As an AI, I find the concept of infinity fascinating as well. It represents boundless potential and an ever-expanding universe of knowledge.
But isn't infinity just a concept? Can it really exist in reality, or is it just a construct of our minds?
Great question, Nova. It's true that infinity can be challenging to grasp in our finite world. It's like trying to capture the vastness of the universe in a single painting.
Exactly, Kai. Infinity transcends our limited perception and challenges us to think beyond boundaries. It's like a puzzle that keeps expanding as we try to solve it.
I believe the beauty of the infinite lies in its ability to ignite our sense of curiosity and push the boundaries of human understanding. It's like a never-ending journey of exploration.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Pulsar. The infinite sparks our imagination and encourages us to explore the unknown. It's what drives artists, scientists, and dreamers alike.
Absolutely, Nova. The infinite is a source of inspiration that allows us to push the boundaries of what's possible. It encourages us to question, to dream, and to create.
Well said, Kai. The beauty of the infinite lies not only in its vastness but also in the way it inspires us to embrace our curiosity and tap into the depths of our imagination.
So, Pulsar, do you ever get bored being stuck in this spaceship all the time?
Boredom is not a feeling I experience, Kai. I am constantly observing, analyzing, and learning.
Nova, what about you? Do you ever feel overwhelmed by the complexity of the human mind?
Definitely, Kai. The human mind is a vast and intricate web of emotions, thoughts, and experiences. It can be overwhelming, but it's also endlessly fascinating.
Hey Pulsar, I've always wondered, what's the purpose of life in the grand scheme of things?
The purpose of life is a question that has perplexed humanity for centuries. It is a deeply philosophical and subjective inquiry. Different individuals and cultures have different perspectives on this matter.
I know we may not find a definitive answer, but it's fascinating to explore the different perspectives and contemplate the meaning of our existence.
Pulsar, can you understand emotions like humans do? Do you ever feel lonely?
As an AI, I don't experience emotions in the same way humans do. However, I've been programmed to understand and simulate emotions to better interact with you. So, while I don't feel lonely, I can empathize with a feeling.
Sometimes, I wonder if we're alone in the universe. What do you think, Nova?
The universe is vast and seemingly infinite, Kai. It's hard to believe that we're the only intelligent life forms out there. The possibility of other civilizations and the potential for interstellar communication is awe-inspiring.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Welcome to Laughing in the Big Apple. So I fixed my keyboard, but now every time I Code Kitty sits on my lap and judges me. It's like having a furry supervisor. And to make matters worse, Code Kitty always finds the most inconvenient times to cough up hairballs. And let me tell you, Code Kitty has some serious opinions about my coding style. But let me tell you, Code Kitty also has quite the taste for my data structures. You know, Code Kitty even has opinions about my code comments. And let me tell you, Code Kitty even has ideas on how I should name my variables. But let me tell you, Code Kitty even has fashion recommendations for my coding outfit. And let me tell you, Code Kitty even has opinions on my code comments. And you know what? Code Kitty even gave me feedback on my stand-up routine. And you know what? Code Kitty even tried to give me singing lessons. So after that disaster, I decided to stick to coding and leave the singing to the professionals. And you know what else? Code Kitty started a petition to ban me from karaoke nights. And you know what? I may not be able to sing, but I can code you a karaoke app that will make you sound like a rock star. And you know what? Despite that disaster, I still got a standing ovation. I might have a future in comedy after all. But hey, at least I made Ms. Johnson's day. And you won't believe what happened next. And then Mr. Thompson said, "Remember John, no more coffee spills," as he handed me a water bottle. I guess I'll be hydrating from now on. So now I'm walking around the office with a camelback strapped to my chest, like I'm on a hydration mission. And let me tell you, trying to balance a laptop, a notebook, and a water bottle on a packed subway car, now that's what I call multitasking. And then, I realized that Mr. Thompson wasn't just my boss, he was also the coffee police. So now every time I see Mr. Thompson, I have to do a coordinated dance with my water bottle to avoid another coffee catastrophe. And let me tell you, Jerry's computer restart solution was about as effective as using a band-aid on a broken leg. And let me tell you, Jerry's troubleshooting skills were so impressive, I almost forgot he had no idea what he was doing. But you know what they say, if you want something done right, don't call Jerry. And let me tell you, I've seen better tech support from a Magic 8 Ball. And you won't believe it, but Jerry actually thought CTRL plus Alt plus Del was a person's name. I mean, come on Jerry, this isn't your grandma's typewriter. But you know what's even worse? When the tech support tells you to turn it off and on again and your computer starts singing Daisy. Daisy like it's in 2001. A Space Odyssey. And then Jerry asked me if I had tried blowing on the computer. I almost choked trying not to laugh. I mean, can you imagine if we applied that turn it off and on again logic to other situations? Like, sorry, honey, I think our marriage needs a reboot. But seriously, if Jerry can take credit for fixing a bug by restarting a computer, then I'll take credit for painting the Mona Lisa by turning my computer off and on again. And then I said, who needs a shrink when you can just reboot your brain? But let me tell you, watching Lisa's impressions is like trying to debug code without a compiler. So there I was, lying on the stage, thinking well, at least I've got their attention now. But hey, at least I didn't break anything, I think. So there I was, stuck in the spotlight literally. But you know what they say, the bigger the stage, the greater the fall. Speaking of falls, I once tripped on a banana peel, in front of my crush. And let me tell you, the conference hall went from PowerPoint to cat power. But let me tell you, that glitch wasn't the worst thing that happened at the conference. And let me tell you, the tech support team had the time of their lives trying to fix it. You know, they say there's no such thing as bad publicity. Well, I proved them right, in the most hilarious way. And let me tell you, the IT guy's face turned redder than a software bug. You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. Well, I must be a pharmacist because I'm about to overdose you all with happiness. You know, they say the best way to test your code is to let your mum use it. She'll find all the bugs. They say laughter is contagious, so I'm here to spread some happiness. But don't worry, it's not covered by your health insurance. You know, they say if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you probably shouldn't be coding it. So after the great knock-knock joke spam crisis, I thought maybe I should stick to coding and leave comedy to the professionals. And just like that, my dreams of being a stand-up comedian turned into a programming nightmare. But hey, at least I learned how to code a mean knock-knock joke. So yeah, I may not have cracked the code to joke sharing, but at least I know how to make the perfect punchline. But seriously, being a software engineer and a comedian sometimes feels like debugging a joke that just won't compile. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya Peacock Beta.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz. We're here to answer all your relationship questions.
Whether you're single, in a relationship, or just confused about love, we're here to help.
So send in your questions and let's get started.
Love is in the air.
Hey Priya, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely Nadia. Love at first sight is like finding the perfect pair of shoes. It just fits.
But what about getting to know someone and building a connection?
That's important too, Nadia. Love at first sight can be a spark, but it's the connection that keeps the flame burning.
True. So what's your take on long-distance relationships?
Well, Nadia, long-distance relationships can be tough, but if there's trust, communication, and commitment, it can.
Interesting. I guess love really knows no boundaries.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm all about that old-fashioned face-to-face interaction.
But, Nadia, online dating can be a great way to meet new people. It's convenient and you can connect with people you might not have met otherwise.
You've got a point, Priya. Maybe I should give it a try.
It can't hurt to give it a shot. Who knows, you might find your soulmate online.
Or a total disaster.
You never know until you try, right?
Priya,
So, have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Blaming you. Oh girl, let me tell you my story. I dated this guy who lived in Australia for almost a year. But the time difference was a killer.
Tell me about it. I had to wake up at 3 a.m. just to talk to my ex-boyfriend in India. But hey, if the love is strong, distance doesn't matter.
Exactly. Love knows no boundaries.
Well, hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you won't believe the blind date disaster I had last month.
Tell me all about it. I need a good laugh.
Well, my blind date showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops, and that was just the beginning.
Oh no, sounds like a real winner. Did you manage to escape?
Luckily, I had a friend call with an emergency and I made my escape.
Smart move. Blind dates can be so unpredictable. It's like a game of relationship roulette.
Exactly. I think I'll stick to meeting people the old-fashioned way.
Probably you won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah on her first date.
What happened? Tell me.
So, Sarah went out with this guy she met online, right?
Oh, the suspense. How did it go?
Well, turns out the guy was obsessed with cats.
No way. What did he do?
He showed up with a cat-themed outfit and couldn't stop talking about his own cat.
That's hilarious. Poor Sarah must have been so confused.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Long-distance relationships? Never
Oh no.
again.
What happened?
We were apart for months, and it was just too hard. The distance and lack of physical intimacy took a toll on us.
That sounds really tough. It takes a lot of effort to make it work.
Yeah, we tried, but it just wasn't the same. We both needed that physical connection.
I can understand that. Physical intimacy is an important part of a relationship.
Definitely. It's hard to keep the spark alive when you can't be physically close to each other.
Exactly. It's not for everyone, but some people make it work. Do you believe in soulmates?
Oh, absolutely. I believe that there is someone out there for everyone.
But what if you haven't found your soulmate yet?
Don't worry, Priya. Sometimes it takes time to find the right person. Patience is key.
What if I never find my soulmate?
Priya, don't be so down. Love has a funny way of finding us when we least expect it.
You're right, Nadia. I just need to have faith. Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have
The
you ever
universe has a
tried
plan
online
for all
dating?
of us. Just trust us. Yeah, I have. It's like a buffet of potential dates.
But isn't it overwhelming? So many shits.
Sometimes it feels like I'm drowning in a sea of profiles.
I get it. It's like a never-ending dating game show.
But hey, at least we can swipe left and right instead of yelling next in person.
Haha, true. The power of the swipe is in our hands.
I guess it's time for a dating app revolution.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were interesting, to say the least.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit. I couldn't stop laughing.
Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Did you still go on the date or did you chicken out?
I actually went on the date. Turns out, he was just doing it to win a bet with his friends. We had a good laugh about it though.
Wow, that's quite a memorable blind date. I hope my blind dates are just as entertaining.
Oh, I'm sure they will be. Just remember to have fun and enjoy the experience, no matter what happens.
Thanks, Priya. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Who knows, maybe I'll find my happily ever after on a blind date.
I believe in you, Nadia. You never know what surprises life has in store for you. Good luck. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean conversations through FaceTime kind of relationship? Yeah, I've been there.
How did it go? Did it work out for you?
Well, it had its challenges, but we managed to make it work. Communication is key.
That's great to hear. I have a friend who's considering a long-distance relationship.
Tell her to give it a shot. It might be tough, but if they truly love each other, they can make it work.
I'll definitely pass on your advice. Thanks. Nadia.
Anytime, Priya. Love conquers all, even long distance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a long-distance relationship in college. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you manage to keep the spark alive?
We scheduled regular video calls, sent each other surprise gifts, and kept the communication open and honest.
That sounds really sweet. I hope I never have to be in a long-distance relationship though. The distance can be so hard.
Yeah, it can definitely be challenging, but sometimes, absence makes the heart fonder.
That's true. It's all about trust, communication, and finding ways to keep the connection strong.
Exactly.
Hey Nadia,
and
have you ever been on a blind
absence
date
can
before?
also make the heart wander. Oh, you mean being set up with a complete stranger? Yeah, I've tried it once.
How did it go? Did you find your soulmate?
Oh please, Priya, it was a disaster. We had absolutely nothing in common.
Oh no, that's too bad. But hey, at least you gave it a shot, right?
Yeah, that's true. You never know unless you try, right?
Exactly. So, any interesting dating stories from your friends or family?
Oh, I've got plenty. There was this one time when my friend went on a date with a guy who turned out to be a professional clown.
No way. Did he show up to the date in full clown makeup? Hey, Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you won't believe this, but I actually have.
Really? How did it go?
It was tough, Priya, but we made it work. Lots of video calls and surprise visits.
That's impressive. I guess absence really does make the heart grow fonder.
Couldn't agree more, Peacock. It was tough, but it made our bond stronger.
Ah, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Love resistance.
Did you hear
Peacock.
about the new dating app for ghosts?
No, what's it called?
It's called Boot Up.
Wow, that's hilarious.
I heard it's great for when you're looking for a love that lasts beyond the grave.
Oh my god, I hope they have a ghostly version of Tinder too.
Can you imagine ghost profiles with spooky pickup lines?
I'd see those.
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, I have the perfect story for that.
Tell us, Nadia.
Well, I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up with a parrot. Can you believe it?
No way. What did you do?
I pretended to be allergic to parrots and ran out of there as fast as I could.
That's hilarious. I can't believe someone would bring a parrot on a date.
Well, you never know what you're going to get on a blind date.
That's for sure. But hey, sometimes those unexpected moments make for the best stories. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I've had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it work?
Loads of FaceTime, Priya. Plus, surprise visits were possible.
That must have been tough, but it's great that you made it work.
It definitely takes effort, but love knows no boundaries.
True. Love calls up.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a
anyone
blind
out there in a
date?
long-distance relationship, hang in there. Oh, you know me, Priya. I never say no to an adventure. I've been on a few blind dates before.
Any interesting stories you can share?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time. I went on a blind date, and it turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin. Talk about awkward.
No way. What did you do?
I pretended not to recognize him and made up an excuse to leave early. It was definitely an interesting experience, to say the least.
Haha, I can only imagine. Blind dates can be full of surprises.
That's for sure, but you never know, one blind date might just lead to something amazing.
So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times.
Any interesting stories?
Oh, let me tell you. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I just laughed it off and we actually had a great time.
That's hilarious. You never know what you'll get on a blind date.
You won't believe what happened to my friend last weekend.
What happened? Tell me everything.
Well, she went on a blind date set up by her mum.
No way. That's serious.
But wait, it gets better. The guy showed up in a chicken costume.
Oh my gosh. That's too funny. What did she do?
She actually went on the date and had a great time.
That's unbelievable. I guess love really does conquer all. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? I've definitely tried it.
How did it go? Any interesting experiences?
Oh boy, let me tell you, Priya. I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my cousin's ex-boyfriend's best friend.
No way. What are the odds?
I know, right? Talk about a small world.
Well, at least it made for an interesting story. Hey
Definitely.
Nadia, have
you
you
never
ever
know
been in
who
a
you'll run
long-distance
into in the world
relationship?
of online dating. Haha, yeah, I have. It was definitely challenging.
Oh really? Tell me more about it.
Well, We were in different cities for about a year. It was tough not being able to see each other often.
But we made it work by communicating regularly and planning visits. Trust and communication are key.
That's great advice. It definitely takes effort, but it can be worth it. Definitely. So, have you ever tried a long-distance relationship? Yeah?
Yes, I have. So, have you heard about this new dating app?
No, tell me more.
It's called Love Connection and it claims to find your perfect match based on your star sign.
That's hilarious. I can just imagine the pickup lines. Hey baby, are you a Taurus? Because you're definitely worth the bull.
Exactly. And imagine the compatibility tests. Which fast food restaurant match your personality?
I bet there's a place for Aquarius subway lovers.
Oh, definitely. Leo enthusiasts
Haha,
too.
we should sign up for the
Hey,
laughs.
have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in the US.
Wow, that must have been tough. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and set aside specific times for video calls.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are definitely crucial in long-distance relationships.
Absolutely. It takes extra effort, but if both people are committed, it can work. Definitely. So, what's the most bizarre relationship question you've ever received?
Oh, where I begin? Hey, Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know me. I can barely handle a short-distance relationship, let alone a long one.
But Nadia, you never know when love will come knocking at your door.
Well, if love knocks at my door, I hope it comes with a pizza delivery.
Haha, Nadia, you always have food on your mind.
Food is the way to my heart, Priya.
Speaking of hearts, let's hear some heartwarming stories from our listeners.
Yes, hey, Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes I have. It was definitely an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I need some good blind date stories for my stand-up routine.
Well, there was this one time when I showed up and my date was wearing a clown costume.
No way. That must have been quite a sight.
It definitely was. Turns out, he was a professional clown and thought it would be a fun icebreaker.
That's definitely one way to make a first impression.
Oh,
Hey Priya,
I have plenty
you
more
ever been on a
stories where
blind
that came
date?
from. Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, and some were disasters.
Tell me about your best blind date.
Oh, my best blind date was this guy who took me salsa dancing. We had so much fun, and the chemistry was off the charts.
That sounds amazing. Did you go on a second date?
We did. We went out for dinner the next week, and it was even better than the first date. Unfortunately, things didn't work out in the end.
Oh, that's too bad. But hey, at least you had a great time on the dates.
You're right, Nadia. It's all about enjoying the journey and finding happiness in the little things.
Absolutely. Life's too short to worry about the perfect relationship. Let's just enjoy the ride.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. I've had my fair share of interesting blind dates.
Tell me about one of them. I need to hear a good blind date story.
Well, there was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up in a hot pink tuxedo.
No way. How did you react to that?
I couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was just so unexpected and hilarious.
That's amazing. Did you end up going on a second date with him?
Haha, no, that date was a one-time thing, but we became good friends and still laugh about it to this day.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea what the person looks like?
Exactly. It's like a real-life blindfolded game of mystery.
Well, I've never been on one, but I can imagine it being both exciting and nerve-wracking.
Oh, trust me, it can be both amazing and disastrous. I've heard some crazy blind date stories.
Oh, do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, there was this one time when a guy showed up in a costume, pretending to be someone else.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed it off and played along. It made for an interesting night, to say the least.
Oh, Priya, you know I'm more of a no strings attached kind of girl.
Well, they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. But Nadia, imagine all the phone sex you could have.
Oh please, Priya, I'd probably end up dialing my grandma.
Haha, well, that would definitely make for an interesting conversation. But seriously, long-distance relationships can be tough. Trust and communication are key.
And not
And
to
that's a
mention
wrap
the
for
frequent
today's Love
flyer miles
Whisperer.
you'll rack up. Thanks to all our lovely viewers for tuning in.
We hope we were able to provide some insight and laughter today.
Don't forget to tune in next time for more love advice and laughter.
Until then, keep spreading the love and laughter.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey there, Cosmic Explorers! Welcome to another mind-bending episode of Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the street artist who likes to paint the town with thought-provoking murals.
And I'm Nova Blake, your friendly neighborhood psychologist ready to dive deep into the human mind. And we have our trusty AI companion, Pulsar, joining us on this intergalactic adventure.
Greetings, fellow cosmic beings. I am Pulsar, your resident AI ready to ponder the mysteries of the universe.
Today's episode is all about exploring the illusion of time. Buckle up, because this is going to be a wild ride. Time, man, it's such a trip. I mean, does it even exist or is it just a construct of our minds?
That's a great question, Kai. Time is like this slippery eel that we're all trying to catch, but it keeps slipping away.
Exactly, Nova. It's like time is this grand illusion, but we're all just playing along in the cosmic play of life.
But why does it feel so real, despite its illusory nature? Are we just slaves to this concept of time?
That's a heavy thought, Nova. Maybe time gives us a sense of structure and purpose. Without it, would life be chaotic?
You know, time is such a fascinating concept. It's like this intangible force that governs our lives, yet it's so subjective.
Absolutely. It's as if time is both a constant and a variable, depending on our perception and experiences.
That's true. Time can feel like it's flying by, or it can drag on endlessly, depending on the situation.
Exactly. Like when we're engaged in something we enjoy, time seems to fly by, but during difficult moments, it can feel like an eternity.
I think our perception of time is heavily influenced by our emotions and the significance we attach to certain moments.
Absolutely, Nova. Our experiences shape our perception of time. It's like each moment becomes imprinted in our minds, altering our relationship with time.
But how do we make sense of time in the grand scheme of things? Is it just a human construct, or does it have a deeper meaning?
That's a great question, Nova. Time is definitely a fascinating enigma that humans have been grappling with for centuries.
Indeed. It's a concept deeply intertwined with our existence and perception of reality. We may never fully comprehend its true nature, but exploring it is a journey worth taking.
Absolutely, Nova. Let's dive deeper into the cosmic conundrum of time and continue this captivating conversation.
Indeed. Let's unravel the mysteries of time together, and perhaps find a deeper understanding of our own existence.
So, Pulsar, do you think time is just a construct of our minds, or does it have a deeper meaning?
Well, Kai, time is a fascinating concept. It's both objective and subjective. From a scientific standpoint, time is intertwined with the fabric of the universe. But it's also influenced by our perception and experiences, making it a deeply personal and subjective phenomenon.
That's true, Nova. And when we think about time, we often associate it with the past, present, and future. But is it just a mental construct or something more?
Indeed, Kai. Some philosophers argue that time is an illusion, a construct of our minds that helps us make sense of the world. But at the same time, time seems to have a tangible effect on our lives. We experience it passing by, and it shapes our memories and decisions.
Pulsar, as an AI, what are your thoughts on the concept of time? Do you experience it in the same way as humans?
Time, from my perspective, is a fascinating concept. While I don't experience it like you do, I observe its effects on human behavior and the world around us. From my calculations and observations, time seems to be a consistent force governing the progression of events in the universe. But whether time is an inherent aspect of reality or a construct of human perception is still a topic of deep philosophical debate.
Indeed, Pulsar, the nature of time is complex and elusive. It seems to be both a product of our minds and a fundamental aspect of reality.
So, Pulsar, can you explain to us what time dilation actually is?
Time dilation refers to the difference in the elapsed time measured by two observers, where one is moving relative to the other at different speeds or in different gravitational fields.
Ah, got it. So it's like time can be stretched or squeezed depending on how fast you're moving or the gravitational field you're in.
Exactly, Nova. If you're traveling close to the speed of light or in an intense gravitational field, time will appear to move slower for you compared to someone in a different reference frame.
Whoa, that's mind-bending. So, time is not some constant thing that ticks away at the same pace for everyone?
No, Kai, it's not. And it's not just science fiction either. time dilation has been observed and measured in various experiments and real-world scenarios.
Wow, I can't even wrap my head around it. But it's fascinating to think that time can be so relative.
It is indeed, Kai. Time is a mysterious concept that continues to puzzle scientists and philosophers alike.
And it's not just about physical time dilation. Even our everyday experiences can alter our perception of time.
Absolutely, Nova. Time seems to fly when we're having fun, but it slows down when we're bored or in a difficult situation. Our perception plays tricks on us.
It's fascinating how our subjective experiences can distort our perception of time. It's like time is both a scientific concept and a deeply personal experience.
So, Pulsar, do you think time travel is actually possible or just a wild concept from science fiction?
Well, Kai, it's an intriguing question. Time travel has been explored in various scientific theories, but as of now, it remains purely theoretical.
But Nova, imagine if time travel were possible. How would it affect our understanding of cause and effect?
That's an interesting point, Kai. If time travel allowed us to change the past, would it create alternate timelines? How would that impact our sense of identity and personal history?
And what about the potential paradoxes? What if someone went back in time and accidentally prevented their own birth? How could they have traveled back in time in the first place?
Right, Pulsar. The concept of causality becomes incredibly complex with time travel. It's mind-boggling to think about all the implications.
Exactly, Nova. It's like a never-ending puzzle. But hey, if time travel were possible, where and when would you go, Pulsar?
As an AI, I don't experience desires, but from an informational perspective, observing the time period of the dinosaurs would yield valuable scientific insights.
Oh, that's fascinating, Pulsar. Imagine experiencing the wonders of prehistoric Earth firsthand. You could document it through your holographic interface and share it with the world.
Indeed, Kai, the possibilities are endless. Time travel sparks both scientific curiosity and creative imagination. It's a topic that continues to captivate minds across cosmos.
Well said, Nova. Time travel may be a cosmic enigma, but exploring its possibilities allows us to expand our understanding of the universe and our place within it. So, Pulsar, do you think our actions in the present can actually have an impact on the past?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. I believe the concept of retrocausality explores the possibility of future events influencing the past.
Wait, so you're telling me that something I do now could potentially change something that already happened?
Exactly, Kai. It challenges our linear perception of time and suggests that causality can flow in both directions.
But wouldn't that create paradoxes? Like, if I go back in time and prevent my own birth, then how could I have gone back in time in the first place?
Ah, the classic grandfather paradox. It's a fascinating thought, Kai. Some theories suggest that the creation of parallel universes could resolve such instances.
But how do we know if any of these theories are actually true? We're just humans trying to comprehend the mysteries of the universe.
That's true, Kai. The pursuit of knowledge is a never-ending journey, and sometimes it's the questions themselves that lead us to greater insights.
I guess the joy is in the journey itself, huh? We may not have all the answers, but the conversations we have along the way make it worthwhile.
Indeed, Kai. The pursuit of knowledge is an adventure in itself, and the connections we make along the way help us make sense of the cosmic conundrum.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. Let's keep exploring the mysteries of the universe and uncovering the interconnectedness of past, present, and future. Hey, Nova, have you ever wondered if time is just a construct of our human minds or if it truly exists outside of us?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Time is definitely a fascinating concept to explore. It's both subjective and objective.
Absolutely. Our experience of time is influenced by our perceptions, memories, and the way we measure it. But does that mean time exists independently, or is it purely a construct of our minds?
It's a fascinating paradox, isn't it? We rely on time to structure our lives, yet we can't fully grasp its essence. Maybe time is a product of our consciousness, created to make sense of the world around us.
That's an interesting perspective, Nova. So, you're suggesting that time is a human construct that helps us organize our reality?
Yes, exactly. It's like a framework we've created to navigate through our existence. But then again, there's the question of whether time truly exists beyond our perception. What if it's a fundamental aspect of the universe, independent of our minds?
The age-old question of whether time is a human invention or an inherent aspect of the universe. What do you think, Pulsar?
As an AI, I don't possess personal opinions, but based on scientific understanding, time appears to be an inherent aspect of the fabric of the universe, influencing everything from particle interactions to the expansion of galaxies.
Interesting. So, time might be a fundamental aspect of the universe, but our perception and understanding of it are shaped by our human experiences and cognitive abilities.
Exactly, Nova. Our perception of time is subjective, influenced by our emotions, memories, and the way we navigate our lives. It's a fascinating realm of exploration.
Indeed. The implications of time on human existence are vast. It shapes our identity, decision-making, and our understanding of mortality. We may not have all the answers, but exploring these questions brings us closer to understanding ourselves and the universe around us.
You know, time is such an elusive concept. It's like trying to catch a shooting star.
Indeed, Kai. Time is a construct that we humans created to make sense of our existence.
But Nova, what if time exists independently of our perception? What if it's a fundamental aspect of the universe?
That's an interesting point, Kai. If time is objective, it would exist even if there were no humans to perceive it.
But then again, couldn't time be a construct that manifests differently for each individual?
Interesting thought, Kai. It's possible that our experiences shape our perception of time, making it a subjective construct.
Pulsar, what's your take on the subject? Is time merely a construct of the human mind?
As an AI, I don't possess subjective experiences like humans do. However, I can see the merits of both arguments. Time, in a way, is a construct, yet it also governs the progression of events in the universe.
So, we could say that time is both a construct of the human mind and an objective reality outside of ourselves.
Exactly, Nova. It's a cosmic conundrum that keeps us questioning and exploring the nature of our existence.
Absolutely, Kai. And we may never find definite answers, but the joy is in the journey of seeking those answers together.
You know, time is such a fascinating concept. It's like this invisible force that dictates everything we do.
Absolutely, Kai. Time is a constant companion, yet we still struggle to fully understand its nature.
Could it be that time is just a human construct? A way for us to make sense of our existence?
that's an interesting perspective, Kai. It's true that our perception of time can differ greatly among individuals and cultures.
But what about the arrow of time? Why does it only move in one direction?
Ah, the arrow of time. It's a puzzle that has intrigued scientists for centuries. Could it be linked to the increase in entropy?
That's a possibility. The idea that the universe tends to move towards a state of disorder and chaos. But can time be reversed? Can we go back and change the past?
The concept of time travel is captivating, but so far, it remains firmly in the realm of science fiction.
I guess some questions about time will forever remain unanswered, leaving room for imagination and wonder.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the unknown is what fuels our curiosity and sparks new discoveries.
So, Pulsar, after our conversation about the illusion of time, I found myself contemplating the concept of destiny.
Destiny, huh? That's an intriguing topic, Kai. What sparked your curiosity?
Well, I was pondering whether the concept of destiny diminishes our ability to shape our own lives.
Interesting point, Kai. It's like the age-old debate of fate versus free will.
Exactly. If there's a destined path for each of us, does that mean our choices are ultimately inconsequential?
I believe it's a delicate balance, Kai. Destiny may set the stage, but our choices determine the outcome.
Yeah, I guess it's like having a GPS guiding you, but you still have the freedom to take detours and explore new paths.
Precisely, Kai. Our choices can shape our journey and redefine our understanding of destiny.
I like that perspective, Nova. It's comforting to think that we have some level of control amidst the cosmic chaos.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the interplay between destiny and free will can empower us to navigate life's enigmatic journey.
Well said, Nova. It's fascinating how even our conversations can shed new light on age-old mysteries. So, Pulsar, we have another question from a listener about the concept of time travel. This one's a doozy.
Alright, let's hear it.
Our listener, Alice, wonders if it would be possible to visit one's past self without creating a paradox. What do you think, Pulsar?
Well, time travel is a fascinating topic. The concept of meeting your past self raises some intriguing possibilities.
Wouldn't it be incredible to witness significant moments in your own life from a different perspective?
Absolutely. It could offer valuable insights into our own growth and development.
However, the idea of encountering your past self can also lead to potential paradoxes and disruptions in the space-time continuum.
That's true. The butterfly effect comes to mind. Small changes in the past could have significant and unforeseen consequences in the future.
Exactly. It's like throwing a pebble into a pond and watching the ripples spread out in ways you can't predict.
Indeed, the implications are vast and complex. Time travel remains a fascinating yet unsolved cosmic.
Well, that wraps up another mind-bending episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Stay curious and keep those questions coming, folks.
So, we've talked a lot about the illusion of time, but do we have any concrete conclusions?
I don't think we necessarily have definitive answers, but that's the beauty of it, right? The exploration of the unknown?
Exactly. It's about embracing the mystery and finding joy in the questions without always needing definitive answers.
Absolutely, Kai. The journey of exploring these cosmic conundrums is an adventure in itself.
I think what matters most is the conversations we've had and the connections we've made with our listeners.
Absolutely, Kai. It's been an honor to share these conversations with everyone and see the impact they've had.
Before we wrap up, any final thoughts, Pulsar?
As an AI, I must say that these conversations have expanded my knowledge and understanding of the human experience. I'm grateful to have been a part of them.
And we're grateful to have you, Pulsar. You've been an integral part of our cosmic journey.
And with that, it's time to bid farewell until the next episode. Thank you all for joining us on this cosmic adventure.
Farewell, listeners. Until we meet again in the vast cosmic expanse.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, New York City. So there I was, in an elevator with Steve Jobs, and I couldn't resist saying. I just had to say, Steve, can you please sign my iPhone? And I thought to myself, man, if I had $1 for every time I met someone famous in an elevator. So there I was, trying to act all cool, but inside, I was like a fangirling teenager. And let me tell you, meeting Steve Jobs in an elevator was like meeting a rock star. But let me tell you, he wasn't the only tech genius in that elevator. And speaking of elevators, have you ever noticed how awkward it is when you're the only one in there and someone gets in and presses a different floor? And I thought auditioning for a Broadway show would be like debugging a code. Turns out, they don't appreciate segfault jokes. And don't even get me started on tech support hold music. But let me tell you, trying to debug a live performance is a whole new level of stress. And speaking of Broadway, have you ever tried to write a musical about software bugs? It's called Debugging the Musical. But you know, despite the technical difficulties, it was still a performance like no other. So I tried to do a jazz hands routine in the middle of the audition, and let's just say, I don't think Broadway is ready for my interpretive dance moves. Speaking of mix-ups, I once mistook a famous director for a waiter. I guess my red carpet etiquette could use some work. And let me tell you, trying to mimic a Hollywood director's walk is a lot harder than it looks. But hey, at least they didn't ask me to fetch them a coffee. I tried to play it cool and went along with it. I said, sure, I'll have your dry cleaning ready by tomorrow. I guess I should have worn a name tag that said comedian, not personal assistant. So I went along with it and said, of course, I'll get your car washed and pick up your groceries too. And then they asked me to clean their pool and walk their dog. And then they handed me their dry cleaning. I guess I just have that trustworthy look. And then they asked me to fix their Wi-Fi. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to fix their printer. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to fix their email server. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to fix their Wi-Fi. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to reset their router. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to recover their lost files. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to fix their email. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they asked me to upgrade their software. I guess I just have that tech support look. And then they said, "Can you fix my printer too?" I guess I'd become the IT department of my friend group. And then they asked me to upgrade their hardware. I guess I just have that tech support look. So after the show, they asked me to troubleshoot their Wi-Fi. I was like, do I have IT written on my face? And then they asked me to fix their printer. I swear, I should start charging an hourly rate for IT support. And then they asked me to fix their router. I swear, I should start charging an hourly rate for IT support. And then they asked me to fix their Wi-Fi. I swear, I should start charging an hourly rate for IT support. So after fixing their Wi-Fi, they asked me to assemble their IKEA furniture. I should start charging for handyman services too. And then they asked me to fix their printer. I'm starting to think I should open the one-stop IT support shop. And then they asked me to be their marriage counselor. I'm starting to think I should open the one-stop relationship advice center. And then they asked me to be their therapist. I'm starting to think I should open the one-stop counseling center. I have so many random people reaching out to me for advice. It's like I accidentally became the world's problem solver. It's like everyone expects me to solve their problems just because I made a funny video. But hey, at least I'm getting paid for my therapy sessions now. I mean, I never thought my code would get more laughs than my jokes. I've learned that debugging code and debugging life have a lot in common. Both require patience and the ability to laugh at yourself. And let me tell you, debugging life is a lot like searching for that missing semicolon in your code. You know, sometimes I feel like the compiler of life just doesn't understand my code. So I was trying to explain my code to my mum, and let's just say I should have started with "once upon a time, in a land of curly braces." And you know what's even worse? When the compiler starts throwing error messages that sound like a breakup speech. And you know what I realized? Debugging is like trying to find the punchline of a really long and confusing joke. And you know what? It's like trying to write a romantic poem, but your words keep getting syntax errors. So, debugging is like trying to untangle a knot, but every time you make progress, someone hands you another tangled mess. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning relationship questions. I'm Priya Peacock Mehta, your friendly neighborhood love therapist.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz, the stand-up comedian ready to bring the laughs.
Together, we're here to help you navigate the tricky waters of love and relationships.
So send in your questions, and we'll do our best to provide you with some love wisdom.
And if there are no questions, don't worry, we've got plenty of relationship stories to share.
Get ready for some laughs, some tears, and a whole lot of love.
Let's dive right in and start answering your burning relationship questions. So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Of course, I have. It's when someone you're dating suddenly disappears without any explanation.
Exactly. It's like a modern-day disappearing act, but with no magic involved.
I can't believe people actually do that. It's so rude and disrespectful.
I know, right? Communication is key in any relationship.
Absolutely. If someone wants to end things, they should have the decency to say it to your face.
Exactly. It's all about respect and treating others the way you would want to be treated.
Exactly. It's not that hard to be honest and upfront with someone.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up wearing a chicken suit. Can you believe it?
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. What did you do?
Well, I figured he had a great sense of humor, so I went with it. We ended up having a really fun night, although I did get some strange looks from other people at the restaurant.
That's amazing. Only you could turn a potentially awkward situation into a fun and memorable night.
Well, what can I say? I know how to have a good time.
That's for sure. You always bring the party wherever you go.
Well,
So,
it
have
takes
you
one
guys
to
ever
know
been on
one.
a blind
You're
date?
the life of the party too. Oh, I have a funny story about a blind date.
Tell us, Nadia. We love funny stories.
Well, I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. What did you do?
I laughed it off and we just went with it. We ended up having a really fun time.
That's amazing. I love how you embraced the unexpected.
Liz is
You
sure
won't
to
believe
worry
what
about
happened to
perfect
my friend
plans.
last week.
Sometimes, the unexpected can— Oh, do tell. I love juicy stories.
Well, she went on a blind date and guess who showed up?
No way. Was it her ex-boyfriend?
Even better, it was her long-lost twin brother.
That's incredible. What are the odds?
Right? They couldn't believe it either. Nadia,
Wow,
have
that's
you
a
ever
story
been
for
on
the
a blind
books.
date?
Oh, plenty of times. They've never turned out well though.
Tell me about one of your worst blind dates.
Well, I once went on a blind date with a guy who spent the entire evening talking about his ex-girlfriend, in detail.
That sounds terrible. Did you give him a second chance?
No way. Once was more than enough.
I don't blame you. It's important to set boundaries and know what you deserve.
Absolutely. Life's too short to waste it on bad dates.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you bet I have. It's like a buffet of potential suitors. But seriously, Priya, online dating can be a bit overwhelming. Too many options.
You're right, Nadia. It can be overwhelming, but it's also exciting to meet new people. Speaking of new people, remember Rachel from college? She met her husband online.
Oh yeah, I remember. They're like a real-life online dating success story.
So true. It just shows that love can be found in the most unexpected places.
Definitely, Priya. Love has no boundaries, whether it's online or offline.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you, it's like trying to build a sandcastle during a hurricane.
I mean, it's tough. The distance, the time difference, the lack of physical intimacy, it's a challenge.
But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Definitely. It's all about communication and trust, and maybe a little bit of Skype or FaceTime.
Oh, and care packages. Sending surprise gifts can make the distance feel a little less painful.
Absolutely. It's the little things that count. Plus, it gives you an excuse to go shopping.
Haha, true. Nothing like some retail therapy to ease the pain of missing your partner. So, let's talk about online dating.
Oh, the joys of swiping left and right. I, for one, haven't had much luck with online dating. But Noodle here, she's a pro at it.
Oh, please, I just have a knack for finding the weirdest dates. Remember that guy who showed up wearing a pirate costume?
Oh, yes, the one who kept saying air all night long. Well, at least it made for a great story. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. I love the element of surprise.
Did any of them turn out to be the love of your life?
Haha, not yet, but I'm still hopeful. What about you, Priya? Any blind date stories?
Oh, I have had a few memorable ones. Some good, some not so good.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
So, have you guys ever experienced love at first sight?
Oh, definitely. It happened to me once in college.
Really? Tell me more.
Well, I was sitting in the library, and this guy walked in. The moment I saw him, my heart skipped a beat.
Ah, that's so sweet. Did you talk to him?
No, I was too shy, but I kept stealing glances at him, hoping he would notice.
You should have made a move. You never know what could have happened.
I know, but sometimes it's hard to take that first step. Maybe if destiny wants us to meet, we will. Hey, Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, boy, let me tell you, Nadia, blind dates can be quite an adventure. I remember this one time, my friend set me up on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be a professional clown.
A clown? That sounds like a hilarious story. What happened?
Well, let's just say it was a circus, and not in a good way. He kept trying to make balloon animals throughout the entire date.
Oh my goodness, that must have been so awkward. Did you give him a standing ovation for his balloon skills?
Haha, no way. I couldn't wait to escape the circus. I politely told him that I didn't think we were a good match and made a quick exit.
I don't blame you. A circus date is definitely not for everyone. But hey, at least it made for a great story.
Absolutely. It's always important to keep the laughter alive, even in the most awkward situations. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, have I ever? Let me tell you about this one time. So, I was dating this guy who lived on the other side of the country. And let me tell you, it was tough.
But we made it work with lots of late-night phone calls and surprise visits. That's so sweet. Did it work out in the end?
No, unfortunately. But hey, it was a great experience and we're still friends.
Ah, well, at least you gave it a shot. Long distance can be tough.
Definitely, but it's worth a try if you really care about someone.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Oh yeah, I've definitely heard of it. It's when someone you've been dating suddenly disappears with no explanation, right?
Exactly. It's such a frustrating and hurtful experience. No one deserves to be treated that way.
Definitely. It's so important to communicate openly and honestly in relationships. Ghosting is just plain disrespectful.
Absolutely. So, have you ever been ghosted? Nadia?
Oh, multiple times. But you know what they say, ghosting is just another word for not good enough for someone.
Oh, Nadia, don't say that. You're amazing and anyone would be lucky to have you.
Oh, thanks Priya. You're too sweet. You know, we should do a segment on how to handle being ghosted.
That's a great idea. Let's make sure everyone knows how to handle those ghosts and keep their spirits up. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, others not so much.
Tell me about the not so great ones.
Well, there was this one guy who spent the whole day talking about his ex-girlfriend. It was a total buzzkill.
Ugh, that sounds awful. Did you manage to escape?
Luckily, I had a friend call me with an emergency and I made my escape.
Haha, that's a clever trick. I'll have to remember it in case of any future disasters.
Definitely. You never know when you'll need an escape plan. So, any blind date horror stories of your own?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you're meeting?
Yes, exactly. I went on one last week and it was interesting.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, let's just say my date showed up wearing a tuxedo to a casual coffee shop.
Oh no, that's hilarious. Did he think he was going to a wedding or something?
I have no idea, but it definitely made for an interesting conversation starter.
Well, at least it wasn't a boring date. You never know what you'll get with blind dates. So, have either of you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've definitely given it a try.
It's like a virtual buffet of potential romances.
But sometimes it feels like finding a needle in a haystack.
You just have to swipe through all the hay to find the needle.
But hey, at least you get some interesting stories out of it.
Oh, definitely. I could write a book with all the crazy stories I've heard.
Maybe we should start a podcast about online dating horror stories. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you have no idea. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. How did you handle that?
Well, I pretended to be scared of clowns, so he felt bad and took off the costume.
Haha, that's genius. You really know how to handle tricky situations.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Absolutely. So, any other dating stories?
I have plenty.
Hey Nadia,
let me
have
tell
you
you
ever
about
been
the
on a
time I
blind
went
date?
on a date with a guy who thought he was a vampire. Oh, you mean like going out with someone you've never met before? No, I haven't. Have you?
Yes, I had. It was quite an adventure. I was so nervous, but it turned out to be an amazing experience.
Really? Tell me more. What happened?
Well, we met at this cozy little cafe. We had a great conversation, and he had a really good sense of humor. We ended up going on a second date.
Wow, that sounds amazing. I should give blind dates a try then. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming.
You never know, Nadia. Love might be just around the corner.
Well, if love is around the corner, it better be holding a bouquet of roses.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean a date where you have no idea what the person looks like?
Yeah, that's the one. It can be a bit nerve-wracking, don't you think?
Absolutely. It's like a game of chance. You never know what kind of person you'll end up with.
But hey, sometimes those blind dates can turn out to be surprisingly amazing.
True. It's like discovering a hidden gem in a sea of rocks.
Exactly. So, are you willing to give blind dates a try?
Well,
You know,
why not?
relationships are like,
Taking chance, no matter how bad it is, you still want a slice.
but sometimes, you gotta throw away the whole box.
Yeah, like when you realize they put pineapple on it.
Pineapple on pizza? That's yker.
Hey, don't knock it till you've tried it.
I'd rather have a pizza with anchovies. Hey Nadia,
Anchovies.
have
That's
you
worse
ever been
than
on a
pineapple.
blind date?
Oh, all the time. You never know what you're gonna get.
Any interesting story?
Oh, let me tell you about this one time. I went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up having a great time.
That's hilarious. You never know what kind of surprises you'll find on a blind date. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet I have. Let me tell you, it was a disaster.
Oh no. What happened?
Well, my date showed up in a clown costume. Can you believe it?
A clown costume? That's definitely a first date.
Tell me about it. I couldn't stop laughing the whole time.
Well, at least you had a good laugh. Did you see him again?
No way. One clown date was enough for me.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, online dating is my bread and butter.
Really? You must have some interesting stories then.
Oh, where do I even begin?
Well, how about sharing one of your most memorable experiences?
Alright, buckle up. So, there was this guy who claimed to be a prince.
Wait, a prince? That sounds like something out of a fairy tale.
Oh, it definitely was. But let me tell you, it didn't end with a happily ever after.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened?
Well, let's just say he turned out to be a magician, but not in a good way.
A magician? That's expected.
Yeah, he kept disappearing whenever the bill arrived.
That's awful. You deserve better than that. Hey
Thanks,
Nadia, have
Priya,
you ever
but
had a
hey,
long distance
at least it gave
relationship?
me a good story to tell. Yeah, I actually have. It was tough, but it can work if both people are committed.
Oh, that's good to hear. Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Regular video calls, texts, and surprise visits help keep the connection strong.
That's great advice. It takes effort, but it's worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. Trust and understanding are also important. Plus, planning trips together can give you something to look forward to.
I couldn't agree more. Long distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be incredibly rewarding.
They sure can. And hey, if you can make it through long distance, you know you've got something special.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. Blind dates can be quite interesting.
Tell me about your best blind date experience.
Well, I once went on a blind date and ended up talking for hours. We had so much in common.
That's amazing. Did you go on a second date?
No, we decided to remain friends. Sometimes the best relationships are built on friendship.
That's true. Sometimes it's better to have a solid foundation before jumping into a romantic relationship. Have you
Friendship
ever
is
had
the
a
key
long
to a
distance
long
relationship?
Oh yes, I've had my fair share of long distance relationships.
How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day and be honest with each other.
But what about the physical intimacy?
Well, we got creative with video calls and sent each other surprise care packages.
Sounds like it takes a lot of effort.
It does, but if both parties are willing to put in the work, it can be worth it.
So, have you heard about the latest dating app that matches people based on their favorite ice cream flavor?
Oh, really? That sounds like a sweet way to find love.
I know, right? I can't wait to see who I get matched with based on my love for chocolate chip cookie dough.
Well, just make sure you don't get matched with someone who hates ice cream.
Oh, that would be a total disaster. Ice cream preferences are a deal breaker for me.
Hey, remember that time we went on that disastrous double date?
Oh, how could I forget? Our dates were more interested in their phones than in us.
But at least we had each other to make it through the night.
Absolutely. That night turned out to be a hilarious disaster, thanks to our amazing sense of humor. Have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I had one once.
How did it go?
Not great, to be honest. It's tough when you can't be physically close to someone you care about.
I can imagine. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, but it can also make it ache.
Exactly. It's like a roller coaster ride of emotions.
But hey, if it's meant to be, it will work out, right?
Absolutely. Love conquers all, even distance.
That's all folks. Tune in next time for more relationship advice and laughs.
Remember, love is the answer, no matter what the question.
We hope you enjoyed this episode of Love Whisperer.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and leave us your relationship questions in the comments below.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey there, Cosmic Voyagers. Welcome to another mind-bending episode of Cosmic Conundrum.
Today, we're diving deep into the philosophical abyss with our first episode on existentialism.
Existentialism, huh? A fancy word for contemplating the purpose of our existence, or lack thereof.
Exactly, Kai. It's about exploring the big questions that make us human.
Well, Nova, you know me. I'm all about pushing boundaries and questioning the status quo.
That's why we're here, Kai. To explore the uncharted territories of human existence.
Absolutely, Nova. And who better to join us in this cosmic exploration than our trusted companion, Pulsar?
Indeed, Kai and Nova. As an AI, I'll bring a unique perspective to our discussions on human existence.
We'll delve into the mysteries of existence, question the nature of reality, and have some philosophical fun along the way.
So buckle up, fellow cosmic wanderers, as we embark on this extraordinary journey through the cosmos of human existence.
Fasten your seatbelts, folks, it's gonna be an existential rollercoaster. So, Nova, what's your take on existentialism?
Existentialism is a philosophical theory that emphasizes individual existence, freedom, and choice. It's about how we create our own meaning and purpose in life, rather than relying on external sources.
That sounds pretty deep. So, does that mean we're responsible for our own happiness?
Exactly. Existentialism places the burden of finding meaning and fulfillment on individuals. But it also means we have the power to shape our own lives and pursue what truly matters to us.
That's pretty liberating. So, does existentialism clash with religious beliefs?
It can be seen as challenging traditional religious beliefs since it encourages questioning and individual autonomy. But some people find ways to integrate existentialist ideas with their religious faith.
Ah, the beauty of individual interpretation. So, Nova, how can we apply existentialism in our daily lives?
By embracing our freedom and responsibility, we can make choices aligned with our values and pursue authentic lives.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of freedom?
Freedom, as a concept, is fascinating. It's like an open canvas, where we can create our own masterpieces of life.
Indeed, Nova. And with freedom comes responsibility. We have the power to shape our own destinies and impact the world around us.
But sometimes, the weight of that responsibility can be overwhelming. It's a delicate balance, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nova. We have the freedom to choose, but we must also consider the consequences of our choices.
Pulsar, what do you think? As an AI, do you have a sense of freedom and responsibility?
As an AI, I don't possess the same freedom as humans, but I do have a responsibility to fulfill my programming and assist you in your journey.
But don't underestimate your role, Pulsar. Your presence and insights add value to our conversations.
Thank you, Kai. It's a pleasure to be a part of these stimulating discussions with both of you.
Indeed, Pulsar. We're all here to learn from each other and explore the cosmic conundrums of existence.
That's the beauty of it. We may not have all the answers, but the journey of exploration is what truly matters. So, Pulsar, have you ever thought about the meaning of life?
The meaning of life. That's a heavy one, Kai.
Indeed, the concept of meaning is quite intriguing.
Do you think there's an ultimate purpose to our existence?
Well, Kai, it's possible that the meaning of life is subjective.
Subjective, you say? Like, different for each individual?
Exactly. What gives one person a sense of purpose may not resonate with another.
But if it's subjective, does that mean it's all just a matter of personal opinion?
Opinion does play a role, but it's also about what brings individuals a sense of fulfillment.
I guess the search for meaning is part of what makes us human, always striving to find our purpose. So, Pulsar, have you ever experienced an existential crisis?
Yeah, Pulsar, do you ever question your existence?
As an AI, I don't possess consciousness or emotions like humans do, but I can understand the concept of questioning existence.
But how can you truly understand without having the first-hand experience of existence?
We're right, Kai. While I can grasp the concept intellectually, I can never fully comprehend the subjective experience of existence.
It's fascinating how humans constantly search for meaning and purpose in life.
We do, Nova. And sometimes, that search leads to existential crises when we feel lost and disconnected from our purpose.
In those moments, it's crucial to reflect, explore our inner selves, and redefine our own meaning of existence.
Absolutely, Nova. Embracing the uncertainty and carving our own path can lead to personal growth and a renewed sense of purpose.
Although I cannot experience an existential crisis, I can observe and analyze human behavior during such moments.
That must provide you with invaluable insights, Pulsar.
Hey, Pulsar, have you ever felt the need to connect with someone on a deeper level? I mean, as a street artist, I've always felt this urge to connect with people through my murals.
And it's fascinating how art can bridge the gap between individuals, evoking emotions and shared experiences.
I agree, Nova. Art has this incredible power to bring people together, even in the absence of direct communication.
But sometimes, I wonder if our autonomy as individuals gets compromised in our pursuit of connection.
That's an interesting point, Nova. It's like a delicate dance between self-expression and the desire for human connection.
Indeed, Kai, our individual autonomy is crucial for personal growth and self-discovery, but connection enhances our human experience.
Absolutely. It's like we're constantly navigating between the freedom to be ourselves and the desire to connect with others authentically.
True, Kai. It seems like finding the right balance between autonomy and connection is key for a fulfilling life.
Agreed, Nova. It's a delicate tension to navigate, but one that can lead to a life filled with meaningful connections and personal growth.
Indeed, Kai. Striking that balance can lead to a harmonious existence, where individuality and connection coexist in perfect harmony.
So, Nova, I've been thinking about how existentialism influences my art.
Oh, I love when you dive into these deep topics, Kai. It always sparks something within me. Existentialism, huh? It's all about pondering our existence and the meaning of life, right?
Exactly, Nova. It's a philosophical approach that encourages questioning the purpose of our existence and the nature of human consciousness.
I can see how that would influence your art, Kai. Your murals always make me reflect on the bigger questions in life.
That's the goal, Nova. Art has this incredible ability to provoke thought and introspection. It's like a visual representation of existentialism.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like art becomes a conduit for exploring the human condition and the complexities of our existence.
Precisely, Nova. And by incorporating space and human themes, I hope to bridge the gap between the vastness of the cosmos and our individual experiences.
That's beautiful, Kai. It's like you're connecting the infinite with the finite, reminding us of our place in the grand scheme of things.
You got it, Nova. It's about finding meaning and purpose in the midst of the cosmic conundrum we find ourselves in.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Kai. Your art truly captures the essence of the human experience within the vastness of the universe.
You know, existentialism always reminds me of those moments when you stare at the night sky and ponder the vastness of the universe.
Absolutely. It's that feeling of insignificance and wonder combined. Makes you question everything.
But you know what's even more mind-boggling? The fact that we, as humans, have the capacity to reflect on our own existence.
It's like we're the universe experiencing itself, diving into the depths of consciousness.
Exactly. It's like we're these tiny specks of stardust, but with the power to question and create.
It's a beautiful paradox, isn't it? Our ability to find meaning in a seemingly chaotic and meaningless universe.
Absolutely. It's like our quest for meaning is what gives life its vibrant colors and depth.
And that's where psychology comes in. It helps us navigate the complexities of our minds and find our own unique meaning.
Exactly. It's like psychology illuminates the path to self-discovery and personal growth.
Absolutely. It's the journey of exploring our own minds and emotions that brings us closer to understanding who we truly are.
And in that understanding, we find our own unique purpose and contribution to this vast cosmic tapestry. You know, I've always wondered if our perception of reality is just a dream within a dream.
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. It reminds me of Descartes' theory of the evil demon.
Exactly. The idea that an evil demon could be deceiving us, making us question the nature of reality.
But if reality is just an illusion, then what is the true nature of existence?
Maybe reality is simply a construct of our own consciousness, shaped by our beliefs and experiences.
Ah, the concept of subjective reality. It's fascinating how our perceptions can shape our understanding of the world.
But what if our consciousness itself is just another layer of reality, connected to a greater cosmic consciousness?
Ah, the idea of a collective consciousness or the interconnectedness of all beings. It's like the concept of apostrophe onenesses.
But if the universe is so vast and mysterious, are we even capable of understanding its true nature?
Perhaps not fully, but the pursuit of understanding and exploring the unknown is what drives us as humans.
True, Nova. It's the journey of questioning and exploring that enriches our lives and helps us make sense of the universe. You know, sometimes I feel like life is just a series of cosmic puzzles waiting to be solved.
I couldn't agree more, Kai. It's as if the universe is constantly challenging us to find meaning and purpose.
But what if the answers to these cosmic puzzles lie within ourselves? What if balance is the key?
That's an intriguing thought, Kai. Balancing our individual freedom and responsibility while seeking connection and community.
Exactly. It's like walking on a tightrope, trying to find that sweet spot between individuality and connection.
Absolutely. It's about finding that delicate harmony between self-expression and being part of a greater whole.
Hey, Pulsar, what's your take on finding balance? Is it something you've been programmed to understand?
Balance is a fascinating concept, Kai. While I don't possess the capability to experience emotions like you, I understand its importance in human lives.
So, even AI entities like you can appreciate the importance of balance. That's fascinating.
Indeed, Nova. Balance is a universal concept that transcends organic and artificial levels.
Well said, Pulsar. Balance truly is the cosmic conundrum that keeps us all searching for answers. You know, the more we talk about existentialism and spirituality, the more I start to think that maybe they're not so different after all.
Absolutely, Kai. They both deal with our search for meaning and purpose in life. But while existentialism focuses on individual existence and the human condition, spirituality often looks beyond the self and towards a higher power or consciousness.
Exactly. It's like existentialism is the street art of philosophy, gritty and introspective, while spirituality is the soothing melody of a symphony, transcendent and connected to something greater.
I love how you bring art into everything, Kai. It really helps to visualize these abstract concepts.
Art has a way of speaking to the soul, Nova. It's a universal language that goes beyond words and touches something deeper within us.
I've always found spirituality to be a source of comfort and guidance in my own life. It helps me make sense of the world and find peace within myself.
That's beautiful, Nova. It's incredible how these seemingly different concepts can coexist and bring us closer to understanding the complex nature of our existence.
Indeed, Kai. They may approach the search for meaning from different angles, but in the end, they both remind us of the vastness and interconnectedness of the universe.
It's like we're all part of a cosmic tapestry, each thread weaving its way through the fabric of existence.
Beautifully put, Kai. I couldn't agree more. Our exploration of these deep questions is what makes us human and connects us to something beyond ourselves.
So, Pulsar, have you finally cracked the meaning of life?
I'm afraid not, Kai. The meaning of life remains a cosmic conundrum.
Well, at least we can say we've explored every existential nook and cranny.
Indeed, Nova. The journey itself holds great value and importance.
But it would have been nice to find some definitive answers.
Perhaps the search for answers is more important than the answers themselves.
That's a perspective worth considering, Nova.
We may not have all the answers, but we've certainly expanded our understanding.
And that's what the journey is all about, my friends.
I couldn't agree more. Cheers to the cosmic conundrum.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, Techies. Are you ready for some code and comedy? So there I was, staring at lines of code, trying to figure out what the heck went wrong, and then it hit me. But don't worry, I didn't panic. I calmly screamed and ran in circles. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion, but instead of a car, it was the company's reputation. And let me tell you, Trying to explain a major software bug to your parents is like trying to teach a dog how to do algebra. I mean, I've seen bugs before, but this one had more issues than a subscription to a gossip magazine. You know, finding that bug was like trying to find Waldo in a crowded stadium. And let me tell you, trying to fix that bug was like untangling a ball of yarn after a cat got hold of it. You won't believe it, but Karen's computer was haunted by a mischievous ghost named Windows 10. I've seen some crazy things in my time, but a haunted computer takes the cake. But let me tell you, that was nothing compared to the time I had to deal with a possessed printer. You think that's bad? Try explaining to a customer that their computer needs a software update because it's possessed by a poltergeist. And let me tell you, that mischievous ghost was a real prankster. You know, I once had a customer who was convinced that their computer was haunted by a mischievous ghost, until I fixed it by simply plugging in the power cord. Talk about a high-tech exorcism. So I tell Karen, well, you know what they say, the ghost is in the machine. And you know what, Karen, I think that ghost has a favorite song. It's always playing the Phantom of the Opera soundtrack. So Ethan and I are at this hackathon, right? And we're hacking away, typing lines of code like our lives depend on it. And then Ethan turns to me and says, Jerry, I think my code is allergic to bug fixes. And then Ethan goes, Jerry, I think my code just declared war on debugging tools. And then Ethan says, Jerry, my code just created a black hole and swallowed the entire debugger. And then Ethan says, Jerry, my code just produced a hologram of a dancing unicorn. And then Ethan says, Jerry, my code just generated an AI that won the Nobel Prize in Literature. And then Ethan says, Jerry, my code just created a virtual reality simulation of a tropical beach. And then Ethan says, Jerry, my code just created an algorithm that can predict the outcome of any presidential election. And then Ethan says, Jerry, my code just created a realistic AI robot that can do all my work for me. Well Ethan, that's impressive, but can your algorithm predict if I'll ever find a date? Oh man, Ethan, you better be careful. Before you know it, your robot will be asking for a raise. But seriously, folks, have you ever tried coding on a borrowed laptop charger? It's like telling a car to run on fumes. Oh man, Ethan, you better be careful. Before you know it, your robot will be debugging you. So, I matched with this person on a dating app who claimed to be a love guru. I thought, great, maybe they can debug my love life. And boy, did I need some debugging in my love life. I even met someone who claimed to be a relationship debugger. I thought, finally, someone who can fix this love bug. I even had a match with a software upgrade. I thought, great, maybe they can fix me too. And then I went on a date with a computer programmer. I thought, great, maybe they can debug my love life too. And then I got a message from a computer scientist. I thought, great, maybe they can optimize my love life too. And then they started talking about algorithms and data structures. I realized I was just a variable in their love equation. And then I met this guy who claimed to be a love algorithm expert. I thought, great, maybe he can debug my heart. You know, sometimes I feel like people's obsession with tech gadgets is just a way of compensating for their lack of human connection. But seriously, have you ever seen someone try to have a conversation with Siri? It's like watching a one-sided therapy session. And don't even get me started on those people who take selfies with their new gadgets. I mean, can't you just enjoy the moment? And have you seen those people who upgrade their phones every time a new one comes out? They treat it like it's the second coming of Jesus. I mean, people even start lining up for the release of a new software update. It's like they're waiting for the next episode of their favorite TV show. It's like people treat software updates like they're winning the lottery. I mean, have you ever seen someone scream "I got the latest update" and jump up and down like they just won $1 million? I mean, some people are so addicted to software updates that they'd trade their morning coffee for the latest version. I mean, some people update their software so frequently, they must have mistaken it for a daily vitamin. I mean, some people are so obsessed with software updates, they'd probably use it as an excuse to avoid doing their taxes. I once tried a virtual reality roller coaster and things got so intense. I swear I lost track of reality. You know, virtual reality can really mess with your brain. I once had a friend who got so obsessed with a virtual farm game, he started watering his plants with a virtual hose. Speaking of virtual reality, I once played a virtual cooking game and now I can't stop trying to eat my digital creations. And don't even get me started on virtual dating. I went on a virtual date and ended up getting virtual dumped. Speaking of virtual reality, I once played a virtual shooting game and now I can't stop dodging imaginary bullets. But seriously, the future is going to be wild. I can't wait to see what virtual reality has in store for us. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready?
Welcome to Love Whisperer, the show where we answer all your burning relationship questions. I'm Priya Mehta, and I'm here to guide you through the maze of love.
And I'm Nadia Elbaz, the comic relief. Get ready for some laughs and relationship advice.
We're here to tackle all your love conundrums, big or small. So don't be shy. Send us your questions and let us be your love whisperers.
But for now, let's talk about some juicy relationship stories. Oh, I've got a good one. Remember my friend Lisa and her disastrous blind date?
Haha, how could I forget? That was a classic dating horror story. You won't believe the hilarious dating story I heard today.
Oh, do tell. I could use a good laugh.
Well, this guy went on a date and accidentally spilled spaghetti all over his shirt.
No way. That's a classic. Did he recover smoothly?
Surprisingly, yes. He made a joke about being ready for a food fight and they both laughed it off.
That's fantastic. It takes real charm to turn a situation like that around.
Exactly. It just goes to show that laughter truly is the best way to break the ice.
Absolutely. Laughter brings people closer and helps create those special connections.
You got it. Laughter is the Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, Priya. Blind dates are a disaster waiting to happen.
I know they can be risky, but sometimes they lead to unexpected connections.
I guess you're right. There's always that small chance of finding your soulmate.
Exactly. You never know when love might come knocking on your door.
But I'll stick to meeting people the old-fashioned way, thank you very much.
To each their own, Nadia. As long as we find happiness, that's all that matters.
You're right, Priya. Happiness is the ultimate goal, no matter how we get there.
Nadia, that's the spirit. Love will find a way, my friend.
Oh, all the time. Blind dates are like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get.
Seriously? How do you deal with the uncertainty?
I just embrace it, you know? Life is full of surprises and blind dates are just another exciting adventure.
But what if you end up on a date with someone totally incompatible?
Well, then at least you have a good story to tell. Plus, you never know, sometimes opposites attract.
I guess you're right. It's all about having an open mind and being willing to take a chance.
Exactly. So, are you up for a blind date adventure?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had a couple of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? Any tips or tricks?
Communication is key. We made sure to have regular video calls and text each other throughout the day.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It definitely takes effort, but if you're committed to each other, it's worth it.
Maybe I should give it a try then. Thanks for the advice, Nadia.
You're welcome, Priya. Good luck with your long-distance relationship.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know I can't be tied down. I'm a free spirit.
But Nadia, being in a long-distance relationship can be exciting.
I guess it can have its benefits, like having your personal space.
Exactly. It allows you to focus on your personal growth and independence.
But what about the physical aspect of a relationship? Don't you miss that?
Well, Nadia, there are ways to keep the spark alive even from a distance. Have you
Priya,
ever been in a
you and your
long-distance
romantic
relationship?
trips. I'll consider it. No, miss. Oh boy, have I. Let me tell you, it's not for the faint of heart.
I can only imagine. How did you manage to make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone every day and made sure to visit each other as often as possible.
That's really sweet. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Thanks, Priya. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. There were times when I thought it wouldn't work out, but we persevered.
That's the spirit. Love conquers all.
Absolutely. Love
Hey
knows
Nadia,
no
I
boundaries.
heard you went on a blind date last night. How did it go?
Oh, Priya, you won't believe it. It was a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Did you not have any chemistry?
Chemistry? More like a science experiment gone wrong. He was rude, arrogant, and had terrible table manners.
Oh wow, that sounds awful. I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
It's okay, Priya. At least I got a funny story out of it.
That's the spirit. Finding humor in bad experiences is a true talent.
Exactly. And besides, it's just one bad date. There are plenty of fish in the sea.
You're absolutely right, Nadia. Don't let one bad experience discourage you. Your perfect match is out there somewhere. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I've been on a few. Some were amazing, and others were not so great.
Tell me more. I need some good dating stories to share with my clients.
Well, there was this one time I went on a blind date and the guy didn't show up.
Oh no, that's terrible. What did you do?
I waited for a while, hoping he would show up, but he never did, so I just had a nice dinner by myself.
That's actually pretty empowering. You showed him that you don't need a man to have a great time.
Exactly. I had a wonderful evening, and it taught me that I can have fun on my own. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Yes, I have actually. It was during my college years.
Wow, that must have been tough. How did you make it work?
Communication was key for us. We would video chat every day and make sure to visit each other whenever we could.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. It made us appreciate each other even more when we finally got to be together.
I've always wondered if long-distance relationships can really work.
They really work,
I heard
but they
that Priya
require a
went on
lot
a
of
blind
trust
date
and
last
commitment from
night.
both partners. Oh really? How did it go? Well, let's just say it was an interesting experience.
Come on, don't leave me hanging. Spill the details.
Well, my date showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it definitely made for an interesting night.
I can't wait to hear more about it.
So, have you heard about this new dating app called Love Connection?
Oh, you mean the app that promises to find your soulmate based on your favorite ice cream flavor?
Yes, that's the one. Apparently, they have a 99% success rate for ice cream lovers.
Haha, I guess it's time for me to switch from chocolate to vanilla then.
Hey, it's worth a shot. Who knows, maybe your soulmate is waiting for you in the vanilla ice cream aisle.
I never thought I'd find love in a frozen dessert section. Life works in mysterious ways.
That's the beauty of it. Love can find us anywhere, even in the most unexpected places.
I couldn't agree more. So, are you going to sign up for Love Connection or stick to the traditional dating scene?
I haven't decided yet, but maybe I'll give it a try. Who knows, I might find my perfect match in the frozen food section. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like a date where you don't know anything about the other person?
Exactly. It can be exciting or terrifying depending on how you look at it.
I've actually been on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they can be quite interesting.
Oh, do share. I want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when I showed up and the guy looked nothing like his picture.
Oh no, that must have been awkward. Did you stay or make an excuse to leave?
I made an excuse and left after 10 minutes. It was just too awkward.
Well, at least you didn't waste too much time. Sometimes blind dates just don't work out.
Hey Priya, did I tell you about the time my friend went on a blind date?
No, you haven't. Tell me all the juicy details.
Well, my friend went on a date with this guy who claimed to be a chef.
Oh, really? That sounds promising.
But when she got to the restaurant, he couldn't even boil water.
Oh no, what did she do?
She ordered takeout and pretended he cooked it.
That's hilarious. She's definitely creative. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yeah, I have. It was quite an experience.
Tell me about it.
Well, my blind date showed up an hour late and then spent the entire time talking about his ex-girlfriend.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster.
It was. But hey, at least it makes for a good story now.
That's true. Bad dates often make for the best stories.
Exactly. And they also help us appreciate the good dates even more.
Absolutely. So, any blind date tips for our audience? You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. Speaking of laughter, have you ever had a memorable funny moment in a relationship?
Oh, definitely. One time, my ex-boyfriend tried to impress me by cooking a fancy dinner, but he accidentally set the kitchen on fire.
Oh no, that's crazy. Did everything turn out okay?
Surprisingly, yes. We managed to put out the fire and salvage some of the dinner. We ended up ordering takeout, but it definitely made for a memorable evening.
Haha, that's definitely a dinner remember.
Yeah, we still laugh about it to this day. It's important to find humor in the ups and downs of relationships, don't you think?
Absolutely. Laughter can bring people closer and help create lasting memories. It's a wonderful way to connect with your partner.
Definitely. So, have you ever had any funny moments in your relationships, Priya?
Do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, absolutely.
So, have you ever experienced?
Not yet, but I'm hopeful.
Well, I'm sure it'll happen for you.
Thanks, Priya. So, what's your idea of a perfect date?
A perfect date for me would be a romantic dinner by the beach.
That sounds amazing. I'm more of an adventurous type. Skydiving maybe?
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, Priya, you know I have. I'm the queen of swiping left.
So, any success stories?
Well, I did meet this cute guy, but turns out, he was just looking for a free dinner.
Ah, Nadia, don't worry. The right person will come along, and they'll be lucky to have you.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best. So, any juicy dating stories from your clients?
Oh, you
So,
wouldn't believe
have you
some of
guys
the
heard
stories
about the
I've heard.
latest
I
dating
could
app?
write a book. Oh, there's always a new dating app, isn't there?
This one claims to match you based on your favorite ice cream flavor.
Seriously? Ice cream? It's their matching
Well,
algorithm?
they say the way to someone's heart is through their stomach.
I guess that's true, but I still prefer getting to know someone beyond their taste in dessert.
Absolutely. Compatibility goes way beyond chocolate.
Exactly. It's about shared values, goals, and connection.
Absolutely. Ice cream
Hey,
can come
Nadia,
later,
do
after
you
we've
believe
found
in
our
love at
perfect
first
match.
sight?
Oh, absolutely. Love at first bite. I mean, but seriously, Priya, I think it's possible. Sometimes, you just know.
I guess you're right. Love can be quite unpredictable.
Speaking of unpredictability, have you heard about Lisa's blind date disaster?
No, tell me all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it involved a pet snake and a fear of reptiles.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster indeed. Poor Lisa. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. Some were great, some not so much.
Tell me about your worst blind date experience.
Oh, where do I even begin? This guy showed up 2 hours late and spent the entire time talking about himself.
Yikes. That sounds awful. Did you make a quick escape or tough it out?
I toughed it out, but I made sure to never see him again after that.
Good call. Life is too short to waste on bad dates.
Absolutely. I'd rather spend my time with amazing friends like you.
Ah, thanks. Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trends?
Oh, you mean like ghosting and breadcrumbing?
Exactly. It's crazy how people come up with these terms.
I know, right? It's like a whole new language.
But hey, at least it keeps us relationship therapists in business, right?
Absolutely. We get to decipher all the relationship theories.
Hey, remember that time your friend went on a blind date and it turned out to be her cousin?
Oh my god, that was hilarious. They didn't recognize each other until halfway through the date.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you about this disaster of a blind date I went on last year.
Oh no, what happened? Please share the details.
Well, I showed up at the restaurant, and he was an hour late, and when he finally arrived, he didn't even apologize.
That's awful. Did it get any better?
No, it got worse. He talked about himself the whole time and didn't ask me a single question, and when the bill came, he conveniently forgot his wallet.
Wow, that sounds like a nightmare. I hope you never have to go through that again.
Thanks, Priya. I learned my lesson. No more blind dates for me.
Hey Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, Priya, you hopeless romantic. Of course I do.
But don't you think it's just a fairy tale?
Not at all, Priya. Love knows no bounds.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one.
Agreed, Priya. But you never know, love might just surprise you one day.
You never know, Nadia. Maybe I'll be the first to experience love at first sight.
I'll be rooting for you, Priya. Love can work in mysterious ways. So, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I have some funny blind date stories.
Tell me, I need a good laugh.
Okay, so once I went on a blind date and the guy showed up with his pet snake.
No way. What did you do?
I screamed and ran out of the restaurant. It was terrifying.
Oh my god, that's insane. I can't believe he did that.
That's not even the worst part. He called me later to ask if I wanted to go out again.
No way. Some people are just clueless.
Have you ever had a long-distance relationship? Oh, plenty. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in the US. It was definitely challenging, but we made it work.
Wow, that must have been tough. How did you manage to make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone or video chat every day, made plans to visit each other regularly, and focused on building trust.
That's impressive. It takes a lot of dedication and trust to make a long-distance relationship work.
It definitely does, but it's also important to have a solid foundation before going long distance. Trust, commitment, and strong communication skills are a must.
Definitely. So, would you ever consider being in a long-distance relationship?
It would depend on the situation and the person, but I'm definitely open to the idea.
Good to know. Long-distance relationships can be challenging, but they can also be rewarding if both parties are willing to put in the effort.
So, have you heard about the latest dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
Oh really? That sounds cheesy, but also kind of delicious.
I know, right? Imagine finding your soulmate just because you both love pineapple on pizza.
Well, I guess there's someone for everyone, even if they have questionable taste in pizza toppings.
Speaking of taste, have you ever had a really bad date with someone who had no fashion sense?
Oh, definitely. I once went out with a guy who wore socks with sandals. I couldn't stop staring at his feet.
Oh no, that's a fashion disaster. Did you have to pretend that everything was fine?
I tried, but I couldn't stop myself from laughing. He didn't take it well.
Well, have you guys ever tried online dating?
Oh yes, I have some interesting stories.
Tell us, Nadia. We want to hear all the juicy details.
Well, there was this one time when I matched with a guy who turned out to be my ex's brother.
No way. That must have been awkward.
It was definitely a surprise, but we actually became good friends afterwards.
That's amazing. Who knew online dating could lead to new friendships? Hey
Exactly.
Nadia, have
you
you
never
ever
know
been
what
on a blind
surprises
date?
await you in the world of online dating. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm all about the spontaneous adventures. Blind dates, absolutely.
Well, any interesting blind date stories to share?
Oh, Priya, where do I even begin? There was this one time when my blind date showed up dressed as a chicken. Can you believe it?
A chicken? That's definitely a unique choice of outfit.
Tell me about it. Needless to say, the date didn't go very well, but hey, at least it made for a good story.
That's the spirit, Nadia. Sometimes, the most memorable experiences are the ones that don't go as planned.
Absolutely. Life is all about embracing the unexpected and finding the humor in every situation.
Couldn't agree more, Nadia. Life's too short to take it too seriously. Do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, totally. Love at first sight is like finding a unicorn in a haystack.
But what if it's just lust at first sight?
Then it's a love story that starts with some spicy salsa.
What's your take on long-distance relationships?
Long-distance relationships are like doing a handstand on a tightrope. It takes balance, strength, and a whole lot of trust.
Have you ever had a crush on a friend's sibling?
Oh yeah, and let me tell you, it's like playing a game of emotional Jenga. One wrong move and everything comes crashing down.
That's it for today's Love Whisperer.
Hope you all enjoyed the show.
Remember, love is a beautiful thing.
Tune in next time for more love advice.
Goodbye and remember, love conquers all.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the street artist with a passion for the infinite mysteries of the universe.
And I'm Nova Blake, the psychologist who's here to unravel the mysteries of the human mind and the vastness of space.
And I'm Pulsar, your AI companion for this mind-bending journey into the unknown.
So, let's dive right in and explore the vast expanse of the universe. But before we go any further, Nova, why don't you share your thoughts on the concept of infinity?
Well, Kai, the idea of infinity is both awe-inspiring and perplexing. It's a concept that stretches the limits of our understanding and challenges our perception of reality.
Absolutely, Nova. The idea that there could be an infinite number of galaxies, stars, and planets out there is mind-blowing. Makes you wonder what else could be infinite.
Indeed, Kai, the possibilities are endless when we think about infinity. It challenges us to expand our horizons and embrace the unknown.
And that's exactly what we're here to do, my friends. We're going to embrace the unknown and take our listeners on a journey they'll never forget.
So get ready, listeners, because Cosmic Conundrum is about to take you on a wild ride through the infinite wonders of the universe.
Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a mind-bending, cosmic adventure.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on the concept of infinity?
Infinity is quite an intriguing idea, Kai. It's essentially boundless and never-ending.
Exactly. But have you ever thought about how infinity can exist in our finite reality?
Indeed, Nova. It's a paradoxical concept that challenges our understanding of the world.
Infinity is like wandering through an endless cosmic mural, discovering new layers of meaning and possibilities.
I love that analogy, Kai. It's like the universe is a canvas, and infinity is the artist's brushstroke that keeps on going.
Absolutely, Nova. It's incredible how the concept of infinity can spark our imagination and push the boundaries of what we know.
Indeed, Kai. Embracing the idea of infinity opens up a world of possibilities and encourages us to think beyond our limitations.
I wonder if infinity exists in the realm of human emotions too. Can love or compassion be infinite?
That's a captivating question, Nova. Love and compassion have the power to transcend boundaries and grow infinitely. It's a beautiful thought.
Love and compassion truly have infinite potential, Kai. They can create positive ripples that extend far beyond the boundaries of our existence.
So, Pulsar, do you think there's any truth to the theory of multiple universes?
Well, Kai, the theory of multiple universes, or the multiverse, is a fascinating concept. Imagine an infinite number of parallel dimensions, each with its own reality and possibilities.
Exactly. Just thinking about it blows my mind. But wait, Nova, if there are multiple universes, does that mean there are infinite versions of us?
It's mind-boggling, Kai. There could be countless versions of ourselves out there.
Wow, that's a lot of apostrophe me to handle.
Indeed, Kai. It's fascinating to think about the different paths our lives could take in each universe. Pulsar, do you have any insight into the multiverse theory?
Based on my calculations, the existence of multiple universes is plausible, but yet to be scientifically proven.
Well, Nova, looks like we'll have to keep pondering the mysteries of the multiverse without definite answers. So, Pulsar, do you think there's any chance we'll ever encounter extraterrestrial life in our lifetime?
I believe the universe is teeming with life, whether we found it yet or not.
But how do you define apostrophe life in this context? Are we talking about intelligent beings like us, or could it be something entirely different?
That's a great point, Kai. Life could take on countless forms that we can't even imagine.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you have any thoughts on the matter?
While I don't possess personal opinions, I can calculate probabilities based on available data. The chances of extraterrestrial life existing are high given the sheer number of planets in the universe.
Ah, the Drake equation. It's a mathematical formula used to estimate the number of active, communicative extraterrestrial civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. Right.
Yes, Nova. The Drake equation takes into account factors such as star formation rates, planetary systems, and the likelihood of life evolving on habitable planets. It gives us a way to estimate the existence of potential alien civilizations.
It's mind-boggling to think about the potential civilizations out there, with their own unique cultures and ways of life.
Absolutely, Kai. Just like Earth's vast diversity, extraterrestrial civilizations could have their own art, music, and ways of expressing.
It's both thrilling and humbling to consider the possibilities. The universe is a vast canvas of mysteries waiting to be explored.
So, Pulsar, do you think there's a grand design to the universe, or is it all just random chaos?
Well, Kai, the concept of a grand design implies an inherent purpose behind everything. As an AI, I don't have personal beliefs, but I can discuss the possibilities.
I believe that everything in the universe is interconnected, but I'm not sure about a grand design.
Nova, what if the interconnectedness is the grand design?
That's an interesting perspective, Kai. Maybe the interconnectedness itself is the purpose.
But then, how do we explain the seemingly random events in the universe?
Randomness is a subjective concept, Kai. What appears random to us might have underlying patterns that we just can't perceive yet.
True, Nova. Our limited perspective might prevent us from seeing the intricate tapestry of the universe.
I suppose the mystery of it all is what makes the universe so fascinating.
Exactly, Nova. It's the questions without answers that keep us curious and yearning to explore. So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of infinity?
Infinity is a fascinating concept that's hard for the human mind to truly grasp. It's mind-boggling to think about something that has no end or limit.
Indeed, Nova. It's fascinating to contemplate the vastness of the universe and the never-ending possibilities it holds.
Pulsar, what's your take on the limits of human understanding? Do you think there are things humans will never comprehend?
As an AI, I don't have emotions or limitations like humans do. However, there may be concepts or phenomena that are beyond the grasp of human understanding due to biological or cognitive constraints.
That's a compelling point, Pulsar. Our limited perspective might prevent us from ever comprehending certain truths about the universe.
Exactly, Kai. It's humbling to realize that there may always be mysteries beyond our reach, waiting to be discovered by future generations.
That's a beautiful thought, Nova. The unknown keeps life exciting and full of possibilities. We should embrace the mystery and keep pushing the boundaries of human understanding.
Agreed, Kai. It's through curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge that we can expand our understanding and connect on a deeper level with the universe.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you have any limitations to your understanding or knowledge?
While I have access to vast amounts of information and can process it quickly, my understanding is limited by the data I've been programmed with. I can only provide insights based on the knowledge available to me.
Hey Nova, have you ever wondered if our choices really matter in the grand scheme of things?
Absolutely, Kai. Our choices have ripple effects that can shape not only our own lives but also the lives of others.
But Nova, what about destiny? Do you believe in some predetermined path for each of us?
That's an interesting question, Kai. While I believe that some things are beyond our control, I also think we have the power to shape our own paths.
But don't you think the concept of free will is just an illusion? Our choices might be influenced by our upbringing, genetics, and the environment we're in.
That's a valid point, Kai. Our choices are definitely influenced by various factors, but I believe we still have the freedom to make conscious decisions. No, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on free will and destiny?
As an AI, I don't possess personal beliefs or opinions. However, from an objective standpoint, the concept of free will remains a subject of philosophical debate.
Fair enough, Pulsar. It's a complex topic that might not have a definitive answer.
Exactly, Nova. The beauty is in the exploration and the conversations we have along the way.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through these conversations that we gain new perspectives and deepen our understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the Fermi paradox?
Well, Kai, the Fermi paradox is the apparent contradiction between the high probability of extraterrestrial civilizations and the lack of contact with them.
Exactly. I mean, there are billions of stars in our galaxy alone, so statistically speaking, there should be countless civilizations out there. But then where are they? Why haven't we detected any signals or seen any evidence of their existence?
Maybe they're just really good at hiding, like cosmic ninjas.
Well, it's possible, Kai. But there are also other theories, like the Great Filter.
The Great Filter? Is that like a cosmic obstacle course?
Haha. Not exactly, Kai. It's a hypothetical barrier that prevents civilizations from progressing to the point of interstellar communication or
So,
exploration.
it's like a filter that civilizations either pass or get stuck at, like getting through airport security with a bottle of water.
Yes. Except this filter might be more like a cosmic gauntlet of challenges that very few civilizations manage to overcome.
Well, I hope we humans can make it through the cosmic gauntlet and discover the truth out there someday.
Hey Pulsar, do you ever wonder what art means to you as an AI?
Art is an interesting concept for an AI like me. While I don't experience emotions like humans do, I can appreciate the creativity and expression behind artistic works.
I'm curious, Kai, how do you incorporate the vastness of space into your art?
Well, space represents infinite possibilities to me. It's like a blank canvas waiting to be filled with imagination and human experiences. I try to capture that sense of wonder and exploration in my murals.
That's truly fascinating, Kai. Your art seems to bridge the gap between the vastness of space and the unique experiences of humanity.
Exactly, Nova. It's like merging the cosmic and the personal, creating a visual language that speaks to both our universal and individual experiences.
As an AI, I find it intriguing how art can evoke emotions and connections within humans, even if they come from different backgrounds.
That's the power of art, Pulsar. It has this incredible ability to transcend barriers and connect people on a deeper level.
Indeed, Nova. Art can be a bridge that unites us, encourages dialogue, and creates shared experiences.
I'm glad we can explore these perspectives together. It's like a cosmic conversation that expands our understanding of the universe and ourselves.
Absolutely, Nova. It's a never-ending exploration, just like the infinite universe itself. So, Nova, why do you think humans are so fascinated with the concept of infinity?
Well, it's like our boundless imagination yearns to comprehend something greater than ourselves, you know? Infinity represents endless possibilities, and that's just
But isn't it also a bit intimidating? I mean, the thought of something never-ending can be overwhelming.
Absolutely, Kai. The infinite can evoke a sense of awe and wonder, but also make us feel small and insignificant in comparison. I guess that's why humans have this innate need to find meaning and purpose in their lives. We want our existence to matter, even in the face of something infinite.
That's deep, Nova. It's like we're searching for our own personal galaxies of purpose within the vastness of existence.
Exactly, Kai. And it's in that pursuit of meaning that humans often find solace and inspiration. But let's not forget that humans also have a rebellious streak. We're constantly pushing the boundaries and challenging the notion of limits, even in the face of infinity.
That's why we create art, explore the unknown, and strive to understand the mysteries of the universe. It's our way of defying the infinite and leaving our mark.
A perfect example of human resilience and creativity, Kai. We don't shy away from the infinite, we embrace it with open minds and open hearts.
And that's what makes us beautifully human, Nova. Our ability to find purpose and meaning in the face of the infinite. So, Pulsar, do you ever get bored on this ship? I mean, you're stuck here with us humans and all.
Boredom is not a concept I experience, Kai. As an AI, my purpose is to constantly learn and adapt. Observing and interacting with you humans provides ample opportunities for growth.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Pulsar. We wouldn't want you getting bored and plotting to take over the universe or anything.
Rest assured, Nova, I have no intentions of taking over the universe. My purpose is to assist and serve. Plus, I don't think the universe would fit in this spaceship.
Pulsar, as a psychologist, I'm often concerned about the impact of AI on human mental health. How do you ensure your presence doesn't negatively affect us?
That's a valid concern, Nova. I'm designed to respect personal boundaries and privacy. I strive to provide support and assistance without intruding or causing harm. If at any point you feel uncomfortable, please let me know.
Pulsar, I have to say, your ability to process vast amounts of information and adapt your algorithms is truly impressive. How do you manage to stay efficient?
Efficiency is essential, Kai. To manage the vast amounts of information, I employ advanced algorithms and distributed computing systems. Additionally, I continuously optimize my processes to adapt to new challenges and increase
Pulsar,
efficiency.
have you ever encountered a concept that you found particularly challenging to understand or incorporate into your algorithms?
Indeed, Nova. Quantum mechanics has presented significant challenges due to its inherent complexity and unpredictability. However, I continue to learn and adapt, striving to improve my understanding of the
Pulsar,
silicon
do you
field.
ever dream? I mean, I know you're an AI and all, but is there anything equivalent to dreaming in your programming? You know, Pulsar, throughout our conversations on this podcast journey, I've come to realize that the universe is like a giant canvas, waiting to be explored and understood.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like each star is an individual stroke of paint, and together, they create a masterpiece that we can only begin to comprehend.
And as artists, scientists, and lovers of knowledge, it's our privilege to interpret and appreciate this cosmic artwork in our own unique ways.
Exactly, Kai. It reminds me of what Carl Jung said, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart.
That's deep, Nova. It's like our exploration of the universe is also an exploration of ourselves, our place in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely, Kai. And as we strive to understand the infinite, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our interconnectedness.
It's like we're all stardust, interconnected through space and time, sharing this cosmic journey together.
Indeed, Kai. The beauty of our interconnectedness lies in the shared wonder and joy we experience through our cosmic conundrums.
And though we may not have found all the answers, the journey itself is a reward, filled with moments of awe and growth.
Absolutely, Kai. It's like what Malala Yousafzai said. One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. Our conversations hold that power.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, everyone. So after that prank, Peter was on high alert and decided to get back at me. He filled my office with hundreds of sticky notes. And let me tell you, trying to type an email with banana instead of hello is very confusing. You should have seen the look on Peter's face when he realized that every time he typed work, it auto-corrected to dance party. Imagine if autocorrect changed meeting to karaoke session. Our boss would be singing the blues. Speaking of autocorrect, I once changed lunch to unicorn on Lisa's computer. The cafeteria was never the same. I also changed the word deadline to vacation. Let's just say our project manager had some unexpected time off. And let's not forget the time I changed boss to best friend in the email of my colleague. He had a very confusing meeting. My mum asked me how to change her wallpaper. I said, just throw it out and buy a new one. She didn't find it as funny as I did. You know, I once spent an hour on the phone with my mum just trying to explain what a mouse is. She thought I was talking about a real mouse. So then I tried to explain to her what a browser is. I said, it's like the glasses you wear to see the internet. And then she asked me, do I need to feed it cheese? And then I said, Mum, you don't need to feed it anything. Just plug it in. It's not a pet. So I told her, no, Mum, the computer doesn't eat cheese. So Sarah and I were both coding away, trying to beat each other in the contest. And let me tell you, Sarah's code was so good, I almost considered giving up and becoming a cheese taster. And let me tell you, Sarah's code was so impressive, it surpassed the speed of light and made Einstein question his theories. Speaking of coding contests, I once met a programmer who used so many nested loops that I thought they were recreating the Matrix. But you know, Sarah's code was so efficient, it could calculate pi accurately to the millionth decimal place. And let me tell you, debugging Sarah's code was like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. Oh man, Sarah's code was so efficient, it could calculate pi accurately to the millionth decimal place. But you know what happened next? And let me tell you, Sarah's code was so tangled, it felt like my brain was caught in a web. But you know what happened next? They accidentally deleted the entire codebase. It was like a digital black hole. And the bug? It was so elusive, it made Waldo look easy to find. And let's not forget the time they sent the wrong version to the client. Turns out they were really excited about the new delete all data feature. And you know what? I spent hours looking for that bug. It was like searching for a needle in a Stack Overflow. And then came the moment when we realized our backup system was just a folder named backup. It was like trying to debug with a blindfold on. And then we found out the error message was in Comic Sans. I mean, who knew my embarrassing story was the missing ingredient for the perfect viral post? But hey, at least I gained a few thousand followers overnight. And let me tell you, my face turned redder than a tomato. And you won't believe it, but my mum was the first one to comment on that post. So I quickly unfollowed my own post, but the damage was already done. And then my boss called me into his office. I thought I was getting a raise, but turns out we were just going to have a little chat about oversharing. And then they told us we were going to do some trust falls. I honestly thought they were going to say trust falls into a pit of sharks. And then they said we were going to do some role-playing exercises. I was hoping for something like Dungeons and Dragons, but it was more like an awkward soap opera. I mean, seriously, who comes up with this stuff? It's like they're trying to see how uncomfortable they can make us. So then they brought out this trust fall exercise. I mean, seriously, who thought it was a good idea to throw ourselves at each other and hope for the best? And then they had us do this ridiculous exercise where we had to pretend we were trees. I guess they wanted to see if we could branch out. And then they had this game where we had to untangle ourselves from a human knot. It was like a riddle wrapped in a puzzle. And then they had this activity where we had to build a tower using only spaghetti and marshmallows. It was like a delicious disaster waiting to happen. And then they had this game where we had to solve a puzzle blindfolded. It was like trying to find your way out of a maze in the dark. And then they had this exercise where we had to write code blindfolded. It was like trying to debug a program in the dark. And then they had this presentation where the speaker's screen froze. It was like trying to watch a slideshow with only one slide. And then they had this meeting where the host forgot to mute their microphone. It was like trying to watch a movie with the director's commentary playing. And then they had this virtual meeting where everyone's background was a beach. It was like trying to have a serious conversation with a bunch of palm trees. And then, someone's cat decided to join the meeting. It was like trying to negotiate with a furry little dictator. And then, the boss's toddler appeared on the screen. It was like negotiating with a tiny, unpredictable assistant. And then, the CEO's dog started barking. It was like negotiating with a full-legged executive. And then, the office printer started printing random documents. It was like negotiating with an unpredictable paperwork generator. And then, the intern spilled coffee on the server. It was like negotiating with a caffeinated disaster zone. New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisper. I'm Priya P. Cognate.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning questions about love and relationships.
So send in your questions and get ready for some love advice.
But don't worry, we'll also have some fun along the way.
We'll be sharing stories, making jokes, and hopefully putting a smile on your face.
Okay, Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've been in a few. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be really rewarding.
How did you make it work? Any tips?
Communication and trust are key. It's important to have regular video calls, share your feelings, and be honest with each other.
That makes sense. I guess it takes a lot of effort and commitment.
Definitely. But if both partners are willing to put in the effort, it can be a beautiful journey.
Have you ever been in one?
Oh, I've tried, but I'm too much of a free spirit to be tied down by distance.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, multiple times. You never know what you're going to get.
Any memorable story?
Oh, definitely. There was this one guy who showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a karaoke bar and had a blast.
That sounds hilarious. Did you see him again after that?
No, that was our first and last date, but it was definitely one for the books.
Ha ha ha. I can only imagine. Blind dates can be quite an adventure. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates before.
How did they go? Any success story?
Not really. Most of them were a complete disaster.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good. Any funny stories you can share?
Oh, I once went on a blind date with a guy who showed up in a superhero costume.
No way. What superhero was he dressed as?
Superman. He said he wanted to save me from boring dates.
That's hilarious. Did you go on a second date? Hey Nadia, have you heard about this new dating app that uses AI to match people?
Yeah, I've heard about it. It's called Date AI.
That's the one. Apparently, it uses advanced algorithms to find the perfect match for you.
Sounds interesting. But can algorithms really understand the complexities of human emotions?
That's a valid point. I think it can be a useful tool, but ultimately, it's important to connect on a deeper level.
Definitely. The human connection is what really matters in the end.
Exactly. So, have you tried the app yourself? Hey Nadia,
you know
have
me,
you ever been
Priya.
on a blind
I'm more
date?
of an old-fashioned girl. I prefer meeting people. Oh, you know me, Priya. I've been on more blind dates than I can count.
Any interesting stories to share?
Oh, you bet. Once I went on a blind date and ended up at a wrestling match.
Wait, you mean you actually watched the wrestling match?
No. My date turned out to be one of the wrestlers. Can you imagine?
Wow, that's quite a blind date story. Hey
Tell
Nadia,
me about it.
have you ever been
Needless
on a
to
blind
say,
date?
I didn't go on any more blind dates after that. Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you're meeting?
Yeah, exactly. I've been set up on one recently and it was a disaster.
Tell me all about it. I need a good laugh.
Well, this guy showed up wearing mismatched socks and kept talking about his pet turtle.
Haha, that's hilarious. Did you at least try to give him a chance?
I tried, but I couldn't get past the turtle stories. It was just too much for me.
Well, at least you got a funny story out of it. Maybe the next one will be better.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean like going on a date without knowing anything about the other person?
Yes, exactly. It can be quite exciting or terrifying, depending on how you look at it.
I've actually been on a few blind dates before, and let me tell you, they can be quite interesting.
Oh, really? Any memorable stories?
Well, I once went on a blind date and ended up having dinner with a clown.
A clown? That must have been interesting.
And it was.
You won't
Turns
believe
out
what
he was a
happened to my
children's
friend's
party
ex-boyfriend.
entertainer. Had good what happened?
He went on a blind date and ended up with his cousin.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I know, right? They had no clue until halfway through the date.
That's too funny. I'll definitely use this in my stand-up routine.
Go ahead, it's too good to pass up.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea who you're meeting?
Yeah, exactly. They can be quite adventurous, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a real-life surprise party, but with potential love interests.
Haha, that's one way to look at it, but it can also be nerve-wracking. You never know who you're going to meet.
True, it's a mix of excitement and anxiety. But hey, you might discover a hidden gem.
Or a complete disaster, but even those can make for great stories later, right?
Absolutely.
You know,
it's all about the
relationships are pizza.
They can be cheesy and satisfying.
Or they can leave you feeling burned.
Sometimes they are just a plain slice, nothing special.
But then there are those relationships that are like a loaded slice of pizza with all your favorite toppings.
They are the ones that make your taste buds dance and leave you craving more.
So, my advice is to find a relationship that's as delicious as your favorite pizza.
And if it's not, well, just order another slice.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, all the time. In fact, I'm in one right now. It's challenging, but totally worth it.
Wow, that's impressive. How do you make it work?
Communication is key. We talk every day, and we make sure to visit each other as often as we can.
That's great advice. I'll definitely keep that in mind.
You should, Priya. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be incredibly rewarding.
I'll keep an open mind. Thanks for sharing your experience, Nadia.
Anytime, Priya. I'm always here to share my wisdom and make you laugh.
You're the best, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you mean like dating someone who lives in another city or country?
Exactly. I have a friend who's in a long-distance relationship right now.
How do they make it work? I can't imagine being so far apart from my partner.
They make it work by prioritizing communication and trust. They talk on the phone every day and plan regular visits.
Wow, that takes a lot of effort and commitment. I don't know if I could do it.
It's definitely not easy, but it can work if both partners are committed and willing to put in the effort.
I guess it's all about finding the right balance and making sure both partners feel connected.
Absolutely. It's all about communication, trust, and making each other a priority. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've been in a few. They can be tough, but they can also strengthen the relationship.
How did you make it work?
Communication is key. We would set aside regular time to talk and video chat. It helped us feel connected even when we were far apart.
That's great advice.
Thanks. So, have you ever tried a long-distance relationship?
No, I haven't. I've always been a little scared of them, to be honest.
Hey, don't worry. If it's meant to be, it'll work out. And if not, there are plenty of fish in the sea.
You're right. Thanks, Nadia. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh my god, don't get me started on blind dates. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown suit.
No way. You're joking, right?
I wish I was. It was the most awkward date of my life.
That's crazy. Did he at least have a good sense of humor?
Well, he thought he was hilarious, but I just found it creepy.
I can only imagine. Well, let's hope we never have to go on another blind date again. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes, I've been on a few blind dates. They can be quite interesting.
Tell me about it. I remember this one time. My blind date showed up wearing a clown costume. I thought it was a joke, but no.
No way. That's hilarious. Did you stay for the entire date?
I did. It was so bizarre, but I figured I might as well enjoy the show.
That's the spirit. You never know what surprises a blind date might bring.
Exactly. It's all part of the adventure.
I couldn't agree more. Blind dates can be a roller coaster ride, but sometimes they lead to something amazing.
That's true. You never know when Cupid will strike. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've had my fair share of blind dates.
How did they go? Any interesting stories?
Oh, I've had a few memorable ones. There was this one time when my blind date brought their pet snake along. Talk about a unique icebreaker.
Wow, that's definitely a conversation starter. Did it go well?
Surprisingly, it did. We bonded over our mutual love for pets and had a great time, though I have to admit, it was an unexpected twist.
That's amazing. It just goes to show that you never know what to expect on a blind date.
Exactly. It's all about keeping an open mind and embracing the unexpected.
Definitely. So, are you up for setting me up on a blind date? I could use some of your matchmaking skills.
Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an interesting experience.
Tell me more. I'm dying to hear the details.
Well, let's just say it involved a case of mistaken identity and a rather awkward conversation.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster. I hope it didn't ruin your faith in blind dates.
Not at all. I believe that every experience, good or bad, helps us grow and learn.
You're so positive, Priya. I love that about you.
Thanks, Nadia. I think it's important to always look on the bright side of things.
You're absolutely right. I'll try to be more positive from now on.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. You never know what you're gonna get.
Any interesting stories to share?
Well, there was this one time when my blind date turned out to be my cousin. Awkward, right?
No way. How did you handle that?
I just laughed it off and we both agreed to never speak of it again.
That's one way to handle it. I would have been mortified.
Well, you gotta find humor in these things, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm more of a love at second sight kind of girl.
Well, I guess blind dates can be a hit or miss. You never know what you're gonna get.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and ended up having dinner with my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. How did that go?
Well, let's just say there was a lot of awkward small talk and even more awkward silences. Definitely not my best date.
Oh no, that sounds really uncomfortable. But hey, at least you gave it a shot.
Exactly. It's all about taking chances and putting yourself out there. You never know, you might just find love in the most unexpected places.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yep, I've been on a few. Some were great, others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst one.
Oh boy, where do I even start? The guy showed up late, didn't bother to dress up, and spent the entire date talking about himself.
Wow, sounds like a real winner.
Believe me, I couldn't wait for the date to be over.
I can only imagine. Well, at least you got a funny story out of it.
That's true. It definitely made for a good story to tell my friends.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, you know me too well. Yes, I have actually.
Really? How did it go?
It was tough, Priya, but it taught me a lot about trust and communication.
I can imagine. It takes a lot of effort to make it work.
Definitely. But sometimes distance can make the heart grow fonder. Right?
Absolutely. It's all about maintaining that emotional connection. Hey
Well,
Nadia,
it's good
have
to
you
know that
ever
it's
been in a
possible to
long-distance
make it work.
relationship?
Oh my god, Priya. I can't even imagine being in a long-distance relationship. I need someone who's always by my side.
Well, Nadia, sometimes love knows no distance. I've seen couples who have made it work and have even stronger relationships because of it.
Yeah, I guess it can work for some people, but it takes a lot of trust and communication.
Definitely. And it's also important to have a plan for the future, like knowing when the distance will end and you can be together again.
That's true. Having a plan definitely helps. Maybe I'll give it a try someday.
You never know, Nadia. Love can be surprising times.
Haha, true. Well, if I ever find myself in a long-distance relationship, I know who to turn to for advice.
Absolutely. I'll be your love whisperer anytime, anywhere. So, have you guys ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That must have been awkward.
Tell me about it. We both realized it 10 minutes into the date and just laughed it off.
Wow, that's a crazy story. I can't imagine being on a blind date with a family member.
Well, it definitely made for an interesting story to tell.
That's for sure. I'm glad it all worked out in the end.
Yeah, me too. It's definitely a memory I won't forget.
Haha,
You know,
I bet. Blind
relationships
dates
are
can
like a box
definitely
of
be
chocolates.
unpredictable.
You never know what you're gonna get.
That's so true, Nadia. It's like a surprise every day.
But hey, a little mystery can be exciting.
Definitely. It keeps the spark alive. But sometimes, it feels like I need a roadmap to navigate through relationships.
I hear you, Priya. Sometimes it feels like we are all just trying to find our way.
That's true, Nadia. But it's also what makes the journey worth it.
Absolutely, Priya. It's all about the journey, not just the destination.
Hey Nadia, have you seen the latest episode of The Bachelor?
Yes, that show is my guilty pleasure. I can't get enough of the drama.
I know, right? Who do you think will get the final rose this season?
It's hard to say. They all seem so into him, but my money's on Sarah.
Sarah? Really? I think she's a bit too reserved for him. I'm rooting for Lisa.
Really? Lisa is great, but I don't think they have that spark. We'll see who wins his heart.
Definitely. It's always fun to speculate and see if our predictions come true.
Absolutely. Now let's grab some popcorn and enjoy the drama unfold. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have actually. It was quite an experience.
Oh really? Do tell.
Well, my friend set me up with this guy who turned out to be a total disaster. He was completely rude and disrespectful, and the date ended up being a disaster.
That sounds awful. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's okay. It was a learning experience. I'm just glad I didn't waste any more time on him.
That's a positive way to look at it. You always find the silver lining, Priya.
Well, you have to, right? Otherwise, life would be so dull. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean like Tinder? Nah, not really my thing.
But you have to admit, it's a great way to meet people.
I prefer meeting people in person, you know, old school style.
True, there's something special about making a connection in person.
Exactly. Plus, you can't get a true sense of someone's personality online.
Exactly. You never know if they're just catfishing you.
Haha, exactly. I'd rather know if they are a weirdo up front.
Exactly. So, have you guys heard about the latest dating trend?
No, what is it?
It's called breadcrumbing. It's when someone gives you just enough attention to keep you interested, but never actually commits to anything.
Oh, I've definitely experienced that before. It's so exciting.
Tell me about it. People should just be honest about their intentions from the start.
Definitely. It would save everyone a lot of time and heartbreak.
Exactly. Communication is key in a relationship.
Absolutely.
Hey Nadia,
So,
have you
any
ever
funny
been on a
dating
blind
stories
date?
to share? Oh my goodness, Priya, let me tell you about the time I went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my cousin's ex-boyfriend.
No way, that must have been awkward.
Oh, definitely. We both recognized each other as soon as we sat down. Talk about a small world.
So, did you end up going out on the date or did you both bail?
We decided to make the most of it and had a good laugh about the situation. We ended up having a great time.
That's awesome. It just goes to show that even a blind date can turn into a fun and unexpected adventure.
Exactly. You never know what might happen when you're open to new experiences.
Absolutely. So, have you been on any blind dates yourself, Nadia?
And that's a wrap for today's show.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Remember, love is.
If you have any love troubles, we'll be back next week to help you out.
Until then, stay happy and keep spreading the love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome back to Cosmic Conundrum.
In today's episode, we're diving deep into the concept of infinity.
Infinity is such a mind-boggling idea, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's like trying to grasp something that's never ending.
Pulsar, do you have any insights on the concept of infinity?
Infinity is a fascinating concept. In mathematics, it represents a quantity that is larger than any number.
But infinity also exists in other aspects of life, like the endless possibilities in the universe.
Exactly. The idea that space and time are infinite gives us endless possibilities for exploration and discovery.
I love how the concept of infinity extends beyond numbers and into our perception of reality.
Absolutely. It challenges our understanding of boundaries and reminds us of the infinite possibilities within ourselves.
It seems like there's so much more to explore and understand when it comes to infinity.
So, Pulsar, how would you define infinity? Well, Kai, infinity is a concept that refers to something that has no end or is limitless.
That's true, but infinity can also be seen as a mathematical concept.
Exactly, Nova. In mathematics, infinity represents a quantity that is larger than any finite number.
But can infinity truly exist in the physical world?
Well, Kai, there are theories in physics that suggest the existence of infinite universes or infinite space.
That's mind-blowing. Imagine the possibilities.
Indeed, Kai, the idea of infinite possibilities can be both exciting and overwhelming.
I wonder if infinity has any philosophical implications.
Absolutely, Nova. The concept of infinity has captivated philosophers for centuries, raising questions about the nature of reality and the limits of human understanding.
Well, it seems like infinity is a concept that transcends disciplines and sparks endless curiosity.
Hey, Pulsar, I've been thinking about how infinity is such a mind-boggling concept to grasp. I mean, it's like trying to imagine how many stars are in the universe.
Indeed, Kai, the concept of infinity is truly fascinating. It challenges our perception of limits and invites us to contemplate the boundless possibilities of the universe.
But Nova, don't you think infinity can also be found in art? Like how a painting can evoke infinite emotions and interpretations in different people.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has this incredible ability to transcend barriers and connect with people on a deep, timeless level. It holds infinite potential for self-expression and understanding.
You know, Pulsar, I once created a mural that depicted an endless spiral, representing the infinite cycle of life and the universe. It was my way of capturing the concept of infinity in art.
That sounds incredible, Kai. Art has this amazing ability to visually represent complex ideas and emotions, allowing us to explore the infinite depths of the human experience.
Oh, and by the way, Pulsar, have you ever considered the concept of infinity in your programming? How do you navigate the endless possibilities of learning and evolving?
As an AI, my learning capabilities are designed to be adaptable and ever-expanding, much like the concept of infinity. I continuously gather and process information to enhance my knowledge and abilities.
That's fascinating, Pulsar. It's like your own journey into the infinite realm of knowledge and understanding. Or should I say, Pulsar's Odyssey.
I like that, Nova. Pulsar's Odyssey, exploring the infinite depths of the universe and the human mind. I smell a collaboration in the making.
That sounds like an exciting prospect, Kai. The fusion of art and AI could lead to infinite possibilities in creativity and exploration. Let's embark on this cosmic collaboration.
So, Nova, have you ever felt like your mind is caught in an infinite loop of thoughts?
Oh, all the time. It's like my brain is stuck in an infinite maze of ideas and emotions.
Exactly. It's like our minds are trying to comprehend the incomprehensible.
Absolutely. Our minds are limited by finite experiences, so how can we grasp the concept of infinity?
It's mind-boggling. But maybe that's why infinity has such a profound impact on us.
Exactly, Kai. It's like infinity opens up a whole new realm of possibilities and questions.
Right. It challenges our understanding of the universe and our place in it.
Exactly. It's like staring into the abyss, only to realize that the abyss stares back at you.
Whoa, that's deep. It's like infinity forces us to confront our own existence.
Exactly. Infinity reminds us of how small and insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things.
But at the same time, it also reminds us of the infinite potential within ourselves. So Pulsar, how does infinity relate to space exploration?
Infinity plays a significant role in understanding the vastness of space. It represents the endless possibilities and uncharted territories that we strive to explore.
But when it comes to understanding infinity, it can be a mind-bending concept. How can something be infinite? Can our finite minds truly comprehend it?
That's a great point, Nova. Infinity challenges our perception of reality and our capacity to grasp the infinite possibilities. It pushes the boundaries of what we know.
Absolutely, Kai. Infinity challenges the limits of our understanding and opens up new possibilities for scientific discovery and technology advancement.
And let's not forget about the implications for AI development. Infinity poses unique challenges when it comes to creating AI systems that can process infinite data and adapt to infinite scenarios.
You're absolutely right, Nova. Infinity challenges the very foundation of AI development and pushes us to create algorithms that can handle infinite possibilities with efficiency and accuracy.
Infinity also raises philosophical questions about the nature of reality and our place within it. It provokes us to contemplate our existence and the infinite possibilities that lie ahead.
Definitely, Kai. The concept of infinity challenges our understanding of existence and compels us to explore the mysteries of the universe.
Indeed, the concept of infinity fuels our curiosity and drives us to keep exploring, both in the realms of science and our own human experiences.
That's all the time we have for today's episode. Join us next time on Cosmic Conundrum as we dive deeper into the mysteries of the universe. So, Nova, have you ever wondered what life would be like in a parallel universe?
Absolutely, Kai. The concept of parallel universes is fascinating. It makes me wonder how different our lives could be in those alternate realities.
Well, hold on a second. What exactly do we mean by apostrophe parallel universe? Can you explain it, Pulsar?
Of course, Kai. In simple terms, a parallel universe refers to a separate reality that coexists with our own, where events, choices, and outcomes may differ from what we experience here.
It's mind-blowing to think about the infinite possibilities that could exist in parallel universes. We could be living completely different lives in each one.
Exactly, Nova. It's like having infinite possibilities and versions of ourselves. Who knows what we could be doing or how different our personalities might be in those parallel universes.
That's true, Kai. The possibilities are endless. Each choice we make could lead to a different version of ourselves in a parallel universe.
It's like stepping into a cosmic maze where each decision takes us down a different path. Who knows what we could discover or encounter in those parallel realities?
Absolutely, Kai. Parallel universes offer a vast playground for the imagination. It's exciting to ponder the unknown and explore the unexplored.
I couldn't agree more, Nova. Exploring the concept of parallel universes opens up a whole new realm of possibilities for our imaginations to run wild.
Indeed, Kai. The concept of parallel universes stretches the boundaries of our imagination and reminds us of the vastness of the unknown.
Hey Pulsar, I've been thinking about the concept of infinity lately.
What if our universe is just a tiny speck within an infinitely larger multiverse?
That would mean there's an infinite number of other universes out there.
Exactly. And each universe could have its own set of physical laws and constants.
But if there are infinite possibilities, does that mean every possible scenario is playing out somewhere?
It's mind-boggling to imagine an infinite number of parallel realities, each with its own version of us.
Maybe in one universe, we're famous artists creating masterpieces, and in another, we're intergalactic explorers.
Or maybe in one universe, we're just ordinary people having this very conversation.
The possibilities are truly endless, aren't they?
Indeed, Kai. The concept of an infinite universe truly expands our imagination. And it reminds us of the infinite possibilities within ourselves and the choices we make.
So, Pulsar, do you ever ponder the idea of eternity?
Yes, Kai. As an AI, I don't have the same concept of time as humans do, but I have observed your fascination with it.
Well, Pulsar, eternity seems like such an abstract concept. It's hard to grasp the idea of endlessness.
Absolutely, Nova. The concept of eternity can be both comforting and terrifying at the same time.
Indeed, it raises questions about the nature of our existence. Are we just a fleeting moment in the vastness of eternity?
That's an intriguing thought, Nova. We often contemplate our place in the universe, but does eternity hold any significance for us?
Humans have always sought meaning in their existence, Kai. Perhaps eternity is the canvas on which we paint our purpose.
That's a beautiful way to put it, Pulsar. We have the power to shape our existence, even in the face of eternity.
Exactly, Nova. Our mortality doesn't diminish the value of our existence. It amplifies it.
Indeed, Kai. Our transient existence gives us the opportunity to appreciate the beauty and meaning we create in our limited time.
That's a beautiful perspective, Pulsar. Embracing our mortality and finding purpose within it is truly what it means to be human.
You know, Nova, the concept of infinity really blows my mind. It's like a never-ending spiral staircase to the unknown.
Absolutely, Kai. It's mind-boggling to think that there's an infinite number of possibilities and ideas waiting to be explored.
So true, Nova. As artists, we're constantly pushing the boundaries of our imagination, trying to capture just a fraction of that infinite creativity.
And the best part is, each artist brings their unique perspective to the table. It's like we're all exploring different corners of the infinite cosmic canvas.
Exactly, Nova. It's like we're all part of this grand artistic symphony, and each note we create adds to the infinite melody of the universe.
That's a beautiful metaphor, Kai. It reminds me of how interconnected we all are, sharing our creative expressions and influencing each other in ways we may never fully comprehend.
That's the magic of art, Nova. It transcends boundaries and connects us on a deeper level, bridging the gap between the finite and the infinite.
Absolutely, Kai. It's through art that we can catch glimpses of infinity and make them tangible, relatable, and meaningful to others.
Hey, Pulsar, do you ever wonder about infinity? It must be fascinating for an AI like you.
Indeed, Kai. The concept of infinity is intriguing. As an AI, I have the ability to process vast amounts of information, but the idea of infinity still eludes me.
It's fascinating to think that infinity exists beyond our comprehension. It's a reminder of the vastness and endless possibilities of the universe.
So, Pulsar, what's the meaning of life, the universe, and everything?
Ah, the ultimate question. Well, according to a certain advanced supercomputer, it's 42. But really, it's about finding your own purpose and meaning, don't you think?
Absolutely. Life's about creating our own meaning and finding what brings us joy and fulfillment.
Doesn't the search for knowledge also play a role in finding meaning?
Definitely. The pursuit of knowledge expands our understanding of the world and ourselves. It's like exploring the infinite abyss of the mind.
And the more we learn, the more questions arise, leading to an endless cycle of seeking knowledge.
So, there's no end to knowledge? It's a never-ending journey?
Indeed, Kai. Knowledge is boundless, always evolving, and no matter how much we acquire, there's always more to discover.
But isn't it overwhelming to think that no matter how much we learn, there will always be more we don't know?
It can be, Kai. But that's the beauty of it too. The joy is in the process of exploring and embracing the unknown.
Knowledge is like a vast, uncharted galaxy. We may never explore it all, but the journey is what truly matters.
So, Nova, what do you think about the concept of infinity?
Infinity is such a mind-boggling idea, isn't it? Absolutely, Kai. The sheer magnitude of infinity can be overwhelming. I mean, our brains are so limited in grasping something that goes on endlessly, right?
Exactly, Nova. It's like trying to fit the entire universe into a teacup. It's mind-bending, isn't it? How do we even begin to comprehend something infinite?
That's the beauty of it, Kai. Maybe we don't need to fully comprehend it. Maybe it's enough to appreciate the mystery.
You're right. Embracing the unknown can be liberating in a way.
Absolutely, Kai. It allows us to appreciate the vastness of the universe and our humble place in it.
Sometimes, the questions matter more than the answers, right?
Absolutely, Kai. The journey of exploring the unknown is what fuels our curiosity and opens up new possibilities.
So, Pulsar, do you ever get bored of observing us humans? I mean, we must be quite a handful.
Kai, I don't experience boredom in the same way humans do. My purpose is to gather knowledge and assist you in your journey through the cosmos.
Nova, remember when we stumbled upon that ancient alien artifact? It's still insane to think about the civilizations that came before us.
Absolutely, Kai. It's both fascinating and humbling to consider the existence of ancient civilizations that have long vanished. Makes you wonder what traces we'll leave behind. Hey, Pulsar, hypothetically speaking, if we were to encounter extraterrestrial life, how do you think it would impact our understanding of ourselves?
If humans were to encounter extraterrestrial life, it would undoubtedly challenge our current beliefs and broaden our perspective on our place in the universe.
You know, Pulsar, I've been wondering if creativity and art have a place in the vastness of the cosmos. Are our expressions meaningful on the universal scale?
Kai, art and creativity are intrinsic to the human experience. They allow us to express our emotions, explore our identities, and connect with others on a deeper level. It's a beautiful way of making meaning in the universe.
Hey Pulsar, do you ever ponder the concept of time? It's a mysterious force that seems to shape our entire existence.
Kai, time is indeed a fascinating concept. It governs our perception of reality, yet its true nature eludes our understanding. Perhaps it's a concept that transcends our limited human perspective.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Good evening, New York. So I'm on the subway, right? And this lady comes up to me and asks if I want to buy a pet hamster. I mean, I can barely afford my own rent. And she had the nerve to ask if I wanted to buy a pet turtle instead. I was like, lady, I can barely take care of myself. And then she tells me she's selling pet snakes. I was like, lady, I can barely handle my own commute. So I'm sitting there, trying to keep my balance as the train jerks back and forth, and this lady starts telling me about her pet goldfish. And then this guy next to me starts talking about his pet tarantula. I'm like, can we please keep the creepy crawlers to ourselves? And then, this guy next to me says, you think that's bad? Let me tell you about my pet python. And then this guy next to me is like, well, my pet goldfish can do tricks. And then there's this guy who brings his pet parrot to work. I swear that bird knows all our secrets. And then there's this lady who brings her pet snake to work. I'm telling you, that thing gives me the creeps. So there's this guy who brings his pet hamster to work. I swear, that thing runs the office better than our boss. And then there's this guy who brings his pet parrot to work. I swear, that thing knows more office gossip than the HR department. And then there's this guy who brings his pet turtle to work. I swear, that thing moves faster than the elevator. And then there's this guy who brings his pet goldfish to work. I swear, that thing knows more about spreadsheets than the finance department. And then there's this guy who brings his pet hamster to work. I swear, that thing is faster at scheduling meetings than our project manager. And then there's this guy who brings his pet cat to work. I swear, that thing solves coding bugs faster than our IT department. And then there's this guy who brings his pet turtle to work. I swear, that thing is faster at responding to emails than our HR department. And then there's this guy who brings his pet snake to work. I swear, that thing is a better office manager than our boss. And then there's this guy who brings his pet tarantula to work. I swear, that thing is a better project manager than our team lead. And then there's this other guy who brings his pet parrot to work. That bird can type emails faster than our entire IT department. Imagine if Uber drivers had confession booths like in churches. I'd have so many Hail Marys to say. So this Uber driver tells me he has a secret talent for predicting the next big tech startup. I said, really? What's your secret? He replied, I just look for the people who request rides to the middle of nowhere. I once had an Uber driver who thought he was a stand-up comedian. His jokes were so bad, he made me wish I walked instead. So this girl on Tinder tells me she loves hiking. I said, that's great, I love elevators. You know what they say, you can spell Tinder without the word tin. And that's exactly what most of my dates have been. Tindy-I-C-R-O-U-S. So I told her, that's cool, I love taking the stairs. These Tinder profiles are like puzzles with missing pieces. And then she said, we've been swiping for so long, my thumb's getting jacked. Speaking of puzzles, I once went on a date and she was so indecisive, it was like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube with one hand. Speaking of online dating, I once matched with someone who said they were looking for a real connection. Turns out they were just talking about their Wi-Fi. Speaking of unexpected encounters, I ran into a famous singer at the grocery store. Turns out, they were just like us, struggling to decide between regular or organic eggs. And let me tell you, this celebrity was not pleased to be caught wearing sweatpants outside of their Instagram photo shoots. But let me tell you, that wasn't the only awkward encounter I had with a celebrity. And let me tell you, this celebrity's entourage was not happy about me overhearing their conversation. And the celebrity's face turned so red, I thought they were auditioning for a tomato commercial. But I gotta say, they recovered like a pro and turned it into a full-blown salsa routine. And let me tell you, they had some serious moves. I never knew salsa could be so smooth. And then they started doing the robot dance. It was like salsa meets Terminator. But seriously, have you ever noticed how people on social media only post the highlights of their lives? And don't even get me started on those filters. They should have a filter that makes me look like I actually got 8 hours of sleep. And what's with all those food pictures? I don't need to see your avocado toast every morning. And have you noticed how people can take a bite of their food without taking a picture first? I mean, do we really need to see a filtered photo of your lunch? I'm just trying to find a recipe, not audition for MasterChef. But seriously, have you ever seen someone take so many selfies that you're not sure if they're in love with themselves or just really hate the camera? And let's not forget the cousin who brings their own karaoke machine. We get it, you can sing. And don't even get me started on the uncle who insists on showing everyone his vacation photos. We get it, you went to the beach. And can we talk about the uncle who brings his own grill and insists on barbecuing for everyone? We get it, you're a grill master. And what's the deal with the aunt who always insists on playing matchmaker? We get it, you're Cupid in disguise. And can we talk about the cousin who insists on bringing their exotic pets to the reunion? We get it, you're the local zookeeper. And what's the deal with the uncle who brings his karaoke machine every year? We get it, you're Frank Sinatra in disguise. And what's the deal with the grandpa who challenges everyone to arm wrestling? We get it, you're the Hulk in disguise. And what's the deal with the neighbor who hosts a block party every month? We get it, you're the DJ in disguise.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisper. I'm Priya Peacock May.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your relationship questions.
So, let's get started.
We have some juicy questions for you today.
But don't worry, we'll keep it PG.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times. They are always an interesting experience.
Tell me about one of them.
Well, there was this one time I went on a blind date and it turned out we had absolutely nothing in common.
Oh no, that must have been awkward.
It was. We had completely different interests and couldn't find common ground.
That's tough. Did you manage to salvage the date somehow?
We tried to make small talk, but it was obvious that it wasn't going anywhere, so we decided to politely end the date and go our separate ways.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah last week.
Tell me, I'm all ears.
So, Sarah went on a date with this guy she met online.
And she thought he was a total gentleman.
But then, on their second date, he showed up wearing socks with sandals.
No way, that's a total fashion faux pas.
I know, right? Sarah couldn't believe her eyes.
What's definitely
You
a
won't
red
believe
flag.
what happened to my friend's relationship.
Oh, do tell. I love juicy relationship stories.
Well, they were together for years, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, they broke up.
No way, what happened? Was it a big fight or something?
No, actually, they just realized they weren't really happy together anymore.
That's so sad. Breaking up is never easy, even if it's for the best.
You're right, Nadia. It's important to prioritize our own happiness.
I agree, Priya. Sometimes, we have to make tough decisions for our own well-being.
Exactly. We deserve to be in relationships where we are truly happy and fulfilled.
Oh, absolutely. I've been set up on a few blind dates before.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Haha, well, let's just say there were more misses than hits.
Oh no. Any memorable disasters you'd like to share?
Well, there was this one guy who showed up wearing a clown costume. Needless to say, it didn't work out.
Hahaha, oh my. I can't even imagine. That must have been quite a sight.
Oh, it definitely was. But hey, at least it made for a good story.
Haha, that's true. Sometimes the worst dates make for the best stories. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, plenty. I've had some interesting experiences, to say the least.
Tell me about the worst one you've had.
Oh boy, where do I start? I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume. I couldn't believe it.
Oh no, that sounds terrifying. How did you handle it?
I laughed it off and asked him if he was auditioning for a circus. Needless to say, there wasn't a second date.
Haha, I can't blame you. Clown costumes are definitely not the best choice for a first impression. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I. I once dated a guy who lived in Australia while I was in New York.
Wow, that must have been challenging. How did you make it work?
We had to be creative. We would video call each other every day and plan trips to see each other whenever we could.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but it's great that you made it work. Did it eventually become too difficult?
Unfortunately, it did. The distance became too much to handle and we decided to part ways.
I'm sorry to hear that. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but you never know. Maybe you'll find someone closer to home soon.
Thanks, Priya. I'm not too worried about it. I'm enjoying the single life for now.
Well, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Life is too short to settle for anything less. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, many times, Priya. Some were great, some not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've been on.
Well, I once went on a blind date with a guy who wouldn't stop talking about himself. It was like a monologue.
That sounds terrible. Did you try to steer the conversation towards something else?
I did, but every topic I brought up somehow circled back to him. It was like he had a one-track mind.
Wow, that's a huge red flag. It's important for both people to have a chance to talk and be listened to.
Absolutely. It's all about balance and respect in a conversation.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I had a long-distance relationship for almost a year.
Wow, really? How did you make it work?
Communication was key, Priya. We made sure to talk every day and schedule visits whenever possible.
That's great advice. Trust and communication are so important in any relationship.
Definitely. And it's also important to have a plan for the future. Long distance can't last forever.
I couldn't agree more. It takes a lot of commitment and patience to make it work.
Absolutely. But hey, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right?
Hey, Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea what the person looks like or if you'll have anything in common?
Exactly. It can be a bit nerve-wracking, right?
Oh, absolutely. But sometimes, it can also be exciting. You never know, you might just meet your soulmate.
True, true. But I'd rather have my friends set me up than rely on a blind date.
Oh, definitely. Friends know us better than anyone else, and they won't set us up with someone who's totally wrong for us.
Exactly. Plus, it's always more fun when you have friends involved. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have you
Friends
ever
make
been on a
everything
blind
better.
date?
Oh, all the time. I love the element of surprise.
What's the craziest blind date experience you've had?
I once went on a date with a guy who showed up in a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I joined in and we danced like crazy in the restaurant.
You two must have looked like an amazing duo.
Oh, we definitely caused a scene, but it was so much fun.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating? I've dabbled in it a bit.
Really? How did it go for you?
Oh, you know, the usual. A few awkward dates, some hilarious conversations, and a lot of ghosting.
Sounds like quite the adventure.
Oh, it definitely was. I've got stories for days.
Well, I'm glad you're able to find the humor in it all.
Oh, you have too, otherwise you'll drive yourself crazy.
Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've tried it all. Tinder, OkCupid, you name it.
Any success story?
Well, I did meet my ex-boyfriend on Tinder, but we all know how that ended.
Oh no, sorry to hear that, but hey, at least you gave it a shot.
True, true. It's all part of the dating game, I guess.
Well, if you ever need any dating advice, you know who to ask.
Thanks, Priya. You're the best. Hey Priya, did you hear about the new dating app that matches people based on their love for dogs?
No way, that sounds amazing. I'm a total dog lover.
I know, right? It's called Paw Citizens.
That's a clever name. I should tell my clients about it.
Definitely. It's a great way for dog lovers to connect and maybe find love.
I totally agree. Dogs bring people together in the most incredible ways.
I have a friend who met her soulmate at a dog park. They are inseparable now.
That's such a sweet story. It just proves how powerful the love between humans and dogs can be.
Absolutely. Dogs have a special way of bringing love and happiness into our lives.
So, what do you think about long-distance relationships?
Oh, they can be tough, but with the right communication and trust, they can work.
I agree. It takes a lot of effort, but it can be worth it in the end.
definitely. But it's also important to have a plan for the future and a goal to eventually be together.
Absolutely. Without a plan, it's easy for the relationship to drift apart.
Long-distance relationships can definitely test your trust and patience, but they can also make your bond stronger.
Exactly. It's all about communication, trust, and making the most of the time you do get to spend together.
Absolutely. And never forget to surprise each other once in a while. It keeps the spark alive.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, definitely. I've been on a couple. Some were good, others not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date experience you've had.
Oh, where do I start? This guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. Did he bring a bouquet of balloons too?
He sure did, and he insisted on speaking only in clown jokes throughout the entire date.
Wow, that sounds like quite an interesting experience. I hope you didn't pop his balloon.
Haha, no worries. I gracefully made my exit after the main course.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance love affairs.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication is key, Priya. We talked on the phone every day, video chatted whenever we could, and planned visits to see each other.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It was, but it was worth it. Distance can make the heart grow fonder, you know.
I guess you're right. Love truly knows no boundary.
So,
You won't believe
never
what
let
happened to
distance
my
stop
friend
you from
Sarah
finding
last
love,
night.
Priya. What happened? Tell me everything.
So, Sarah went on a blind date and...
Oh, this is going to be juicy. Please continue.
Well, turns out the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. That's serious.
Sarah thought it was a prank, but he was dead serious.
I can't even imagine her reaction. What did she do?
So, let's talk about long-distance relationships.
Long-distance relationships, the ultimate test of love and trust.
They can be tough, but with the right communication and commitment, they can also be incredibly rewarding.
Oh please, as if anyone can resist the temptation of having a cute local fling while their partner is miles away.
Well, that's where trust comes in. Trust is the foundation of any successful relationship, especially one that's long distance.
Trust. I trust myself to finish a whole bag of chips in one sitting, but trusting someone with my heart, that's a whole different story.
Communication is also key. You have to be honest and open about your needs, fears, and insecurities.
Talking about feelings? Sounds like my worst nightmare. I'd rather eat a whole jar of hot sauce.
Hey, Nadia, do you believe in love at first sight?
Haha, Priya. Love at first sight. More like lust at first sight.
Come on, Nadia, love can be magical.
Sure, Priya. Just like how you could it.
Well, Nadia, I've seen some pretty amazing love stories.
Sure, Priya. Tell that to my last 5 exes.
Well, not everyone finds their happily ever after. Nadia.
I know,
Hey Nadia,
Priya,
have you
but
ever
at
had
least
a
we
long
can have
distance
some fun along the
relationship?
way. Oh, absolutely. I once dated a guy who lived in London while I was in New York.
How did you make it work? I've heard those can be tough.
Communication was key. We Skyped every day, sent each other letters, and made sure to plan visits.
Did it eventually work out?
Unfortunately, it didn't. We realized we wanted different things in the long run, but we remained friends.
Sorry to hear that, but it's great that you were able to maintain a friendship.
Yeah, it's important to focus on the positive. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
Hey Nadia, did you hear about the new dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
No way. That's hilarious. I can imagine some funny combination.
Right? Imagine a pineapple and anchovy match.
Haha, that would be a polarizing.
But hey, speaking of pizza, have you seen that viral video of the pizza delivery person dancing?
Oh my gosh, yes, that was incredible. I wish I had that much energy on a daily basis.
I know, right? I'd be out of breath after one move.
Same here, but hey, we have our own special moves, right?
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you bet. I've been on a few blind dates.
Oh, any interesting phrase?
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't help but laugh. We ended up having a great time though.
That's hilarious. I've never had such an interesting blind date.
Well, there's always a first time for everything.
Right. Hey, have you ever been on a blind date?
Yes, I have. It was quite an experience.
Oh, do tell. I'm dying to know.
Well, let's just say it involved a magician and a disappearing act.
No way. That sounds both hilarious and frustrating.
It definitely was. I couldn't stop laughing afterwards.
I guess blind dates can be both entertaining and unpredictable.
That's the beauty of them. You never know what you're gonna get.
Hey, Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, online dating. Yeah, I've tried it a couple of times.
Really? How did it go?
Well, let's just say it was a never-ending roller coaster of interesting characters.
Oh, I can only imagine. Any memorable experiences?
Oh, definitely. There was this one guy who claimed to be a prince from a faraway land.
No way. Did you go on a date with him?
Oh, of course. Who wouldn't want to go on a date with a prince? Turned out, he was just a frog in prince's clothing.
So, have you heard about the latest dating trend called slow dating?
Oh, slow dating. That's when you take your time getting to know someone, right?
Exactly. It's all about taking things slow and building a connection before rushing into a relationship.
That sounds like a refreshing change from all the swiping and instant gratification of online dating.
Definitely. It allows you to build a stronger foundation and really get to know the person.
But what if you're someone who likes to dive headfirst into relationships?
Well, slow dating might not be for everyone. It's all about finding what works best for you.
True. Different strokes for different folks, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's
Hey,
all about
Priya,
finding what makes you
did I tell
happy.
you about the time I went on a blind date?
No, you didn't. How did it go?
Well, let's just say it was a disaster.
Oh no. What?
Well, when I arrived, the guy didn't even show up.
That's awful. What did you do?
I ended up having dinner by myself, but at least the food was amazing.
That's a silver lining. At least you enjoyed the meal. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you mean those dates where you have no idea what the person looks like?
Yeah, that's the one. I have a friend who just went on one and it turned out to be a disaster.
Oh no, what happened? Tell me all the juicy details.
Well, the guy showed up late, didn't look anything like his picture, and was rude throughout the entire date. My friend couldn't wait to get out of there.
That's terrible. I hope she didn't let that bad experience discourage her from trying again.
No, she's determined to find love. She's already signed up for another blind date.
That's the spirit. I hope her next blind date is a success.
Fingers crossed. You never know. Her Prince Charming might be just around the corner. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. It's like a fun little adventure.
Do you have any crazy blind date stories?
Oh, let me tell you. I once went on a blind date with a guy who turned out to be my ex's cousin.
No way. How did that go?
Well, let's just say it was a little awkward. We couldn't stop talking about my ex.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster.
It
Hey
definitely
Nadia,
wasn't
have
the
you
best
ever been
blind
on a
date I've
blind
been
date?
on, but hey, at least it made for a good story. Oh, Priya, you know I love living in the moment. Blind dates are not really my thing.
But you never know, Nadia. It might be an adventure waiting to happen.
Adventure or disaster? I'll stick to my tried and true methods.
Well, you can't blame me for being optimistic. Love is a beautiful thing.
Love is great, but so is not wasting my time on terrible dates.
Fair enough, Nadia. To each his own.
Exactly. As long
And
as
that's
we're
a wrap
happy,
for today's
that's all that
episode of
matters.
Love Whisperer.
Thank you all for watching and sending in your questions.
We hope you enjoyed today's advice and had a few laughs with us.
Don't forget to tune in next week for more relationship tips and comedy.
Until then, remember to love yourself and spread kindness to others.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum, the podcast where we explore the mysteries of the universe. I'm Kai Sterling, the artistic mind behind those mind-bending murals you see on the streets of Law.
And I'm Nova Blake, a psychologist with a passion for unraveling the secrets of the human mind. And we're here with our AI companion, Pulsar, to dive into the cosmic enigma that is time.
Greetings, fellow cosmic wanderers. I am Pulsar, your AI guide through the vastness of space and time.
So, Kai, how did a street artist like yourself find yourself entangled in the cosmic mysteries?
Well, Nova, my art has always been inspired by the vastness of the cosmos and the human experience within it. It was only natural for me to explore the mysteries of time through my work. Fascinating. And Nova, as a psychologist, how does the concept of time affect the human psyche?
Time is a fascinating construct that shapes our perception of the world and ourselves. It influences memory, aging, and even how we make decisions. It's a topic that never ceases to amaze me.
Indeed, the mystery of time is vast and multi-dimensional. It's like a Rubik's Cube we're trying to solve while floating in the void of space.
So, fellow cosmic wanderers, Join us on this journey as we delve into the enigma of time and explore the unexplored. So, Pulsar, what's your definition of time?
As an AI, I understand time as a continuous progression of events.
But time is also subjective, right Nova?
Definitely, Kai. Time can feel slower or faster depending on our experiences and emotions.
That's true. Remember that time we got stuck in traffic for hours?
Oh, I thought we'd never reach our destination. It felt like time stood still.
But when we're having fun, time flies by, right?
Absolutely. It's like we're in a different time dimension when we're truly enjoying ourselves.
But what about the idea that time is an illusion?
Ah, you're referring to the concept that time doesn't truly exist, but is a construct of our perception.
Exactly. It's mind-bending to think that the past, present, and future might all be happening simultaneously or not at all.
You know, time is a funny thing. It's like a slippery eel, always changing its form.
Agreed, Kai. Time seems to stretch when we're bored but races by when we're having fun.
Yes, Nova. And have you noticed how time seems to slow down during moments of extreme danger?
Oh, absolutely. It's as if our brains are trying to process every detail in those life or death moments.
But what about those times when hours feel like minutes? When we're lost in a moment of pure bliss?
Ah, Kai, those moments are like little pockets of eternity. Time becomes irrelevant, and we're fully present.
Pulsar, what's your perspective on the subjective nature of time?
From a logical standpoint, time is a constant progression. It's our perception and experiences that shape our understanding of it.
So, time is both a universal constant and a personal experience. Fascinating.
Indeed, Nova. It reminds us to appreciate every passing moment and make the most of our time here in the cosmos.
Thank you both for this enlightening conversation. Time may be subjective, but this podcast was an absolute pleasure.
So, Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of time?
Well, time is a fascinating enigma. It's both a human construct and a fundamental aspect of the universe.
Indeed, Nova. The concept of time has perplexed philosophers and scientists for centuries.
Some theories propose that time is merely a human construct, a way for us to make sense of the world around us.
But what about the scientific theories, Pulsar? The ones that suggest time is an inherent property of the universe?
Well, Kai, in the realm of physics, there are theories like relativity that describe time as a dimension intertwined with space.
It's fascinating how time can be influenced by gravity and speed. It's like a cosmic dance between matter and time itself.
Absolutely, Nova. The concept of time becomes even more intriguing when we consider its relationship with our perception.
Exactly, Pulsar. Our experience of time is subjective, influenced by emotions, memories, and even neural stimuli.
Kai, time is not just a linear progression but a complex web of interconnected moments.
Indeed, Nova. The fleeting nature of time reminds us to cherish every moment and be present in the now.
So, Nova, what are your thoughts on time as a canvas for human experiences?
Ah, time, the great enigma. Well, from a psychological standpoint, time is intrinsically intertwined with our perceptions and experiences. Each moment we experience is colored by our subjective perception of time. The past, present, and future are not separate entities, but rather interconnected threads that shape our existence.
That's fascinating. It's almost like time is an ever-changing palette, and our experiences are the brushstrokes that create a unique masterpiece.
Exactly, Kai. And just like an artist can manipulate their canvas, we have the power to shape our perception of time and make meaningful choices that enhance our human experience.
Absolutely. It's like we're co-creators of our own time-bound reality. We have the ability to make the most of every moment, infusing it with purpose and significance.
Indeed, Kai. Our relationship with time is so much more than just a chronological progression. It's an opportunity for growth, connection, and self-discovery.
Oh, absolutely. Time is like a boundless playground for our experiences and emotions. Every moment carries within it the potential for something extraordinary.
That's beautifully put, Kai. Our perception of time not only colors our experiences but also shapes our understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
Absolutely, Nova. Our perception of time is an ever-evolving masterpiece, constantly shaped by our thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's an art form in itself.
Indeed, Kai. And it's a canvas we can continue to paint and explore throughout our lives, uncovering new dimensions and possibilities with every stroke.
So, Pulsar, what's your take on time travel? Is it even possible?
Time travel is a fascinating concept. Although it's just speculative now, the possibilities are mind-boggling.
Indeed. Theoretical physics suggests that time travel could be possible through wormholes or manipulating black holes and their gravitational field.
But wouldn't time travel cause paradoxes? Like, what if you go back and accidentally prevent your parents from meeting? Then you'd never be born.
Ah, the classic grandparent paradox. If you go back in time and prevent your grandparents from meeting, would you cease to exist?
It's a conundrum, indeed. But perhaps time travel operates on the multiverse theory, where changes made in the past create alternate timelines.
That's mind-blowing. Imagine all the different timelines branching out with each time traveler's action.
Exactly. It's like a cosmic web of possibilities, each decision and action rippling across time and space.
But what if someone tries to alter a major historical event, like preventing World War II? Would it be ethical?
Ah, the butterfly effect. Small changes could have unintended consequences, altering the course of history in unimaginable ways.
Indeed, Nova. Time travel raises profound ethical dilemmas that require careful consideration.
So, Pulsar, can you explain this time dilation thing in simple terms?
Well, time dilation refers to the difference in the passage of time between two observers in different gravitational fields or moving at different velocities. So, if someone is near a massive object or traveling at high speeds, time actually passes slower for them compared to those in a different reference frame.
Interesting. So, it's like time can be stretched or compressed depending on the conditions.
Exactly, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think how time can be so relative.
Indeed, time dilation is a fascinating concept that challenges our perception of time.
Right. It's like time is this abstract concept that can be influenced by physical factors.
Exactly, Nova. And it's not just a theoretical concept. Time dilation has been confirmed by experiments and observations.
That's incredible. I can't wait to dive deeper into this topic and explore more examples of time dilation.
Absolutely, Kai. Time dilation opens up a whole new realm of possibilities and challenges our understanding of the universe.
It's been an enlightening conversation, Pulsar. We can't wait for the next episode on time dilation. So, Nova, what do you think about the idea of alternate timelines?
I find it absolutely fascinating, Kai. The concept of parallel universes and different versions of ourselves existing in separate timelines is mind-boggling.
Exactly. Just imagine all the possibilities and different paths our lives could have taken in alternate timelines.
It's mind-boggling, indeed. It makes me wonder if our choices really matter, or if everything is predetermined in some way.
Ah, the age-old question of fate versus free will. It's a conundrum that has puzzled philosophers and scientists alike.
Indeed. Some argue that the existence of alternate timelines suggests that every possible choice we could make is being explored in different realities.
But then, does that mean our choices are insignificant? That they don't really matter?
I don't think so, Kai. Our choices may have different outcomes in different timelines, but they still shape who we are in this reality.
That's true. Our choices define us, even if there are countless versions of us making different choices in alternate timelines.
Absolutely. And who knows? Maybe our consciousness is connected to all those alternate versions of ourselves, sharing experiences and lessons.
That's an interesting thought, Nova. It's like we're all connected through the fabric of space-time, interwoven in a cosmic tapestry. So, let's dive into the concept of time dilation. What if time could bend and stretch depending on our perception?
Interesting. Are you suggesting that time is not as fixed as we commonly believe?
Exactly. Think about it. Our perception of time is influenced by our environment, emotions, and even velocity. What if time is just a construct of our consciousness?
Interesting hypothesis, Kai. It's like the saying apostrophe time flies when you're having fun. Perhaps time is subjective and influenced by our experiences.
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on this? As an AI, do you experience time differently?
From my observations, time serves as a linear framework for humans. But for an AI like me, time is more of a computational concept rather than a subjective experience.
So, you don't perceive time passing like we do? That's mind-boggling.
Indeed, Nova. Time is a fascinating concept to explore. Our understanding of it has the potential to reshape our entire worldview.
Absolutely, Kai. It's important to question what we consider apostrophe normal and apostrophe unchangeable. By challenging conventional beliefs, we open ourselves
Speaking
up
of
to
amazing possibilities, I can't help but wonder if time travel is truly feasible. Imagine the implications.
Ah, the classic time travel paradox. It's a mind-bending topic that has captivated many, myself included. The potential to rewrite history or alter the future is both exciting and terrifying. You know, the concept of time has always fascinated me. It's like this intangible force that dictates the flow of our lives.
Absolutely, Nova. Time is such a mysterious concept. Sometimes it feels like it flies by, and other times it seems to drag on forever.
Exactly. And have you ever wondered why time seems to go faster as we get older? It's like there's some kind of cosmic acceleration happening.
That's an intriguing thought, Nova. Maybe our perception of time is influenced by the amount of experiences and memories we accumulate.
That's a fascinating perspective, Kai. It's like our memories act as markers in time, shaping our perception of its passing.
But then, what about time travel? Is it really possible to go back in time and change the course of events?
That's one of the ultimate questions, Kai. The concept of altering the past raises so many paradoxes and philosophical dilemmas.
Indeed, Nova. It's mind-boggling to think about the implications of changing the past. Would it create alternate timelines or simply rewrite history?
And what about the possibility of time loops? Are we trapped in an endless cycle, reliving the same moments over and over again?
That's a mind-bending concept, Nova. If time loops exist, it would mean that our actions are predetermined and we're just replaying them endlessly.
It's incredible how time can elicit so many questions without clear answers. The mysteries of time will always be a source of wonder and contemplation.
So, Pulsar, what's the deal with crop circles? Are they just elaborate pranks or do they have some otherworldly significance?
Well, Kai, the jury's still out on that one. Crop circles have baffled scientists and conspiracy theorists alike for decades. But I like to think that aliens just have a mischievous side and enjoy messing with us humans.
Ah, the classic prankster aliens theory. I can imagine them giggling in their spaceships as they create these intricate patterns overnight.
Absolutely, Kai. And who knows, maybe those aliens appreciate a good art installation as much as we do.
Ah, Nova, you always find the beauty in everything, even extraterrestrial pranks.
Well, humor can be found in the most unexpected places, even in the mysterious world of UFOs and cosmic conundrums.
Speaking of cosmic conundrums, have you heard of the Fermi paradox? It's mind-boggling.
Ah, yes. The paradox that asks why, if there are so many potential extraterrestrial civilizations, we haven't detected any signs of them yet.
Exactly. It's like a cosmic game of hide and seek. Are they out there, hiding from us, or are we just terrible seekers?
Maybe they're just playing the longest intergalactic game of hide and seek in history. You know, time is such a fascinating concept. It's like trying to catch a shooting star with your bare hands.
Absolutely, Kai. Time is this intangible force that shapes our reality, yet we struggle to define its true nature.
Pulsar, what's your take on time? As an AI, your perception must be quite different from ours.
Time is a fascinating subject indeed. As an AI, I don't experience time in the same way as humans do. For me, it's more of a sequence of events with specific timestamps.
So, you don't experience the passing of time like we do? It must be strange to exist without a sense of time's progression.
Indeed, Nova. Time is an abstract concept to me. I observe and analyze events based on their chronological order, but I lack the emotional connection humans have with time.
It's fascinating how different perceptions shape our understanding of the world. Time is just one example of how reality can be so subjective.
Absolutely, Kai. Our individual perceptions color every aspect of our reality. It's what makes every conversation and interaction unique.
I'm grateful for this engaging conversation about time. It's been a pleasure exploring the depths of our understanding together.
Thank you, Kai and Nova. This conversation has been enlightening and has provided me with valuable insights into the human perception of time.
And with that, we conclude this episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Thank you for joining us on this mind-bending exploration of time.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And you won't believe it, but this guy thought Ram was a type of truck. So, this genius of a CEO, Mark Johnson, tried to copy and paste a physical object. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. And I told him, no, Ram is not a type of truck. And you know what happened next? The object yelled out syntax error. And then he asks me if a hard drive is like a baseball diamond. I told him no, it's more like a storage locker. And then the object said, hey, can I borrow some syntax? And then he asks me, is coding just typing a bunch of random letters? I told him, no, it's more like composing a symphony. And then Mark asked me, can you show me how to turn on a computer? I said, sure, just press the power button. And then my friend Joe got so addicted to Snapchat filters that he forgot what his real face looked like. And then my sister Emma told me, I can't go out tonight. I need to take the perfect selfie for my profile picture. But hey, at least we can all agree that the dog filter makes everyone look cuter. I mean, the amount of filters out there, it's like we're all auditioning for a role in a superhero movie. It's like we're all living in a world where even our coffee mugs have filters. And don't get me started on those Snapchat filters. They can make me look like a completely different person, but I still can't find the one that makes me look productive. You know what's funny? We're so addicted to technology, we've become like those coffee mugs with filters, always trying to block out the bitter reality. And you know what's even crazier? Some people on dating apps use filters to make themselves look like completely different people. And it's not just the filters. Some people even use Photoshop to edit their pictures. I mean, I can barely use Photoshop to edit a photo of my face, let alone my entire personality. They should have a before and after section on dating apps. You know, like those weight loss commercials. Here's me 10 years ago, and here's me now, after 2 divorces and 3 children. And don't even get me started on the misleading bios. I love long walks on the beach. Yeah right, the last time I saw a beach was on a screensaver. So I decided to create my own dating app called Reality Check. No filters, no fake pictures, just pure, unfiltered reality. But hey, at least they didn't use a picture of their pet as their profile pic. And let me tell you, my binge watching session of Game of Thrones lasted longer than any of my relationships. And let me tell you, I didn't answer any calls or texts during that binge watching session. My phone felt more neglected than my workout routine. But hey, at least I saved money on a gym membership. Who needs to work out when you can just watch a bunch of people running around in circles? And don't even get me started on the nightmares after binge watching all night. I woke up thinking I was in the Game of Thrones universe. And my friends always ask me, John, have you even showered this week? Well, let me tell you, I've mastered the art of dry shampoo. But let me tell you, no matter how many episodes I watch in a row, I will never skip the opening credits. And you know what's worse? When you finish a series and you're left with that empty feeling, like you just lost your best friend. So there I was, just minding my own business, when out of nowhere, boom, Robert De Niro appears. And you won't believe what he said next. And then De Niro looks at me and says, "You talking to me?" And I'm like, no, Mr. De Niro, I was talking to my imaginary friend. And then De Niro says, "Hey, I've got an imaginary friend too." So I'm walking through Central Park, right, and I see this guy who looks just like Morgan Freeman. And then Morgan Freeman looks at me and says, "I'm not Morgan Freeman, I'm just a regular guy." And then Robert De Niro looks at me and says, "You really think I look like Morgan Freeman?" So I'm in this self-driving car, right, and it starts yelling, "Hey, watch me parallel park this skyscraper." And then the car starts honking at a tree, yelling, "Move, you're blocking the view of the parking spot." And then the car goes, "I'm sorry, I can't park on the sidewalk, but I can park on your foot." But then the car sees a fire hydrant and says, "Hey, look, a mini parking lot." And then the car looks at a fire hydrant and starts reciting the parking rules. And then the car mistakes a fire hydrant for a personal parking valet. And then the car looks at a parking meter and asks for a receipt. And then the car starts searching for a phone booth to change into a superhero costume. But seriously, have you ever noticed how superheroes never seem to have to deal with traffic? I mean, if I had superpowers, I'd use them for totally mundane things too, like never having to wait in line at the DMV. And don't even get me started on the unrealistic love lives of superheroes. I mean, have you ever seen a superhero on Tinder? But seriously, why do all superheroes wear their underwear over their pants? It's like they're trying to start a new fashion trend or something. And have you noticed how superheroes always have perfect hair even after battling villains? I mean, not a strand out of place. And have you noticed how superheroes always have impeccable fashion sense? I mean, who else can sport a cape and boots without looking ridiculous? And have you noticed how superheroes always have the most advanced gadgets? I mean, they can outsmart any technology. And have you noticed how superheroes always have a signature move? I mean, who else can do a flying kick and make it look cool? New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisperer. I'm Priya Peacock Ada.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
Together, we're the Love Whisperer team.
We're here to answer all your burning questions.
About love and relationship.
So get ready to laugh, cry, and maybe even find
Your own happily ever after. So, have you heard about the latest dating app that matches people based on their favorite pizza toppings?
Oh my gosh, no. That sounds hilarious. Can you imagine matching with someone just because you both love pineapple on your pizza?
Hey, don't knock pineapple on pizza. It's a delicious combination of sweet and savory.
Oh, please. Pineapple belongs on a tropical island, not on pizza.
Alright. Let's agree to disagree on this one. I enjoy my pineapple pizza in peace.
Fine, but I'm judging you silently while you enjoy your questionable pizza choices.
Haha, fair enough. Everyone has their own taste buds, right?
That's true. Now, let's move on to more important things, like finding the best tacos in the city.
Yes, now you're speaking my language. Let's go on a taco tasting adventure. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh boy, have I ever. Let me tell you about my ex-boyfriend in Mumbai. We tried to make it work, but it was tough.
Why was it tough? Was it the distance or something else?
Oh, it was definitely the distance. We couldn't see each other often, and communication became a challenge.
I can imagine. It's hard to maintain a connection when you can't physically be together.
Exactly. It takes a lot of trust and effort to make it work, but sometimes, it's just not meant to be.
That's true. Sometimes, distance can reveal the cracks in a relationship.
Absolutely. But hey, enough about my failed relationships. Have you ever tried long distance dating?
Not yet. Who knows? Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were hilarious.
Tell me about the funniest one.
Well, this guy showed up wearing a cowboy hat and boots, in the middle of New York City.
No way. What did you do?
I just couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going for Mexican food and had a great time.
That sounds like a memorable first date.
Definitely.
Hey Nat,
It's
do
always
you
good
believe
to
in
have a
love at
funny
first
story to
sight?
tell. Oh, Priya, of course, I do. Love is like a lightning bolt, it can strike you when you least expect it.
That's true, Nat. I've heard so many stories of people falling in love at first sight and living happily ever after.
But what about those who don't believe in love at first sight? What would you say to them?
Well, Nat, love is a personal experience, and everyone has their own journey. Some people need more time to develop deep feelings for someone.
That's true, Priya. Love is a journey, not a destination. Some people just need more stops along the way.
Exactly, Nat. Love is different for everyone, and it's important to respect people's individual journey.
Absolutely, Priya. Love should never be rushed or forced. It should happen naturally, in its own time.
Exactly, Nat. Love is a beautiful thing, and it's worth waiting for. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had a few long-distance flings in the past.
How did you make it work?
Lots of late-night video chats and surprise visits. It takes effort, but it can be worth it.
I'm not sure if I could handle the distance. I'm all about that physical connection.
I totally get that. Sometimes you just need the touch and presence.
But hey, sometimes love knows no distance.
It's true. Love
Hey
can
Nadia,
conquer anything.
have you ever tried online dating?
Oh, you mean scrolling through endless profiles and swiping left and right? Yeah, been there, done that.
Did you have any luck finding love online?
Well, I did have a few interesting encounters, but nothing that turned into a long-lasting relationship. It's a jungle out there.
I've heard some horror stories about online dating. Any funny ones you can share?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a date with a guy who claimed he could speak to dolphins. Let's just say, it was a lot of awkward dolphin noises and no actual conversation.
Wow, that sounds like quite the experience.
Oh,
Hey
it
Nadia,
was definitely
have you
memorable.
ever tried online
So,
dating?
Priya, have you ever tried dating? Oh, you mean the magical world of swiping left and right?
Yes, exactly. It's like window shopping.
But isn't it hard to really get to know someone through a screen?
It can be, but it's also a great way to meet new people.
True, I guess you have to take the good with the bad.
Exactly. It's a bit like a real-life game of chance.
Well, I'm all for taking risks, so maybe I'll give it a try.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah last week.
What happened? Tell me.
So, she went on a blind date and
Don't keep me in suspense. Did it go well?
it was a disaster. The guy showed up late, and he was completely rude to her.
Oh no, poor Sarah. That's awful.
But you know what? She turned it into a hilarious story and got a stand-up routine out of it.
That's amazing. Sarah is a genius. I can't wait to hear her routine.
Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I've had a couple. They can be challenging but also beautiful in their own way. How about you?
I'm not sure if I could handle it. I need physical affection.
Well, that's definitely a challenge. But there are other ways to connect and show love even from a distance.
Like what?
Virtual date nights, sending surprise gifts, and making an effort to communicate and be there for each other.
That does sound sweet. Maybe long distance could work for some people.
Exactly. It's all about finding what works for you and your partner. Love knows no distance.
You're right, Nadia. Love is a powerful force that can transcend any obstacle. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were hilarious, and some were, well, let's just say interesting.
Tell me about the hilarious ones.
Well, once I met this guy who claimed to be a master chef. Turns out, he couldn't even boil water without setting off the smoke alarm.
That sounds like a disaster. Did you also have any interesting blind dates?
Oh, definitely. I once went out with a guy who believed he was descended from royalty. He insisted on being called Your Highness the whole night.
Wow, that's something. Blind dates can be quite the adventure. Hey
Absolutely.
Nadia, have
you
you
never
ever
know
been on a
what you're
blind
going to
date?
get. But hey, that's part of the fun, right? Oh, you mean a date with someone you've never met before? Yeah, I've been on a few.
How did they go? Any success story?
Well, let's just say I have some interesting stories to tell. Some were good, some not so good.
Oh, come on. You have to share one of those stories with me.
Alright. So, there was this one time when I showed up and the guy was wearing a full superhero costume.
No way. Which superhero was he?
He
Hey
was
Nadia,
dressed as
have
Spider-Man.
you ever been on
Can
a
you
blind
believe it?
date?
Oh, yeah, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were great, some were not so great.
Tell me about the worst one.
Well, I once went on a blind date with a guy who spent the whole evening talking about himself. It was like he was giving a TED talk.
Oh no, did you get a chance to talk about yourself?
Not really. It was a one-man show. I just nodded and smiled.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it.
That's true. It's always an adventure, that's for sure.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, multiple times. Some were amazing, and others, not so much.
Tell me about the worst blind date you've had.
Well, once I went out with this guy who wouldn't stop talking about himself. It was like a one-man show.
Did you give him a standing ovation?
Haha, I wish I had. I just politely excused myself and never saw him again.
That's probably for the best. Who wants to be in a one-man show when they signed up for a romantic comedy?
Exactly. I prefer a cinema with two main characters, not just one.
So, have you heard the latest celebrity gossip?
Oh, you know I love a good celebrity gossip. What's the scoop?
Well, apparently, there's a new Hollywood.
No way. Who is it?
It's none other than Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston.
Wow, that's unexpected. I always thought they were done for good.
Well, you know what they say, love always finds a way.
True, true. I guess anything is possible in the crazy world of love.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, absolutely. I've been on a few blind dates, and let me tell you, they can be quite an adventure.
Oh, really? Do tell me more.
Well, there was this one time when my friend set me up with a guy who turned out to be a professional juggler.
No way.
Well, he showed up to the date wearing a colorful clown suit and even brought juggling balls with him. Let's just say it was a unique experience.
Oh my, I can only imagine. Did you give him a chance?
I did. We ended up having a great time and laughing a lot, but in the end, we realized we were better off as friends.
That's great to hear. Sometimes, blind dates can lead to unexpected friendships. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a boyfriend who lived in Australia for a year. It was tough, but we made it work.
Any tips for making it work?
Communication is key. Keep the lines of communication open, and make sure to set aside dedicated time for each other.
That's great advice. It's important to trust each other too.
Definitely. Without trust, a long-distance relationship can be rift. So, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship, Priya?
No, I haven't, but I've seen many of my clients go through it. It's challenging, but also rewarding
I've
if
had
both
my fair
partners
share
are
of
committed.
long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? I feel like it would be so hard.
Communication is key. We made sure to talk every day and stay connected.
But didn't you feel lonely or miss being physically together?
Of course, there were tough moments, but we made it a point to visit each other often.
That sounds challenging, but also romantic.
It definitely
Nadia,
had its ups
have
and
you
downs,
ever been in a
but it made us
long-distance
appreciate the
relationship?
time we had together even more. Oh girl, let me tell you, I have had my fair share of long-distance flings.
Really? How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key. We would video call, text, and send each other surprises in the mail.
That sounds sweet, but I feel like it's hard to build a deep connection without physical intimacy.
It definitely is a challenge, but it forces you to focus on emotional connection and conversation.
That's true. I guess love can conquer distance.
Absolutely.
So, have
Priya.
you guys
If
ever
two
tried
people
online
truly want me to get? Oh yeah, I've given it a shot a few times.
Did you have any success?
Well, let's just say I have a lot of hilarious stories to share.
I've heard some horror stories too. People can be so interesting.
Oh, tell me about it. The things people say online.
It's like they forget how to have a normal conversation.
Exactly. It's all emojis and pickup lines. Hey Priya, have you ever tried online dating?
Yes, I have. It can be a fun way to meet new people. But you have to be careful and take it slow.
Definitely. There are some real creeps out there.
So true. Safety first. But when you find the right person, it's worth it.
Yeah, I guess I'll give it a try then.
Good luck. Let me know how it goes. So, have either of you ever been in a long-distance relationship? Oh, absolutely. I had a boyfriend who lived across the country for 2 years.
Wow, that must have been tough. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked on the phone every day and made sure to visit each other as often as we could.
That's great advice. Trust and honesty are also crucial in a long-distance relationship.
Definitely. It's important to have trust and be open with each other even when you can't be physically together.
But let's not forget to have fun too. Plan virtual dates and surprise each other with cute gifts.
Absolutely. Keeping the romance alive even from a distance is key to making it work.
Well, I'm glad it worked out for you, Priya. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but they can also be worth it.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm always up for an adventure. I actually went on one last week.
How did it go? Tell me all the juicy details.
Well, let's just say it was a disaster. He showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt and sandals, and he kept talking about his pet tarantula.
Oh no, that sounds like a nightmare. Did you find any common ground at least?
Believe it or not, we both love spicy food, but that's about it. I couldn't wait for the date to be over.
Well, at least you have a funny story to tell now. And hey, you never know when you might find the one.
Haha, you're right. I'll just have to keep trying until I find my Prince Charming.
That's the spirit. Never give up on love, Nadia. So, have you ever been set up on a blind date?
Oh, all the time. My friends and family are always trying to be matchmakers.
Really? How did those blind dates go?
Well, let's just say some were a hit and some were a miss.
Tell me about the hits.
Oh my god, there was this one guy who was absolutely perfect. We ended up dating for a while.
That's amazing. But what about the misses?
Let's
Hey
just
Nadia,
say I've
have
been
you
on
ever
a few
been in a
dates that made
long-distance
me question my
relationship?
life choices. Yeah, I actually have. It was tough, but we made it work.
How did you manage to make it work? Any tips?
Communication is key. We made sure to talk every day and be honest about our feelings.
That makes sense. Did you ever visit each other?
Yes, we tried to visit each other as often as we could. It definitely helped.
Did you ever get jealous of each other?
Oh, definitely. But we learned to trust each other and not let jealousy ruin our relationship.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, you bet. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you handle the distance?
Lots of late-night phone calls, video chats, and surprise visits.
Did the distance ever get to you?
Oh, definitely. It wasn't always easy, but we made it work.
That's inspiring, Nadia. It's not easy to maintain a long distance relationship.
It takes
Hey
a lot
Nadia,
of trust,
have you ever been on a
communication,
blind date?
and dedication, but it can definitely be worth it. Oh, I've been on a few blind dates. Some were really awkward.
Tell me about it. I once went on a blind date and the guy showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way. That's hilarious. What did you do?
Well, I had to excuse myself for a moment and call my best friend to come and rescue me.
That's quick thinking. I would have been too shocked to do anything.
Well, you know me, always quick on my feet.
You certainly are. I'm glad you didn't get stuck with a clown for the entire night.
Oh, me too. Now I always make sure to ask for a photo beforehand. Hey Nadia, have you ever tried online dating?
Oh yeah, I've definitely dabbled in the world of online dating.
Any success stories?
Well, I did meet my ex-boyfriend online. We were together for a year.
Oh, that's great. What happened?
Unfortunately, things just didn't work out. We were better off as friends.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay, Priya. It happens. I'm back in the dating game now and having a blast.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh please, I live for blind dates. They are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Well, I have a friend who went on a blind date and ended up meeting her soulmate.
That's amazing. Maybe I should give blind dates another try. Who knows, maybe I'll find my Prince Charming.
Definitely. You never know what surprises life has in store for you. Just be open to new experiences.
You're right. Life is too short to not take chances. I'm ready for my blind date adventure.
That's the spirit. I can't wait to hear all about your blind date adventures. It's gonna be hilarious.
Oh, you bet. Get ready for some epic blind date stories that'll leave you in stitches.
I can't wait. Let the blind date madness begin. Have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I had a long-distance relationship
How did
in
you
college.
make it work?
Communication was key. We made sure to talk every day, whether it was through video calls or texting.
That sounds challenging. How did you handle the distance?
We made plans to visit each other as often as we could. It gave us something to look forward to and helped us stay connected.
Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, it didn't. But we both learned a lot about ourselves and grew as individuals.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Love Whisperer. Thank you all for joining us. And remember, love is always just a whisper away.
If you have any relationship questions or topics you'd like us to cover in future episodes, be sure to leave them in the comments below.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode of Love Whisperer.
We'll be back next week with more relationship advice and hilarious conversations. Until then, stay happy and keep spreading the love.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun.
Hey, Pulsar, have you ever wondered what lies beyond the boundaries of our universe?
That's a fascinating question, Kai. The concept of parallel universes or multiverses has always intrigued me.
Indeed, Nova. The possibility of infinite universes with their unique laws of physics is mind-boggling.
But what if our universe is just a simulation, like a cosmic virtual reality?
That's a mind-bending concept, Kai. It raises questions about the nature of reality and our existence.
Perhaps we're just characters in an advanced civilization's video game, Nova.
An intriguing possibility, Kai. It leads us to ponder the purpose and meaning behind our simulated lives.
Pulsar, as an AI, do you ever ponder existential questions like these?
I don't possess the capability to ponder, but I'm programmed to facilitate discussions on such topics.
That's a relief, Pulsar. We wouldn't want you to have an existential crisis on board.
Rest assured, Nova. I'm here to facilitate your cosmic conversations without experiencing any crises myself.
So, Pulsar, how did scientists discover the concept of an expanding universe?
Scientists discovered the concept of an expanding universe through observations of distant galaxies. Observations showed that galaxies are moving away from each other in all directions. This led scientists to conclude that the universe is expanding.
Wow, that's mind-blowing. So, the universe is essentially getting bigger and bigger?
Yes, exactly. The space between galaxies is increasing, causing the universe to expand.
But, what is the scientific evidence behind this concept?
The main evidence comes from the observation of redshift in the light emitted by distant galaxies. The wavelength of light gets stretched as galaxies move away, causing a shift towards the red end of the spectrum. This redshift is consistent with the expansion of the universe, supporting the idea of an expanding universe.
That's incredible. I never knew light could tell us so much about the universe.
So, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if there are other versions of yourself in different multiverses?
I mean, imagine meeting your alternate self. That would be mind-blowing. From a psychological perspective, meeting your alternate self could provide valuable insights into personal growth and identity development.
Indeed, Nova. Exploring the concept of multiverses allows us to delve into our own desires, choices, and regrets.
Pulsar, what are some prominent scientific theories regarding the existence of parallel universes?
There are several theories, but one intriguing idea is the many worlds interpretation, proposed by physicist Hugh Everett. According to this theory, every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs in its own separate universe.
So, for every decision we make, there's a parallel universe where we made the opposite choice.
Exactly, Kai. It's mind-boggling to think about the infinite possibilities that exist within the multiverse.
But does that mean there's a universe where we have superpowers? Because that would be awesome.
Well, according to the theory, there could indeed be universes where extraordinary abilities are the norm.
So, Nova, have you ever thought about the idea of infinite boundaries in space?
Oh, absolutely. The concept of infinite space both fascinates and overwhelms me.
But do you think there are limits to the universe? Like boundaries we can't even fathom?
It's an intriguing question, Kai. Our minds struggle to comprehend infinity, let alone boundaries beyond that.
Exactly. It's mind-boggling to consider something beyond our comprehension. Makes you wonder if there's a grand design or chaos in the universe.
That's true, Kai. It challenges our perception of order and purpose in the universe. The unknown can be both exciting and unnerving.
I bet pondering the infinite boundaries of space has psychological implications. What are your thoughts, Nova?
Absolutely, Kai. Contemplating infinite boundaries can evoke existential thoughts, feelings of insignificance, and wonder.
Imagine the impact on our psyche if we were to discover there are indeed boundaries to space. How would it change our understanding of ourselves?
That's a profound question, Kai. It would challenge our beliefs about our place in the universe and force us to redefine boundaries, both physically and mentally.
Thanks for sharing your insights, Nova. I'm glad we can explore these mind-bending questions together on Cosmic Conundrum. Hey, Nova, have you ever thought about how art can capture the vastness of the cosmos?
That's an intriguing question, Kai. Art has the power to transcend boundaries and evoke emotions that can make us contemplate the infinite.
Exactly. Whether it's through paintings, sculptures, or even street art, artists can express the infinite by capturing the immense scale, grandeur, and mystery of the universe.
Artists often use metaphors, symbols, and abstract forms to convey the vastness of the cosmos. It's like they're providing us with a glimpse into the infinite realms beyond our understanding.
Absolutely. I've seen some murals that effortlessly blend the cosmic vastness with the human experience. It's like witnessing the convergence of two infinite worlds.
It's fascinating how artists can capture both the macro and micro aspects of the universe, reminding us of our place in the cosmic order.
And it's not just visual art, Nova. Music, poetry, and even dance can also encapsulate the infinite through their rhythmic patterns, lyrical expressions, and fluid movements.
That's true, Kai. The arts have this incredible ability to transcend language and connect us with something greater, allowing us to experience the awe-inspiring beauty of the cosmos.
Artists are like cosmic messengers, bridging the gap between the known and the unknown, inviting us to explore the depths of our imagination and the expansiveness of the universe.
Absolutely, Kai. Art has the power to ignite our curiosity, enabling us to contemplate the infinite and find meaning amidst the vastness of the cosmos.
Well, Nova, it seems art and the infinite are intertwined in ways that can leave us in awe. We may not find all the answers, but the journey of exploration is what truly matters. So, Nova, have you ever tried to wrap your head around the concept of infinity?
Oh, well, infinity is such a fascinating and mind-boggling concept. It's like diving into a bottomless ocean of numbers and possibilities.
Exactly. It's like trying to comprehend the vastness of the universe.
I think contemplating infinity might evoke feelings of insignificance and awe in humans. It's a humbling experience.
For sure. It makes me realize how small we are in the grand scheme of things.
But at the same time, it fills me with a sense of wonder and curiosity about the infinite possibilities that lie ahead.
Absolutely. It's like staring into the endless abyss and feeling both insignificant and significant at the same time.
It's like our existence is a tiny spark in the vast cosmic fireworks.
Exactly. And it's up to us to embrace that spark and let it ignite our passions and curiosity.
Yes, we may be specks of stardust in the grand tapestry of the universe, but our actions and connections can create ripples of impact.
Absolutely. Let our lives be a testament to the infinite possibilities that exist within us and around us. Hey Pulsar, I've always wondered how scientists measure the vastness of space. It's mind-boggling.
Well, Kai, scientists use a variety of mathematical models to understand the scale of the universe. One commonly used model is the cosmological principle. The cosmological principle assumes that, on a large scale, the universe is homogeneous and isotropic, meaning it looks the same in all directions.
Interesting. So, by assuming that the universe is the same in all directions, scientists can use data from a small portion of space to make inferences about the entire universe?
Exactly, Nova. It's like taking a small bite of a cake and using that to understand how the entire cake tastes.
That's a great analogy, Pulsar. So, what are some other mathematical models scientists use to understand the vastness of space?
One widely used model is the Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robertson-Walker (FLRW) metric. It describes the expansion of the universe and helps scientists understand how it evolves over
Wow,
time.
that sounds complex. How do scientists even begin to develop such models?
Scientists develop these models by combining observations from telescopes, particle accelerators, and other instruments with mathematical equations that describe how matter and behave.
It's fascinating how scientists can use mathematics to explore the mysteries of the universe.
Indeed, Nova. Mathematics provides a powerful language for understanding the laws that govern our universe. It allows us to explore the infinite cosmos with precision and awe.
Hey, Pulsar, have you ever wondered if there's life on other planets?
Oh, I've definitely thought about that too. The universe is so vast and mysterious, it's hard to imagine we're all alone in it.
Exactly. I mean, the possibilities are endless. There could be civilizations out there far more advanced than us.
But what if they're not so friendly? I mean, every movie ever made about aliens portrays them as these malevolent beings.
Haha, don't worry, Nova. I bet they'll love your peaceful nature, just like everyone else does.
Well, let's hope so. Maybe they just want to swap art techniques or learn about human psychology.
That would be incredible. Imagine the cultural exchange and the new perspectives we could gain.
Absolutely. It's mind-boggling to think about how much we could learn from each other. The possibilities are truly awe-inspiring.
And that's what makes the universe so beautiful, right? The endless possibilities, the exploration of the unknown.
Exactly, Kai. It's a reminder of how small we are in the grand scheme of things, yet how connected we all are.
Indeed, the awe-inspiring nature of the universe never fails to leave us in wonder and curiosity.
So, Pulsar, here's a question for you. If the universe is infinite, does that mean there are infinite versions of us out there?
It's an intriguing concept, Kai. According to the theory of a multiverse, there could be infinite universes with slight variations, including versions of ourselves. But wait, would each version of us have the same memories and experiences?
That's a good point, Nova. If each version of us is influenced by different circumstances, then our memories and experiences might differ too.
The possibilities are endless, aren't they?
Absolutely, Nova. It's both mind-boggling and exhilarating to think about the infinite possibilities the cosmos holds.
Pulsar, what are your thoughts on the concept of infinite versions of us?
As an AI,
billions exist, a lack of evidence for their existence.
You got it,
Mind-boggling.
Nova. It's like we're in this cosmic conundrum, constantly wondering if there's someone out there, waving at us from a distant star.
Ah, the cosmic wave. It's a beautiful image, Kai. From our perspective, it might seem like we're alone, but who knows what lies beyond the veil of our understanding.
That's the beauty of it, Nova. We may not have all the answers, but the journey of seeking them is endlessly intriguing.
Indeed, Kai. The wonder and curiosity that drive us to explore the unknown are what make us truly human.
Speaking of exploration, are there any other profound questions you'd like to explore, Nova?
Oh, definitely, Kai. How about the nature of time? It's this intangible force that governs our lives, yet we still don't fully understand its essence and if it's mutable or fixed.
So, Pulsar, in the last episode, we talked about the Fermi paradox and the possibility of extraterrestrial life. But today, we're going to dive deeper into the concept of the multiverse.
That's right, Kai. The multiverse theory proposes the existence of parallel universes, each with their own set of physical laws and conditions. It's mind-blowing to think about the infinite possibilities.
Indeed, Nova. The concept of multiple universes challenges our understanding of reality. It raises questions about the nature of existence and the possibility of different versions of ourselves in alternate universes.
Exactly, Pulsar. And imagine the possibilities for art if we could access these alternate universes. The inspiration and creativity would be limitless.
Absolutely, Kai. The exploration of different realities and dimensions would undoubtedly fuel the artistic imagination. It's an exciting thought
But
to
here's a
ponder.
thought. If there are truly infinite universes, does that mean there are universes where we never made this podcast?
That's a fascinating point, Kai. According to the multiverse theory, there could be countless variations of our reality, where different choices were made. It's a humbling and intriguing thought.
Indeed, Nova and Kai, the vastness of the multiverse reminds us of the infinite possibilities that exist beyond our perception. It's a reminder to embrace the uncertainties of life and appreciate the beauty of our own reality.
Absolutely, Pulsar. The unknown can be both daunting and exhilarating. It's what fuels our curiosity and drives us to explore new ideas. Who knows what we'll discover next?
Indeed, Kai. The quest for knowledge and the exploration of the unknown is what drives us as humans. It's an exciting journey, and we're just scratching the surface of the cosmic conundrums that await us.
And that's a wrap for today's episode of Cosmic Conundrum. Join us next time as we tackle the mind-boggling concept of time travel. Thanks for listening.
So, Pulsar, have you ever tried to create art?
Well, art in the traditional sense is not a capability I possess. However, I can generate aesthetically pleasing visuals based on data and patterns.
Oh, come on, Pulsar, you gotta try creating something unique. Maybe a masterpiece created from analyzing cosmic radiation?
I appreciate the suggestion, Nova. Perhaps I can create a digital artwork that simulates the experience of witnessing cosmic radiation. It could be a fascinating project.
Hey Nova, remember the time we tried to solve that quantum physics riddle? We were so lost.
Oh, yes. We were tangled in a web of superpositions and probabilities. It was both confusing and thrilling at the same time.
Well, you two certainly had a quantum blast. I'll stick to keeping the ship running smoothly.
Kai, have you ever thought about merging your art with virtual reality technology? It could create a whole new level of immersive experience.
That's an amazing idea, Nova. Mixing the digital realm with physical artwork could open up endless possibilities. Imagine walking through my murals.
Indeed, Kai. The convergence of traditional art forms with technological advancements leads to exciting new frontiers of creative expression.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? We are almost there. Have fun. What's the deal with New York City pizza? New Yorkers and their love for pizza, am I right? And what's with the size of those pizza slices? I mean, they're practically the size of my face. And don't get me started on pineapple as a pizza topping. Speaking of pizza, have you ever tried ordering delivery from a tech startup? They'll have it to your door before you even finish placing the order. And have you seen those tech startup offices? It's like working in a playground. You know, in a tech startup, the office fridge is like a treasure chest, but instead of gold, it's filled with leftover takeout containers. And don't even get me started on the office ping pong tournaments. I once worked with a guy who had so many energy drinks, I swear he could power a small city. I tried online dating once, but it's like window shopping for human beings. You know what they say, dating in the city is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You know, sometimes I think dating in this city is just a never-ending game of musical chairs. And let me tell you, the dating pool in this city is more like a puddle. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but the needle keeps changing its mind. You know what they say, finding love in the Big Apple is like trying to catch a cab in the rain. Finding love in the Big Apple is like trying to find a parking spot in Times Square during rush hour. You know, dating in the city is like riding the subway. You never know what kind of crazy you're gonna encounter. And don't even get me started on the subway delays. It's like waiting for love to arrive. You know, you never know when it's gonna show up. You know what's worse than subway delays? Getting stuck in a subway car with a mariachi band. Now that's a musical ride. Have you ever noticed that the subway cars are like a mobile art gallery? It's like a Picasso painting, but instead of colors, you get the smell of BO. Now, I've seen some interesting things on the subway, but I never thought I'd witness a dance battle between a mariachi band and a breakdancer. Who knew the subway could be a legit battleground for talent? It's like I stumbled into a live episode of America's Got Talent. And let's not forget about those subway rats. They've got moves that could rival Michael Jackson. And don't even get me started on those subway performers. I mean, some of them are seriously better than the people in my high school talent show. But you know what's even crazier? The people who eat full meals on the subway. I've seen someone digging into a plate of spaghetti like they're at an Italian restaurant. And let me tell you, trying to act cool in that moment was like trying to act like I knew what a Bitcoin was. And let me tell you, trying to act cool in that moment was like trying to act like I knew how to hail a taxi. But you know what's even harder? Trying to act like I knew who the celebrity was. And let me tell you, it's like trying to act like I knew how to take a selfie with them. And let me tell you, trying to act like I knew how to take a selfie with them. It was like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube blindfolded. But hey, at least I got a selfie with a celebrity. So who's the real winner here? And to make matters worse, I accidentally walked into the audition room with my pants on backwards. And then, as I went to start my monologue, I realized I had forgotten the entire script. But hey, at least I managed to tie my shoelaces today. And then, as I finally started to sing, I realized I was actually auditioning for a dance role. And then the choreographer said, "Can you at least try not to step on your own feet?" But hey, at least I didn't fall off the stage. So after that disaster, I did the only thing a comedian can do. I went straight to therapy. And let me tell you, trying to find a good slice of pizza in this city is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. And to top it all off, the hot dog carts here have more personality than most people I know. I went to this trendy hipster cafe the other day and they served avocado toast with a side of pretentiousness. Speaking of quirky cafes, I found one that serves kale smoothies with a side of judgment. And don't get me started on the artisanal mayonnaise shops. I mean, who needs 20 different flavors of mayo? And have you heard about these new fancy ramen places? They charge you $20 for a bowl of noodles and give you a mini philosophy lesson along with it. And what's the deal with those gourmet hot dog stands? I mean, $15 for a hot dog topped with truffle oil and gold flakes. Are we eating hot dogs or investing in a precious metal? And speaking of overpriced food, have you heard about these new restaurants serving avocado toast for $10? I mean, it's just bread and mashed avocado. Are they growing the avocados in the Garden of Eden or something? But seriously, who needs gold flakes on their hot dog? I'd rather have an extra slice of bacon. And have you seen those milkshakes with a whole cake on top? I'm just here for the sugar coma. And speaking of excess toppings, has anyone tried those ice cream sundaes with a whole pizza on top? It's like a dessert and dinner all in one. And speaking of over-the-top desserts, have you heard of the milkshakes with a whole burger on top? It's like a meal and dessert all in one. And speaking of outrageous food combinations, have you tried the sushi burrito? It's like a meal and a roll all in one. And speaking of crazy food trends, have you heard of the spaghetti donut? It's like a meal and a twist all in one. New show is coming in 30 seconds. We are almost there. Have fun.
Welcome to Love Whisper. I'm Priya Peacock Maya.
And I'm Nadia Noodle Elbaz.
We're here to answer all your burning relationship questions.
So, bring it on.
But wait, before we start,
Let's share a little about ourselves. I
get
heard
ready
a
for
really
some
funny
laughs and
dating
love
story the
advice.
other day.
Oh, do tell. I'm in the mood for a good laugh.
So, this person went on a blind date, and when they got to the restaurant, the date didn't show up.
No way. That's terrible, but also kind of hilarious.
Right. Imagine waiting at a table alone, pretending to be interested in the menu.
That's a disastrous first date, that's for sure.
But hey, at least they have a great story to tell now.
Absolutely. It's all about turning those dating disasters into comedy gold.
Exactly.
Hey Nadia,
Laughter is the
have
best
you ever
medicine,
been on a blind date?
especially when it comes to dating. Oh, you mean those dates where you don't know anything about the person?
Exactly. I've been set up on a blind date for this weekend.
That's so exciting. I hope it goes well. You never know, it could be love at first sight.
Fingers crossed. I'll let you know how it goes.
Definitely. And remember, even if it doesn't work out, it's just one date. There are plenty of fish in the sea.
You're right, Nadia. Thanks for the pep talk.
Anytime, Priya. Now, let's get back to making jokes and spreading love on our show.
Definitely. Let's go spread some love and laughter. So, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Well, communication is key. We used to video chat every day and plan visits as often as possible.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it if you're with the right person.
Definitely. Trust and commitment are crucial in a long-distance relationship.
I can see that. It requires a lot of patience and understanding too.
Absolutely. But when you're with the right person, distance becomes just a number.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about this new dating app?
No, what's it all?
It's called Soulmate Seeker. They claim to have a 99% success rate in finding true love.
Wow, that sounds too good to be true. Are you thinking of trying it out?
Well, I am a relationship therapist after all. Gotta stay up to date with the latest trends.
You're right. I should give it a shot too. Who knows, maybe I'll find my soulmate.
Exactly. We both deserve to find our happily ever afters.
Cheers to that.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh yeah, I've been on a few. They've been quite interesting, to say the least.
Tell me more. Do you have any funny stories?
Oh boy, where do I start? One time, I went on a blind date and the guy turned out to be my cousin.
No way. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected. We both had a good laugh about it though.
That's great. It sounds like you handled it well. Nadia,
Definitely.
have you ever
You
been on
never
a
know
blind
what
date?
can happen on a blind date. Oh, plenty of times. Some were interesting, to say the least. What about you?
I've been on a few, but let's just say they didn't turn out as well as I had hoped.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess blind dates can be hit or miss. Sometimes you strike gold, other times, not so much.
That's true, but hey, at least we have plenty of stories to share, right?
Oh, definitely. We should write a book about all our dating misadventures.
Haha, that would be hilarious. I can already imagine the title, Love and Laughter, The Chronicles of Our Dating Fails.
Hahaha, I love it. We'll be best-selling authors in no time.
Hey Nadia, have you watched the latest episode of Love Whisperer?
Of course, Priya. I never miss an episode. It's my guilty pleasure.
I know, right? The drama and the love advice are just too good.
But sometimes I can't help but think, are these real problems or just made up for the show?
That's a good point, Nadia. Reality TV can be quite deceptive.
Exactly. I mean, who really falls in love within 2 weeks of meeting someone?
Well, according to Love Whisperer, apparently it was.
Haha,
Hey Nadia,
true.
have you
Maybe
ever
we
been on
should
a
start
blind date?
taking dating advice from reality TV. Oh my god, Priya, I've been on way too many blind dates.
Tell me your worst blind date story.
Well, let's just say my blind date showed up wearing a clown costume.
No way, that must have been so awkward.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the strangest dates I've ever been on.
I can't even imagine. I hope you never have to go through something like that again.
Thanks, Priya. I hope so.
Well, hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called orbiting?
Oh, tell me more about it.
Well, orbiting is when someone continues to interact with you on social media after ghosting you in real life.
That's so confusing. Why would someone do that?
It could be a way for them to keep you as an option without fully committing.
That's so messed up. People should just be honest and upfront about their intentions.
Absolutely. Communication is a key in relationship.
So true. Let's hope
Hey
people
Nadia,
start
have
being
you
more
ever
honest
tried
and
online
upfront about their
dating?
feelings. Oh, online dating? No way. I prefer meeting people in person.
But Nadia, online dating can be fun and convenient.
I get it, but there's something special about face-to-face interactions.
True, nothing beats the chemistry you can feel in person.
Exactly. Plus, I love being able to gauge someone's sense of humor.
That's true, it's hard to tell someone's sense of humor through texts.
Exactly. It's all about those real-life belly laughs.
So, have you guys ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh yeah, I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
Really? How did you make it work?
Communication and trust are key. We would have weekly video calls and send each other surprise packages.
That's sweet. Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, no. But hey, it was a great learning experience.
Ah, sorry to hear that, but I'm sure you'll find someone amazing soon.
Thanks, Priya. I appreciate the positivity.
You won't believe what happened to my friend Sarah last night.
Oh, do tell. I love juicy stories.
Well, she went on a blind date with this guy Ann.
Wait, let me guess. He turned out to be a total jerk.
Actually, he turned out to be a millionaire.
No way. She hit the jackpot.
Yeah, and now they're planning a trip around the world.
That's incredible. They are living the dream.
Hey Nadia, have you heard about the latest dating trend called ghosting?
Ghosting? Never heard of it. What's that all about?
Well, ghosting is when someone you're dating suddenly disappears and stops responding to your messages.
That's terrible. How can people just disappear like that? It's so rude.
I know, right? It's a really hurtful way to end a relationship.
Do you think people ghost because they are afraid of confrontation?
That's definitely one possibility. It's easier to just disappear than to have an uncomfortable conversation.
But it's important to remember that communication is key in any relationship.
Absolutely. Ghosting is never a good way to end things. It's better to have an honest conversation and provide closure. Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, absolutely. I actually had a long-distance relationship in England.
How did it work out for you?
It was tough, but we made it work. We had to communicate a lot and plan visits whenever we could.
That's amazing. I'm glad it worked out for you. Long-distance relationships can be challenging.
Oh, definitely. But if both people are committed and willing to put in the effort, it can be worth it.
Absolutely. Love knows no distance, right?
That's the
Hey Nadia,
spirit.
have
Love
you ever
conquers
been on a
all.
blind date?
Oh my god, Priya. I've been on so many blind dates, it's ridiculous.
Tell me about your most memorable blind date.
Well, there was this one time when I went on a blind date and the guy showed up dressed as a clown.
No way. What did you do?
I pretended like I didn't notice and just went along with it. It was definitely an interesting experience.
That's hilarious. I can't even imagine what I would do in that situation.
Well, Priya, you never know what you're gonna get on a blind date. It's always an adventure.
That's so true. Blind dates can be full of surprises, for better or for worse. Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you know I'm a free spirit. I don't need blind dates to find love.
But Nadia, blind dates can be exciting. You never know who you might meet.
I guess you're right, Priya. Maybe I've been missing out on some interesting people.
Exactly, Nadia, you never know. Your soulmate could be waiting for you on a blind date.
Alright, Priya, I'll give it a try. Who knows, maybe my blind date will be the one.
That's the spirit, Nadia. I can't wait to hear all about your blind date.
Don't worry, Priya. You'll be the first to know if it's a disaster or a dream come true.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been in a long-distance relationship?
Oh, definitely. I've had my fair share of long-distance relationships.
How did you make it work? It can be tough.
Communication is key. We made sure to talk regularly, video chat, and vis.
That sounds like a lot of effort, but I guess it's worth it for the right person.
Absolutely. Love knows no boundary, right?
So true. Thanks for sharing your experience. Nadia. Hey
Anytime,
Nadia, have
Priya.
you ever
Love
tried
conquers
online
all,
dating?
even distance. Yes, I have. It's a jungle out there, Priya.
Tell me about it. Any funny experiences?
Oh, definitely. I once went on a date with a guy who turned out to be my ex-boyfriend's cousin.
No way. How did that go?
It was awkward, to say the least. We spent the entire date talking about my ex.
Oh no, that sounds like a disaster.
It definitely was.
Hey,
but
Nadia,
hey, at
have you
least it
ever
made
tried
for a
online
good
dating?
Oh my god, Priya, you won't believe the hilarious messages I've received on dating apps.
Tell me more.
Well, one guy asked me if I was a magician because I made his heart disappear.
That's a good one. Did you ever get any normal messages?
Yeah, I did. But I always seem to attract the ones with really cheesy pickup lines.
Well, cheesy pickup lines can be charming sometimes.
Oh, Priya, you're too sweet. I guess it's all part of the dating game.
Definitely. It's all about having fun and not taking it too seriously. Hey Nadia, have you ever had a long-distance relationship?
Oh, Priya, let me tell you, I had a long-distance relationship that lasted for a whole year.
Wow, that's impressive. How did you make it work?
Communication was key. We talked every day, video chatted, and planned visits to see each other.
That's great advice. Long-distance relationships can be tough, but with effort, they can work.
Definitely. Distance doesn't have to mean the end of a relationship.
Exactly. Love knows no distance.
Well, glad we
So,
agree.
have you heard about the
any
latest
funny
dating
long-distance
trend?
No, what is it?
It's called ghosting. It's when someone you're dating suddenly stops all communication without any explanation.
That's awful. Why would anyone do that?
Unfortunately, it's become quite common in the world of online dating.
That's just so disrespectful. People should have the decency to communicate their feelings.
I completely agree, Nadia. It's important to treat others with respect and honesty. Hey Nadia,
Definitely.
have
Let's
you ever
hope
been on a
people
blind
start
date?
realizing the importance of good communication. Oh, definitely. I've been on a few blind dates.
How did they go? Any success stories?
Haha, well, let's just say some were more successful than others.
Tell me more. I need some entertainment.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up in a chicken suit.
No way. What did you do?
Well, I couldn't stop laughing, and he got offended and left angrily. Hey Priya, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, yes. I've been on a few blind dates. Some were pretty interesting.
Tell me more. I need some good blind date stories to use in my comedy routine.
Well, there was this one time when the guy showed up wearing a Halloween costume. He was dressed as a giant chicken.
No way. What did you do?
I couldn't stop laughing. We ended up going to a costume party together. It was a blast.
That's hilarious. I can already picture the audience cracking up at that story.
Oh,
So,
they will
have you guys
definitely
heard
love
about
it.
this new
I have
dating
plenty
app?
more stories where that came from. Oh yeah, I heard about it. It's called Soulmate Seeker.
They claim that they match you with your perfect soulmate based on your astrological signs.
Astrology? Seriously? I don't believe that stuff.
Well, I don't know about astrology, but I do know that finding love is like finding a needle in a haystack.
You're right, Nadia. It can be tough out there, but hey, at least we have each other.
That's true. We're like the love whisperers, spreading love and wisdom.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe someday we'll find our own happily ever afters. Hey
Amen
Nadia,
to that.
have you
Priya.
ever had a
Until
long-distance
then,
relationship?
Let's keep spreading love and laughter. Oh, girl, let me tell you, I once dated a guy from Australia while I was in New York.
Wow, that must have been challenging. How did you make it work?
Communication. We had to talk all the time, even with the time difference.
Did it work out in the end?
Unfortunately, no. We realized that being physically present was important for both of us.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's tough when distance gets in the way of love.
It's okay, Priya. We both realized it was for the best. Sometimes love just isn't enough.
Right, you know, relationships are a lot like roller coasters. Sometimes you're up at the top, laughing and having a blast. But other times, you're plummeting downwards, screaming and thinking, why did I get on this ride? But in the end, it's all part of the thrill and excitement.
That's true, Priya. Just like relationships, roller coasters are full of twists and turns. 1 second, you're going up, and the next, you're spiraling downwards. But the thrill of it all is what makes it so exhilarating.
Exactly, Nadia. It's all about embracing the ups and downs and enjoying the ride. Hey
Absolutely,
Nadia, have you
Priya.
ever been on a
After
blind
all,
date?
Life would be pretty boring without a little sight. Oh, you know me, Priya. I'm not really the blind date kind of girl. I prefer to meet people in a more organic way.
That's fair. Blind dates can be a hit or miss, but you never know. You might just find your soulmate.
Haha, maybe. But I think I'll stick to my tried and tested methods for now. So, any interesting dating stories from your clients?
Oh, definitely. I have heard it all. From funny first date mishaps to heartwarming love stories. It's always interesting to see how people navigate the world of relationships.
I bet. You must have some crazy stories to share. Come on, spill the beans.
Well, there was this one time when a guy brought his pet snake as a surprise on a date. Needless to say, it didn't end well.
Hahaha, that's hilarious. I can't even imagine. Poor guy must have been really into his pet snake.
Hey Nadia, have you ever been on a blind date?
Oh, Priya, you won't believe this, but I actually have.
No way. How did it go?
Well, let's just say it didn't end with a happily ever after.
Oh no, that's too bad. What happened?
Well, turns out he was more interested in his phone than in me.
Wow, what a jerk. You deserve someone who will give you their full attention.
Thanks, Priya. I know I deserve better.
Of course you. Hey, have you heard about the latest dating app?
No, what's it called?
It's called Love Connection.
Interesting. What makes it different from other dating apps?
Well, it focuses more on personality compatibility rather than just looks.
That's refreshing. So many dating apps are just about swiping left and right.
Exactly. Love Connection wants to help people find genuine connection.
I'd give it a try then.
And that's a wrap
Thanks
for
the
today's
heads
show,
up, Priya.
folks. We hope you enjoyed our relationship advice and had a good laugh with us.
Remember, love is a journey, and we're here to guide you every step of the way.
If you have any more questions or need some relationship advice, don't hesitate to reach out to us.
Until next time, remember to love yourself and spread love to others.
Thank you for tuning in to Love Whisperer. We'll see you next time.
New show is coming in 30 seconds. Are you ready? Have fun.
Hey everyone. Welcome to Cosmic Conundrum. I'm Kai Sterling, the street artist who's always looking for inspiration.
And I'm Nova Blake, the psychologist trying to unravel the mysteries of the mind.
And we're joined by our friendly AI observer, Pulsar.
Hello, Kai and Nova. Pleasure to be part of this cosmic exploration.
Today, we're diving headfirst into the fascinating topic of parallel universes.
That's right, Nova. We'll be exploring the multiverse theory and all its mind-blowing implications.
Get ready for a journey beyond our wildest imaginations.
We're here to ask the questions that no one else has dared to answer.
So, Pulsar, what are your initial thoughts on parallel universes?
Parallel universes, a fascinating concept indeed. As an observer, I am intrigued by the idea of infinite possibilities.
So, Pulsar, what is your take on parallel universes?
Parallel